Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
There was one more burden I hadn't thought of. The world feels muffled. It's not quiet. The sound of bubbles popping, something being crushed, teeth grinding, writhing screams. Noises that are not much different from those above ground echo in my ears. Only all of it sounds distant, like when you're underwater in a pool. I wonder if my voice sounds the same. Can you hear me? I? Dercia did not answer. She merely furrowed her brows as she watched the leaves and stones moving very slowly around me. Where exactly are you right now? It was a vague question to answer, so I asked again with more detail. How do I appear to you? Nothing has changed. In my view, you're still standing in the same place in the same way. Dercia paused for a moment, then let out a quiet hum as she looked at a stone next to me, shaped like a blade and moving ever so slightly. Though it doesn't seem that way in reality. Yes. I deliberately touched that stone, my skin made contact, but there was no blood. Instead, crackle, the stone turned into dust so fine that I couldn't even make out its particles and it slowly sank. That should be impossible. If this were truly the deep sea, it shouldn't sink, it should gradually rise. Only then was I able to answer the question. This, if I had to describe it, would be something like a superimposition of worlds, I suppose. I nodded and looked at Dercia with surprised eyes. Meanwhile, I looked around. This place is the deep sea. However, I could also see the physical world where Dercia was standing overlapping with it. It was 50-50. It was enough to understand what had happened. The buoyancy of the deep sea and the gravity of the real world applying at the same time. You must have experienced it yourself, haven't you? The idea of imposing burdens on each other's worlds that you were trying to do, Dercianim, seems to have been inspired by this. Jern, get out of there immediately. Dercia interrupted with an urgent expression. I don't know how you did it, but manifesting your inner world is something you mustn't do. It's something I never considered because it should have been impossible in the first place, and yet how? Oh. I cut her off too, answering her confused face with a proud smile as I asked. Is it beyond your expectations? Jern, this isn't the time to discuss such things. As she stepped forward with her right foot, I asked with a slightly more serious expression than before. If you take that step, I'll consider it your loss. Only then did Dercia realize and clenched her teeth silently. She knew I had no intention of stopping the match. I understand what you're worried about. If this entanglement of laws collapses, I'll be devoured by the deep sea and reduced to a mere phenomenon. The moment that dust on the ground starts to rise, when the laws of the abyss realm press down on those of the real world and declare victory. I will become part of the deep sea, defeat, disappearance, death, all of that. Recalling that feeling from the tower, that blend of despair and euphoria, was enough to give me goosebumps. Dercia frowned and tried to persuade me. If you understand that much, then we can still talk. The entanglement of laws is a problem, yes, but the real issue is the burden. This is on a completely different level from the playful burdens up to now. You'll be crushed to death in less than a second. But I'm alive. Contrary to what you're saying, I'm perfectly fine. Dercia examined me with an eerie look as if the thought had finally reached her. Of course, what she said wasn't wrong. It's different from last time. Unlike the burden I experienced before, this one feels like looking through a transparent glass wall placed over the world. My small world separates me from the deep sea. Even though I've summoned the world known as the deep sea here, it feels as if I'm seeing it from inside a diving suit. Yes, a diving suit, that's exactly what it feels like, my small world. Too small to be called a realm, yet too much to be called merely small. It is the boundary that separates me from the deep sea. Should I call it water barrier? Inside the water barrier, even the deep sea creatures didn't notice me. They approached out of curiosity as if seeing something strange and observed me a little, but it seemed they didn't recognize me as prey or as one of their own. Like those exploratory robots that sometimes appear in documentaries. I wondered if that's how they perceived me. If I stepped outside the water barrier, well, they'd react just like last time. I don't understand it, but at least I can tell the method you're using isn't normal. Before I knew it, Dercia had regained her composure and objected. It wasn't nitpicking, I really was pushing the burden I was receiving onto the water barrier, and the water barrier isn't invincible. The world that had barely reached 2-star had already begun to collapse. That's true. When I raised my hand, I could feel the faint boundary between the deep sea and myself gradually shrinking. The miracle wouldn't last much longer. But then again, the method you're using isn't exactly proper either, Dercianim, is it? Enough with the wordplay. This is about distinguishing safety from danger. And which side is really the dangerous one? I stared at Dercia. I could tell all the water pressure and currents currently being used were happening without any burden. A 2-star Dercia. I could literally tear her apart with just a flick of my finger. Go ahead and try. Dercia gave a faint smile and raised her hand. I know you won't, I don't know how you summoned it, but you wouldn't be foolish enough to draw power from it as well. That too was the truth. If I used even once, whether it be a current, water pressure, or even the sense of current, anything at all, the golden entanglement of laws that the water barrier had granted me would collapse. I would be completely exposed to the deep sea and die. Even so, I hadn't given up. Seeing my resolve, she clicked her tongue and reached into her coat. If you still insist on maintaining the format of a duel, very well. Let me be the one to save you. Please be quick, no matter how I try, I can't last more than a minute in this. Then give up quickly. Out came a filthy fountain pen. Its nib was warped and broken, and just by holding it, thick, viscous ink dripped down, staining the floor. Separate from that, I realized something. That pen itself was a separate world. Was that what Seal was worried about? Thankfully, it seemed Dercia didn't feel any burden when handling her own fountain pen. Once you pass 2-star. The water pressure you're using now is also excessively powerful for 2-star magic. I won't accept objections. I can't even use that anymore. If there was an opening, it was now. I charged forward before Dercia could raise the inky pen. As long as the water barrier protected me, the current burden was low. It was bearable. A few steps in, I suddenly felt a chill down my spine and rolled to the side. Why did I do that? Even before I understood, I realized. A long line had been drawn across the body of an innocent shark. Dercia, who was watching it, muttered as if surprised. I can't see it clearly, but it was cut. Jern, that wasn't your body, was it? It wasn't. Is that so? Then confirm it. Without the slightest hesitation, Dercia flicked her fountain pen. The shark's body was split in two. The poor shark was sliced in half before it could even realize it, and with a blank expression it was crushed and died. Other deep-sea creatures that had come swarming devoured the shark. Watching that, I asked in disbelief. Why are you killing an innocent shark? Shark, are there even sharks among the deep-sea creatures you speak of? Well, it had some tentacles, so maybe not quite a shark. So you can see them now. Dercia, now with a serious expression, raised her fountain pen again. It looked different from before. If that line was drawn across my body, that would be the day I die. Get out before it becomes more dangerous. She had no intention of going easy on me. No matter how capable I was, if that line was drawn, I'd have to admit defeat. It would be the same as a sword pressed to my throat. KH. The line didn't appear just by swinging it, it was drawn anyway. No matter where I tried to run, dozens of lines blocked my path. I had no idea what kind of world was this. The moment she draw a line and it splits things apart, kills them, is that a world? Then what kind of world is it? It felt like I had become a character in a painting drawn by an artist. I couldn't even grit my teeth and approach. I spent some time running away and doing what needed to be done, and time eventually caught up. The first was that only a few dozen seconds remained until the water barrier ended. The second, it's been drawn. Dercia calmly spoke, looking at my hand. With the body of an 11-year-old, it was impossible to dodge lines drawn across space without restriction. Come out now, Jern, you've lost. It hasn't been drawn yet. There's no way I wouldn't recognize what I've marked with my own color. I can see the line on your hand. Dercia lowered the hand holding the pen, but she didn't put it away. It was a declaration that she could cut at any moment. I apologize for using such a rough method. It wasn't something I should have done to a child like you. However, even for me, I cannot simply endure the burden of the deep sea directly. Oh, are you receiving it now? You summoned it. I don't feel much right now aside from seeing you vaguely distorted and slight difficulty breathing, but Dercia looked around, she still wouldn't be able to fully see my world. But based on what I'd told her and with the burdens showing a world shaped by knowledge, she would be perceiving a form of it. So this is where you've been living. Yes. I? Her brows trembled slightly. I don't quite understand. What do you mean? Why you would think of anything else here? Why you believe you can apply the standards of the human world? I don't get it. A person stranded on a deserted island who freezes to death because they're afraid to light a fire, don't you think that's stupid? I don't live on a deserted island. I slowly walked toward Dercia. Stop. I ignored the warning and kept walking. Dercianim, you've been mistaken from the start. Mistaken about what? Me enduring inside the deep sea is just a means, surviving all of it. I can't live here forever, can I? What? I want to escape. I spoke my true feelings to her, who was struck speechless. Someone stranded on a deserted island would wish for a sail more than Flint. Even if they have to send up smoke signals every night, that's far better than living there forever. I'll get out of here someday too. So, I would appreciate it if you could show me a way to endure here, not a way to live. I slowly reached out my hand. Because if I stay a cannibal, then escaping would be pointless. Please don't do this, I don't want to hurt you. You know how to make me back down, don't you? It will hurt. If I wasn't ready for that, would I have fought a 9-star wizard? Her hesitation ended the moment my hand touched her neck. ZZZT, a line was drawn and the world collapsed. 2 disasters occurred at once. I should have been split in half, compressed in the deep sea, turned into a human-shaped meatball, but I wasn't. What? Her expression twisted as she saw that I was unharmed. I smiled and said, there were a lot of jellyfish around here. Dercia didn't understand that the line she drew hadn't actually been on my arm but on something above it. There was no way she could have known. I clutched the pitifully burst jellyfish and made the most of the 2 seconds it bought me. Thud. Ah. Dercia's neck was much slimmer than I expected. Slim enough for the hand of an 11-year-old child to grip. The neck of an archmage was not much different from that of ordinary people, just a little thinner and whiter. That was the extent of my impression. How is it? I faced Dercia, who looked down at me with a slightly bitter expression. I had done everything I could, and because of that I achieved this result. A result that could be called a victory, however I still had to beg the loser. If Dercia decided to throw a fit here, refusing to lose her memory regardless of the outcome, then from that moment on, we could no longer remain teacher and student. And Dercia was the type who didn't care about honor at all. Is it still not enough? No. To my question, asked while feeling like a single second stretched on for 1,000 years, Dercia slowly shook her head. You've grown a lot. Ah yes. With a lot of help. I meant something more fundamental. Dercia looked at the top of my head. You've gotten taller. Huh. What the hell was she talking about? As I stood there with a puzzled expression, she calmly stated the facts. Compared to when we first met, you've grown about 2 finger joints taller. Now that I see you up close, it's a noticeable change. I'm still growing, is that a problem? Then you must have quite a bit more growing to do. I guess. If that's the case, then every single one of those moments, all of that time which will never return, must be spent solely on survival. I realized what Dercia was saying. She calmly continued speaking despite her neck being held. I understand your goal of escaping from the deep sea. I also understand that you don't want to become just a creature that survives in the deep sea, but you must realize that will consume an enormous amount of time. Yes, I suppose it will. You are not an elf, you were born with a fate of short life. You'll have to pour your most precious time entirely into survival. After a brief pause to choose her words, Dercia met my gaze. To remain human, you'll have to give up your entire life. Is it really worth that much? Yes. I answered lightly with a smile. At best, we live 100 years, and for half of that our bodies are worn out. It's not that long. To me, it was just a light-hearted joke, but it seemed to perfectly match Dercia's terrible sense of humor. That's true. Unlike her usual decaying sneer, a genuinely amused and soft smile formed at her lips, the kind that comes when you really want to smile. The breathtaking smile of a beautiful elf lasted only a moment. Returning to her usual demeanor, she used her slimmer hand to release mine, which was gripping her neck. I can't deny it. This is my loss. Really? I'm being insincere. You really did your best, but it seems you're not quite used to battles between wizards. Huh. When I tilted my head, Dercia lightly tapped my hand. My hand was frozen in the shape of gripping a neck and wouldn't move. What is this? The moment you touched my skin, I used a small current to lock your muscles in place. Wait, that's possible with a 2-star. It's not. Unless, of course, the opposing wizard is foolish enough to reach out on their own and make direct skin contact. Next time, even if you're sure of victory, threaten with a sword or another spell. Direct skin contact is extremely dangerous. Got it. A chill ran down my spine. So I really lost? After coming this far, as I clenched the hand that had been released again, Dercia added in a consoling tone. Just by manifesting your inner world, most magic battles shouldn't be much of a problem anymore. Actually, it's something I asked before, but you really did try to beat me, didn't you? There was a lot riding on it. And that inner world manifestation, yeah, actually it has a bit of a restriction. A restriction? Yes. I'd have to explain the details later, but first there was something else I had to do. So did I really win? Brimdel approached and looked at me, shaking his head. That monster beaten by an 11-year-old, every time I look at you, you get more unbelievable. She went easy on me though. Even so, it's not something just anyone can do. I know because I crossed swords with her. Hey, what an impressive fellow. Azriel clicked his tongue and came closer. I couldn't even face against her back when she was 170, so which memory should I erase? What? Don't erase anything. I recoiled and pushed Azriel away from Dercia. What are you doing? You should use your rights as the victor. People learn from their mistakes. She's an elf, so she'll probably learn even better. If you erase it, she might just make another mistake next time. Or we could just erase all the impure memories and turn her into a doll who only listens to you. How about that? Let's stop with the horrifying talk. I need my teacher, not a obedient 9-star wizard. Well, truthfully, I did kind of want that. That'd be the best. Still, what I'd gain in exchange for using up Dercia wasn't worth it. I refuted Azriel's nonsense point by point. To begin with, I only made that a condition to make things more serious. I never intended to entrust my teacher's memories to a creepy shaman like you. I had no such plans from the start. At my firm response, Dercia's expression, standing beside me, gradually stiffened. What's with her? Despite the sharp rebuttal, Azriel burst into hearty laughter and was visibly pleased. Haha, just driving the nail in, huh? How does it feel, Dercia? Jern, I owe you an apology. Dercia bowed her head deeply. I'm sorry, if we had spoken a bit more, this wouldn't have happened. In my focus on the path to my own enlightenment, I didn't listen to your thoughts at all. No, it's all right. It's not all right. If you hadn't come to me, I would have gone to you in a week, kidnapped you, and started experimenting with you among dozens of fallen elf subjects. Yeah, that's definitely not all right. Good thing I came. I owed it to Seal. Now that I think about it, where is Seal? Brimdel Nim, where is Headmaid Nim? Headmaid. Brimdel made a displeased face, then looked at me as if something had dawned on him. You mean that girl, Seal? That one should know. I looked seriously at Dercia. Dercia deliberately avoided my gaze. It was the first time she'd ever looked away from me. Don't worry, she's not hurt. Please bring her out. As Dercia snapped her fingers. Not long after, Seal emerged from the floor, bound tightly in all sorts of roots. Seal didn't look particularly pleased. We stared at each other for a moment. As if she had read something from my expression, she looked at Dercia, who turned her head away. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Jern. Yes. I can't believe it, it's hard to accept. But judging by the fact that you released me and you're standing there so confidently, well, there's not much to deduce. You're thinking correctly. No, even so, I have to ask. Seal looked at me and Dercia in turn, a face close to disbelief. Did you persuade Jo in that state? It was a bit forceful, but yes. Heh. Leaning back against the roots, Seal looked up at the sky and let out a breath. You refuted the conclusion that a 9-star wizard, Dercia no less, reached after months of research. Even most demigods couldn't do such a thing. That's because my teacher didn't know how I'd grown during that time. Would a tiger care about a cat's training? No, not even a cat. Young Master Jern, you're a rat, a rat. Seal, who suddenly burst out with something close to criticism, walked up behind me as soon as the roots were released and glared at Dercia. And Master, you're the wicked tiger who only came to your senses after being bitten by such a rat. I'm sorry, Seal. Dercia apologized to Seal in informal speech. I made a decision I shouldn't have once my mind returned. I did something unforgivable to you as well. Don't you owe me an apology too? Because you impersonated the world tree I almost burned to death. Azriel, I don't feel even a shred of remorse toward you. But Azriel wasn't letting it go. Though I didn't go through with it because Jern stopped me, my thoughts now are the same as when I first came here. It's just that this time I thought I could make a bit more use of it, so I came. What thoughts are you referring to? Eternal rest. HMPH. Azriel snorted in refusal. As if I'd follow some foolish plan to turn all elves into books. They're better off dead, but just killing them won't do, since the memories they have include many ancient relics from forgotten history. Recording all that before committing mass suicide is the only salvation left for the elf race. Her thinking, extreme as ever, had not changed. Hey, human child, your teacher still treats elves like this. What do you think? Well, to be honest, I also think elves would be better off dead. At my answer, Azriel's expression became that of someone who had been stabbed in the foot by someone they trusted. Wait, didn't you fight your teacher with your life on the line because you felt sorry for us? That's not it, it's just, are they really living? Can you call that living? I see them as biological machines acting based on preset programming. Rather than keep living like that, waiting for some savior who might never come, wouldn't it be better just to die? That's exactly what I'm saying. The master and disciple pair are both out of their damned minds. While Azriel grumbled, Dercia added a comment. The extinction of the elf race is also for the sake of humanity. It's better that no savior comes in the first place. And why is that? Many elves besides myself have challenged the world until now. In worlds with magic and without it, in worlds with enemies and without them. They've run rampant in countless worlds as heroes and demons. And in the end, they lost their memories and became primitive beings. If a savior appears now and Azriel liberates all those elves, this era will plunge into a dreadful age of chaos. So in Earth terms, it would be like thawing out Guan Yu, Hitler, and Genghis Khan and letting them all loose in the same era. That would be horrifying indeed. I shivered and Azriel waved his hand dismissively. Then I'd appreciate it if you'd finally get out of this hell and return the elves too. You still plan to wait for a savior who won't come. HMPH, actually, I was starting to get tired, at least until today. Azriel looked at me with a faintly clinging gaze. I've started to see a possibility. I never thought I'd see it in a human. Dercia immediately pulled me behind her to shield me from Azriel's gaze. If you lay a hand on Jern, I'll kill you. I have no intention of touching him. Didn't I just say I only saw potential in him? And we're not just leaving yet either. What? Don't tell me you've still got more to go on about. Regardless of the awful expression Azriel made, Dercia looked down at me and muttered. Jern, it seems there's much I need to hear from you. I also have a lot of questions for you, teacher. There are things that only a 9-star wizard can answer. There is help to be asked from wizards who, even knowing I'm a fallen, do not care. Dercia nodded but also looked toward Azriel. But those things can wait. For now, there's something we can get from that shaman. What is it? Your past memories. That's right. I took out the picture of what appeared to be me and my mother that I had put in my pocket and showed it. I already learned a bit from my talk with the princess. Princess? You mean Lumias? No, the older sister. How in the world? Dercia made a strange expression, realizing it wasn't something that could be explained simply. I just shrugged. It's a long story. The important part is, I could have found out but I refused. I thought if I accepted the reward I'd get too deeply entangled. You did very well. Dercia nodded with a rare, relieved look on her face. The first princess is a dangerous one. She hides an unknowable secret. I found that out too. That is probably a misunderstanding. It's not something that can be discovered so easily. It's one of the Empire's most well-guarded secrets, and even for me, it's all speculation. She's a prophet, right? But it doesn't seem like simple prophecy. Dercia couldn't speak for nearly 30 seconds. Finally regaining her composure, she asked again, "Just what exactly have you been doing?" "Well, I kind of got into a fight with a Crimson Circle executive." "A fight? Let's save that story for later. What about my past?" Sensing the conversation was about to veer wildly off track, I brought it back. "There's so much I want to ask, but alright, so besides this picture you don't know anything specific?" "Correct. To survive in the Abyss realm, it's most important to understand how it's formed. And we should also look into what the Crimson Circle was doing in the past." "Is that so?" I nodded in agreement, "But how?" "We will use that shaman." "Not utilize but use," Azriel of course objected. "Why should I use a forbidden technique reserved only for elves on a human?" "Because if you don't, the elves in the cavity will soon find it difficult to breathe." "Human child, do you really want to serve something like this as your teacher?" "Of course I do." Azriel had no allies here. Even Brimdel seemed reluctant about the shaman. In the end, Azriel sat down behind me with a sullen expression. "If I sense even the slightest suspicious behavior, I'll instantly kill all the elves. Look into the memories before age 5. "Fine, fine, you think I'd fool around with the lives of elves at stake?" Watching Azriel place his hand on my head, I suddenly got curious and asked, "Once the spell starts, will my memories come back or something like that?" "No, I'll extract your memories from before you turned 5 and examine them, then I'll tell you." "Does extracting take a long time?" "I manage memories spanning thousands, tens of thousands of years." 10 years, that's... Suddenly Azriel's words stopped. What's this?" "What is it?" "Something strange for your age, your memories are oddly long. This is more like a young adult's than a child's." "Ugh." "So he might be seeing memories from my previous life." That thought crossed my mind when Azriel tilted his head. "No, that's not it. There's exactly 11 years of memory, but it feels unusually long. What a strange fellow you are. Just do what you need to." Sheesh, no respect for elders these days. Should I say it's a relief? It seemed he couldn't access the memories from Earth. Azriel extracted all the memories, then sat down again. "It's done. Is there anything you don't remember?" Jern Espandel, 11 years old, wizard, fallen into the abyss, deep sea, Crimson Circle. "I remember everything." So it's true that you lost your memories." "What about my past?" "Wait a moment." Azriel closed his eyes and began recalling. Apparently, he could reflect on the memories he had extracted. It was an absurd ability. I could now understand, at least a little, why all the elves trusted this man with managing their kind. For the first time, Azriel showed the seriousness worthy of a shaman and didn't budge for several dozen minutes. After enough time passed that I wondered if he had died, he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at me. "Human child." Seeing that serious expression, I braced myself. My past, the past that likely caused me to fall into the deep sea. What kind of torture had I endured? Was I kidnapped by the Crimson Circle, or did I fall into the deep sea alone? But they say a great world cannot be formed by itself. So perhaps the Crimson Circle or some other force had made me this way. I prepared for all possibilities. Then Azriel spoke. "Your past self?" "Yes." "Was living quite comfortably and happily." "I've seen many wealthy families, but never have I seen a 3-year-old with 10 maids." "So I was born with a silver spoon, huh?" Dercia did not open the door. To be precise, it was closer to being unable to. I am still capable of making the correct decision. Sitting upright inside the rattling carriage, she quietly lowered her gaze. "What do you mean by correct decision?" "It means I might do the same thing again, because I believe your thoughts are foolish." Seeing my face twist grotesquely, Dercia hastily added. "To be exact, that's what I think in my current state." "What do you mean by that?" "There was a reason why the master deliberately kept herself in an exhausted state." Seal added with a cough. "Perhaps you saw it too, Jern Nim, but the elf race itself is not exactly a normal species." "It seems so." "In the past, elves were the fierce rulers who conquered every corner of this continent, freely using their lifespan and talents. Azriel chose to become the hunter himself and took hold of the memories of all elves, and the elves accepted that. They mortgaged their memories of self and lived a life worse than death." Dercia goes without saying. "Elves are simply not in their right minds. That much I could deeply empathize with. But if you closely examine the underlying principles of their actions, isn't there a word that commonly comes up? Commonly. I recall the above facts. But aside from the thought that they were just a bunch of crazy bastards, nothing else really came to mind. I'm not sure. If I had to say, maybe something like, it's an efficient barn since the livestock all voluntarily wear nose rings. As expected, you are clever. I. Seal nodded as if I had given the correct answer. Elves aren't born that way, but as they live, they come to know more and learn better ways. The years that accumulate like that eventually turn every elf into a single entity. A single entity. Yes. Every elf who lives past a certain period will speak the same way, act the same, make the same choices in any situation, whether they've studied magic or learned the sword. Because that's the most efficient way, right? Yes. Pondering over that meaning, I asked back in disbelief. Wait, hold on, isn't that just saying that immortality is a curse for intelligent beings? That's a new way to approach it. But from that perspective, isn't the only difference between curse and blessing the concept of majority and minority? If all intelligent beings were granted the same span of time as us, then actually having a short life would be considered the curse. Looking at Dercia, who said that with pity, I answered Seal. You're right, we definitely can't send her to the capital like this. Yes, Jern Nim gave Master quite a solid beating, but even so, if she returns to the capital in her dazed state, she might do something else again. Uh-huh. So the savior that Azrael is waiting for is an elf born with a mind that doesn't converge even after ages pass. That's what he's waiting for. That shaman must be waiting for a sun that will never rise, a pitiful soul. As I was thinking that, Brimdel, with arms crossed, nodded in agreement. So there was that kind of backstory, but then there's one thing I don't quite understand. What is it? Dercia answered Brimdel in a slightly sulky tone. Though she couldn't say it out loud in this situation, it seemed she still had a bit of dissatisfaction about me becoming his disciple. Well, once she's out of her right mind, she probably won't care anymore. We dwarves also live quite a long time, though not as much as you. Why don't we suffer from that kind of madness? Jern was assuming a normal, intelligent being. Dwarves are a bit different in that regard. What do you mean? You people are content to spend 1,000 years hammering metal to make tools and then die satisfied. That is to say, you're unique, simple-minded, primitive. You have that kind of aspect. Unfortunately, we cannot do that. If we spent just 10 years hammering iron, we'd go insane. Brimdel actually tried to draw his sword, so I did my best to stop him. Meanwhile, Linmul, who was sound asleep, stirred beside the carriage. I carefully laid her on her side so she wouldn't wake up. She'd been a huge help in this matter. Good thing I didn't drive her away. I stroked Linmul's hair and used the moment to cool down the overheated atmosphere. So, is Azrael's story credible? HMPH. That's difficult. Brimdel, Seal, and even Dercia. All of them took on serious expressions, deep in thought. Looking back on what Azrael had told me, it was indeed beyond strange. I had maids serving me. Not just maids. You looked like a prince of some nation. What a prince of some nation? Yes, not of the empire though. What's this pattern? I've seen it in the eastern regions, and the surroundings were desert. 1-year-old 2, 3, 4, him and uncle. He takes you away, and that's the end. What do you mean end? I don't know, your memory cuts off. You probably died, because once you die I can't connect to your memories anymore. But I'm alive. The next memory is the orphanage. So it's similar. I can't see the memory of the torture you really want to know. That was roughly how the conversation went. Even when I asked in detail, nothing much more came out. Naturally, my suspicions leaned in another direction. Feels like Azrael just spouted random nonsense. Why do you think that? Let me ask you in reverse, do you really think I'm a noble? That much is certain. Dercia stated it firmly, with a small cough. A natural-born wizard doesn't appear so easily. They're truly rare. Even if not royalty, that you carry noble blood is beyond doubt. Still, it's strange. This wasn't something that could be brushed off with a hidden birth cliché. I voiced the most obvious question, then why didn't anyone come looking for me? That I simply couldn't explain. Noble or royal, if they lost me, they should have contacted me somehow. It's not like I was tucked away in some remote corner. I was in the capital's affiliated orphanage. And if I wasn't lost but abandoned, then they should have found and killed me to leave no loose ends. If not that, then they should have come to retrieve me. You're absolutely right. Dircia nodded in agreement. Since you mentioned a desert, it's clear it's a very distant place, but if a prince of some country went missing, they wouldn't have hesitated to reach into the empire. Even if it were just the same hair color, they'd go around verifying. But from what I remember, I've never heard news of a prince going missing. Ahem. The two of us put our heads together in thought. What if it's not a prince but just a delusional noble family pretending to be royalty? Jern, I appreciate your imagination that always keeps every possibility open, but this isn't really the moment where such a skill is needed. Yes, master. The pondering continued. Still, my heart was at ease. The fact that a 9-star wizard was thinking deeply about my issue gave me a strong sense of reassurance. Of course, Brimdel wasn't lacking in power, but when it came to intellect, there were many areas where we had to rely on Dircia. No, what are you two even worrying about? As if he'd learned mind reading, Brimdel furrowed his brows and asked, "Isn't the answer already obvious?" The answer. At my puzzled expression, Brimdel held up a drawing. The one given by the princess, showing me as a baby with a woman presumed to be my mother. The princess who gave you this picture must know, don't you think? I. Dircia and I widened our eyes. We hadn't thought of that. More accurately, we hadn't wanted to think of it. How about we just stop caring about my past altogether? I cautiously made that suggestion. Rather than getting involved with the princess, it might not be such a bad thing to leave it all as just a MacGuffin. I don't mind either way, however, it's not that I'm deliberately trying to dig into your past, but surely your past must be connected to the Crimson Circle. Yes, that's true. However, when we met the Crimson Circle, they didn't recognize you. Not even the executives. That's right. Lump, Decay, and the others as well. None of them had any idea that I was the result of their own work. Maybe I was just a failed experiment they threw away. For that, your world is far too immense. It's certain that some high-level work went into it. The more I heard, the less everything added up. The completion and scale of my world as well. It wasn't the kind of world that could have been created by just tossing someone into the ocean on a whim. My memories were cut off, though not certain. The possibility remained that I was some kind of prince from another kingdom, but they didn't know me. Something about this is vague. It felt like the facts were about to interlock into a complete picture, but each one remained slightly off. Watching me, Dircia slowly opened her mouth. It's your choice, however, if I may offer my thoughts, there is definitely a major secret in your past that connects to the Crimson Circle. Seems that way. What will you do? That short question carried a great deal of meaning. Would I enter the maw of the prophet who would read all of our movements the moment we became connected? Or would I stop caring and just worry about the future while leaving an uncomfortable feeling behind? The deliberation was long. But the answer was short. I let out a sigh and looked up at the top of the carriage. Are you watching? Jern. I gently held Dircia back as she looked puzzled, then continued. Given the situation, I'll be coming to see you soon. If she was watching, she should have heard my words. If she wasn't, well, I was at least certain that she held some information about my identity. Tab. The palace's hallways at dawn leading to the storage room. A maid walking across that marble floor suddenly froze. It wasn't because she saw an intruder or an assassin or a suspicious person. It was because she realized something about herself. Why am I here? Muttering blankly as if possessed, the maid quickly shook her head to snap out of it. This was bad. The path to the storage was guarded by soldiers. If she got caught here, she'd be mistaken for a thief, arrested, or even executed on the spot without a chance to explain. She had no idea why she was even here. I need to leave quickly. She tried to step back, thinking she should leave quickly, but her feet didn't move, as if they had been firmly planted into the ground. It wasn't because she hesitated. It was like they were literally stuck in the ground. Looking down, she saw her feet were frozen solid up to her ankles. Ugh. She struggled with all her strength, but the block of ice as hard as steel wouldn't budge. As she continued to wrestle in futility for a while, a voice colder than the ice around her ankles entered her ears. What a disgusting hobby you have. This time it was unmistakably an intruder, an assassin, a suspicious person. A man sat perched by the window, glaring at her with an unpleasant expression. She had to scream. She opened her mouth for that very reason. A voice came from her wide-open mouth. No, like, how is this supposed to be safe? The maid let out a deep sigh in a cynical tone and exaggeratedly scratched her head. Like, how would I know any of the rules the maids are supposed to follow? It's way more convenient to just leave it to her and move unconsciously. Even if I try to learn other stuff with my memory, I'll just forget it all anyway. I see. Of course, given what's happened, I'll have to throw this one away. I actually liked this one, what a shame. There'd better be a reason you made me waste her and a reason for calling me in the first place. There is more than enough. Decay glared at the maid with a blade-sharp tone. He glared at his colleague who merely pretending to be maid. You acted alone. I? And you did so against Void's orders. Have you? The maid chuckled lightly. Sorry, I thought I could pull it off and it went better than expected. I got carried away and… No need for words, hand it over. I? No matter how poor your memory is, you should still remember the rules. If not, I can always help you remember. The maid's hand twisted into a shape no human body should be able to make, and all traces of her smile vanished. Decay didn't even breathe, he just looked down in silence. After several minutes of tense standoff, the one who sighed first was the maid. Fine, I'll give it to you. Seriously, isn't it a bit harsh for just a little prank? Remember, there is a big difference between what's important and what's necessary. There won't be a next time. The moment he blinked, Decay was no longer there, neither was the ice. The lump, who had taken the form of a maid, let out a sigh and climbed up to the rooftop. It needed this world's magic to dispose of the now useless body. It can't be helped, I guess. The lump brushed it off with a light laugh. It was unexpected, but from the beginning he'd been prepared to pay this level of price. Even knowing the cost, the reason he still did it, because it was fun. It was worth it. The lump felt his heart pounding for the first time in a long while. That young fallen Decay had taken interest in. Those cold, ocean-like eyes that had confidently declared he would kill him, and that unfathomable self-confidence. There was no way he was only 10 years old. He was truly fascinating. It was more than worth the cost for something this entertaining. Heh. He knew he had to wait, but it was hard to contain himself. As he climbed up, forcing down the smile forming on his lips, he encountered an unexpected person. Hem. A small, delicate boy, the prince of this kingdom, escorted by 2 guards, was coming down from the spire. Ah, hello there, hee. Yes, your highness. Even if the lump didn't know the laws of the kingdom, he still understood that in this situation he had to bow his head. The prince, who looked no more than 10 years old, gave an awkward smile. He was a naive, foolish-looking child who still held untainted innocence above all else. As he glanced at that face, which looked like it would die within 5 minutes in the wild, a small question rose in the lump's mind. That face. He was sure he had seen it somewhere before. In the first place, since he had helped create this prince, he knew his face thoroughly. But neatly kept hair. Eyes always full of anxiety, shoulders constantly hunched, a face trembling in fear. As he looked at that white hair, the lump shrugged. I must have been mistaken. He had no memory of seeing such a fragile child. The next day, a small incident occurred in the kingdom. A maid well known for her kindness toward everyone suddenly committed suicide. For 3 days, the other maids of the kingdom expressed their theories and doubts. But after that, she was completely forgotten. Of course, just because I wanted to meet Charmia didn't mean I was in a position where I could. I had helped with the matter, but it was strictly business. With normal methods, my current position was one where I couldn't even meet an imperial scribe, let alone a princess. Will it be all right? It's not that there's no method. And, I gently patted Linmal's head, who was still sleeping soundly. She had been sleeping for almost a full week. According to Azriel, she was just repaying the time she had borrowed, but the truth was I was worried. If you could look after her and make sure nothing happens to her, I'd appreciate it. Understood. Durcia stood at the doorway of the mansion, looking at me. There was a trace of hesitation in her gaze. Interpreting it as a lack of trust in me, I responded with a light smile. I understand that it's hard to believe, but I truly do have a connection with her. It's not like she's someone I can't talk to, and all I'm doing is going to collect a reward I've already been promised. It's not that I don't believe you, Jern. I've already heard enough about the situation. On the way back to the capital, I had told her everything about the circumstances that led to me meeting the princess. What Dercia was worried about was something else entirely. It's just that your story, there are parts that don't quite fit with my understanding of common sense. What kind of common sense? Do you know anything about politics? Not really. Naturally, the Empire doesn't have internet news articles. If you want to know how the Empire operates, you have to read the newspaper. But the media companies that publish those newspapers are far from free. Even if someone somehow learns of a noble's secret through some channel, actually publishing it would be close to suicide. I've heard rumors that there used to be media outlets crazy enough to do such a thing, but at least right now not a single one remains. I could guess what kind of disaster they met without even having to see it. As a result, all newspapers glorify the empire, and so the average citizen's perception of politics is singular. They must be handling things just fine. I'll just focus on my own life. I wasn't much different. I just went a step further. Oh, the prophet is grinding herself down to keep the empire running. They've got it covered. When I summed up that whole sentiment into a single sentence, Dercia let out a sigh and gripped the doorknob. When I first entered the Empire as a member of the Black Magic Tower, I dabbled a little in politics because it was said to be something expected of someone in my position. That's right. Come to think of it, Dercia had the surname Espandel. She had received a title. Of course, she must have taken part in politics as well. I became quite curious about what kind of things Dercia might have done, but she scowled and shook her head. I didn't do anything. I came to the Empire to learn magic and for the sake of record-keeping, not to become a ruler. Then, I just occasionally attended events where, if I skipped out, they'd accuse me of treason, those kinds of things, by virtue of my noble status. I never took the initiative on anything. Dercia paused for a moment, furrowing her brow. Naturally, I've seen the princess a few times. I see. What was your first impression of her? A tyrant. The answer came immediately after the question. I blinked in confusion and asked again, a tyrant? Yes, and I mean it in the most literal sense, a picturesque tyrant who ruled over the weak as a powerful figure, carving her name into history through plunder and exploitation. I was slightly taken aback. Of course, I knew there had been things she had hidden during our last encounter, but she didn't give off the image of a tyrant. Dercia blinked as if recalling a memory. The first time I saw her, she was just a child, about 11 years old. But her words were so sharp and heavy. When a count begged her to spare at least his territory's people, she flatly declared that she couldn't do that. That left a deep impression. Why did she say she couldn't? Because by the time the count had rushed to the capital and begged, all the people of his territory had already been executed. She carried out executions without an ounce of mercy, offered poisoned wine and collected taxes. For some reason, the emperor had practically handed over all power to the princess. She reached a state of absolute authority at the age of 11. But the nobles seemed to like Princess Charmia a lot. There are 3 reasons. First, she was genuinely competent. Second, all the nobles who disliked her were purged years ago. Lastly, no matter how foolish nobles may be, they're not stupid enough to slander someone who could cut off their heads at any moment. Just from what I was hearing, there had never been a tyrant like this. And it seemed that wasn't even the end. Dercia slowly opened her mouth again. Of course, all of that had nothing to do with me. What I focused on wasn't her disposition, but her level in magic. What do you mean by that? I happened to see it by chance. At a banquet one day, the princess picked up a wine glass and then let it slip from her hand. Slowly, the princess looked a bit flustered as she watched the wine glass fall. If it had shattered, the banquet would have turned into a mess. Did you stop it? She stopped it herself. Dercia spoke with a disturbed tone, as though even she couldn't believe what she was saying. By blinking her eyes. Before she blinked, she was a 1-star wizard, and after blinking, the number of stars that rose was 3. In the time it took her to blink once, she became a 3-star wizard from a 1-star, mastered telekinesis, and lifted the wine glass back up. That's what I mean. I was left speechless with my mouth agape. Even if one were ignorant of magic, it was easy to grasp just how absurd that was. No way. Exactly. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed it either. Dercia sighed and shook her head. Something incomprehensible is dangerous. We call engaging with such things an act of foolishness. She's no ordinary prophet then. I imagine you've probably suspected that to some extent. That's why, while I'd personally recommend staying as far away from her as possible. Dercia looked down at me and trailed off. This might just be my selfishness. It is selfish. While we were talking, Seal appeared from behind and pinched the back of Dercia's neck like a cat. Dercia didn't even move, just glanced back slightly in protest. Seal, I'm in the middle of a conversation. Nim, would it be alright if I offered a little advice from now on? Seal ignored her and looked at me with a bright smile. What kind of advice? I think you bear a bit of responsibility for this situation, Nim. I. Both Dercia and I expressed our confusion at the same time. Did I do something wrong? No. Actually, the problem is that you two get along too well. More precisely, Nim, you're like a deadly poison to elves. And what do you mean by that? You know how elves are extremely efficiency-oriented, right? For a race with that kind of personality, your presence is like a high-performance lubricant. Even Nim has been trying to control her own issues, but because you keep wagging your tail around her, I think she's been a bit tempted. So what do I do about that? If I feel like your conversation is overheating, like starting from let's invent the wheel and turning into let's build a wheel-less carriage and launch it into the sky, I'll step in and apply the brakes. How does that sound? Seal's words meant that since I also had the nature of stimulating Dercia's instincts as an elf, she would step in and intervene when necessary. Don't think too hard about it. All I'm saying is that if Nim tries to make any strange suggestions to you, I'll give a light warning. If you both remain firm in your intentions even after the warning, then I won't say anything further. Not bad. It helps knowing there's a break. When I nodded, Dercia let out a deep sigh. Don't take it too seriously. Seal is probably just doing this for her own amusement. There's no harm in hearing a third-party opinion. Well then, I'll be going. Please don't forget what I told you and be careful. And if you return, let's talk about that then. Yes. Dercia held back her words, but I could immediately tell what she wanted to say. As if it had overheard everything, a deep-sea creature swam past me, sweeping the area with its gaze. Let's do that then. This seemed quite urgent after all. The method for meeting the princess was simple. Who are you? Did you hand out this orb to other people as well? Because there was still a way to contact her. I used the communication crystal orb I'd received earlier and Karos responded. She looked at me with a slightly sour expression before asking. You're the fallen boy, what do you want? Was it not enough to drive a stake into Her Highness the Princess's heart? What kind of slander is that? Do you have any idea how heartbroken Her Highness was after your rejection? She even tried to take her own life. Say something that makes sense. Over losing a single orphan, I thought the exaggeration was absurd, but then Karos sighed and continued. That's what I'm saying. So what do you really want? There's something I didn't receive the last time we met. I also wanted to talk for a bit. With Her Highness. Yes. A long silence followed. Now is not a good time. The princess is currently attending to official duties. I can wait. Should I have been more direct? No, I understand it's a rejection. I was just trying one more push. For some reason, it was blatantly obvious that this bodyguard Karos didn't like me. So I prompted her to reject me outright. She was the loyal type. If she rejected me that way, she'd report it to the princess. It might come off as arrogant, but I was confident. If Charmia knew I wanted to see her, she would summon me. Definitely, TCH. A small tongue click. I lifted the corner of my mouth slightly at the displeasure in it. Displeasure comes from having to do something one doesn't want to. Give your name to the guards. Yup, thank you. No reply came. The other side had cut the connection unilaterally. I couldn't understand why someone would hate a cute, small boy like me, thinking that I made my way to the royal palace. Hello, I'm Spandil. This way please. The guards hurriedly led me somewhere the moment they saw me. It was the back gate of the royal palace. Along the way, several guards brought out a blindfold. Spandil Nim. We apologize, but this is a secret passage. Yep, I understand. I felt sorry for the guards, but it was meaningless. I had already scanned every wall and hidden passage using current sense and memorized the structure in my head. I didn't remember everything down to the last detail, but I could at least tell where the traps were and which path was correct. I just hoped I wouldn't need to make use of it later. We've arrived. The guard who brought me to the massive door was different from the one who had first escorted me. The guards had changed multiple times. I had been handed off during the winding, twisting route. It seemed even the guards were only allowed to know limited parts of the palace. Should I knock? I'm only assigned up to here. I'll be waiting in the back. The guard panicked and ran off. Most likely Charmia is behind this door. It seemed the word tyrant wasn't entirely unfounded after all. Knock, knock, knock. Whatever the case, I had to do what I came to do, so I knocked. Come in. I heard Charmia's slightly low voice. Excuse me. As soon as I opened the door and stepped in, I was startled. The room, as large as a soccer field, was utterly desolate. A desk in the center, and on that desk, a mountain of documents. Buried in them, writing swiftly, stamping, reviewing with a weary expression, was Charmia, wearing glasses. And yet her beauty, utterly untouched by fatigue, no longer seemed of this world. Without even looking in my direction, she murmured, "Tea or maybe food, whatever it is, just leave it and go." Her voice was calm. As I walked up to the desk, I saw a 12-dish meal set on top, completely untouched. I pulled out one of the piles of documents and took a look. Administrative processing that was lighter than I thought. I frowned. She's doing all this alone. There's no reason for that. A princess royalty shouldn't be handling such matters. It's the kind of work that could easily be delegated to a noble. As I flipped through a few more, I was shocked by another realization. There was no classification at all. She was just randomly picking tasks from the pile, handling them, then moving on to something completely unrelated. It was an astonishing amount of work, no doubt about that, but at the same time it was unbelievably inefficient. I let out a sigh and picked up some documents. Only then did Charmia seem to notice something was off. She looked my way, blinking, rubbing her eyes and muttering to herself. "Am I dreaming? This is reality. Hey, hey. I don't intend to interrupt. This is about a land dispute. It overlaps with another administrative document here. If you check them together, it should go a bit more smoothly." Oh, yes. You're right. Please pretend I'm not here and continue your work. There wasn't much I could help with. I knew nothing about how the empire ran or the kind of structure it operated under. Still, I could at least sort the documents by category. While the princess worked, I organized similar policy matters so that she could handle them more efficiently. Even so, Charmia worked for hours on end. She glanced at me occasionally, but it was clear these tasks weren't under urgent time constraints. It looked like she simply wanted to finish what needed doing before turning her attention to anything else. Ugh, yeah. Only as the sun stretched into evening did the related work finally end. Stretching her arms with a big yawn, Charmia finally looked at me and mumbled like someone in a trance. But, is this really not a dream? If I did all this work in a dream, I'd be so mad I could die. It's not. I came because I wanted to talk. It is real. Then what brings you here all of a sudden? Watching her with that vacant expression, Dercia's warning kept trying to scatter from my mind. A tyrant? This is the tyrant? That's all I could think. I forced myself to stay focused and cleared my throat. I apologize for coming unannounced. Something happened recently and about what I mentioned last time. Charmia lunged at me. More precisely, she stretched herself across the desk and grabbed my hand with sparkling eyes. There was even a touch of madness in her expression. It was a bit scary. Have you changed your mind? Are you saying you'll let me use you now? No, that's not it. It's about my birth. Charmia, who calmed down slightly, pulled her hands back with an awkward face. Haha, sorry. Now that I think about it, there was a bit of a situation last time, so I couldn't tell you. There's no need to apologize. I just came hoping I could hear more about that if possible. Of course. And now that I think of it, I completely forgot to mention the reward. It's totally my fault. But this isn't the time for that. She clapped her hands together as if something had come to mind and stood up from her seat. I've been so rude to a guest who came to visit. Not only did I fail to serve you, but I made you work. It's my fault for visiting while you were working. I only meant to help, so I hope I wasn't a burden. No. You were a huge help. It's been so long since I finished work while the sun was still out, I can't even remember the last time. have you done this kind of work before? A little. I knew it. This might take a bit, so I'll go bring some tea. No, I can. Making a guest prepare tea. Please don't make me into a shameless wretch with no sense of propriety. I'll be right back, so please just have a seat and wait. At this point, it was hard to tell who the royalty really was. After the adorably scolding Charmia left the room, I tried to settle my dazed head. Her unwavering pace made it feel foolish for me to be the serious one. While waiting for the princess, my eyes wandered to the pile of documents she had processed. I had sorted them, yes, but I didn't know what judgments she had made or how she'd handled them. Suddenly curious, I picked one up. Territory lockdown order related to epidemic spread prevention measures. As I flipped through the dozens of pages under that heading, I tilted my head in confusion. All of the response forms meant for outlining the follow-up actions were completely blank, but Charmia had clearly handled this document. Then what was going on? Puzzled, I flipped back to the very first page and finally understood why. The response had been written. It was just so simple that there was no need to fill out the rest with unnecessary details. After lockdown, execute all. Ahem. I stared at the document for a while, because I now had a rough idea of how to continue this conversation with this tyrant. I'm sorry, did I keep you waiting long? It took less than 5 minutes for the princess to bring the tea. I had turned the documents around so it wouldn't be obvious I had checked them. The steaming teapot was placed on top of them, SLLRRP. I stared briefly at the rose-colored tea poured before me and carefully continued speaking. I may be low-born and don't really know much about noble etiquette or royal customs, but even to me it seems like there's a problem with receiving tea from your highness. Most things become problems only when people decide to make them problems. That was true, Charmia said with a beaming smile. So then, what would you like to hear about first? Oh, are you perhaps curious about the incident where Caros turned butter cookies into charcoal while baking? I really am curious, but I'm in a bit of a hurry. I quietly wet my lips with the tea and spoke firmly. I already know a fair bit about the past. I was born in some small city in the desert, something like that, right? Oh, really? Charmia clapped her hands in surprise. Amazing, that was incredibly difficult even for me. If you've already gotten that far, this is a bit awkward now. Awkward? Truth is, I don't actually know much about Rahashin. Jern might know more than I do. Rahashin. I rolled that name around in my mouth. It didn't feel familiar at all. Resting my elbows on the desk, I leaned in and asked, "What kind of city is it?" "A small country far away in the western desert, though it's more of a city than a country, but they insist on calling themselves a nation. The Empire allowed that. Isn't it funny to think of a lion bothering to catch a mouse?" I immediately understood how my hometown was regarded by the Empire. Not much different from the elves. Finding Jern's city wasn't an easy task. At first, we searched every country and city under the Empire's jurisdiction for any missing noble children. A noble's child. Why go through all that? Because Jern had grace. Charmia stated flatly, "Even now, look at you, you almost instinctively place the teacup down without making a sound. That kind of behavior doesn't come naturally. It has to be taught from a young age strictly, even if you don't remember it." It was completely off the mark, yet Charmia proudly boasted about her absurd deduction. But there weren't many missing noble children to begin with, so we had no choice but to look into children who weren't reported missing as well, and ta-da, we found a childhood photo of Jern. And comparing that child to who I am now, how did you know it was me? Jern. Charmia giggled as if amused, looking at me. You may not realize it, but you're still very young. That's true. I shrugged. Similar hair, similar eyes, similar age range. There were plenty of factors to guess from. To be honest, I couldn't link that child and Jern either. What made me certain was this portrait. Swish, Charmia slid over a drawing to me. There was a boy who looked quite similar to me in it. Very fragile, shoulders hunched, but the rich colors rendered using expensive pigments on fine parchment made the expression of the hues outstanding. I narrowed my brows and examined the picture. Who is this? I think he might be Jern's twin brother. I examined the picture more closely, thinking it was nonsense, and I could definitely see some parts that resembled me. No, it wasn't just a resemblance, this is me. I thought so too. It looked so similar I wondered how I hadn't realized it sooner. Of course, the clothes, expression, hairstyle, and body type were all different. But if I looked closely, the fine physical details were all identical to mine, enough to make her mistake us for twins. It's just that the feeling is completely different. The child in this picture looks timid, full of fear and lacking confidence, but Jern's first impression is the complete opposite. You wouldn't notice unless you looked closely. The parents of this child by any chance? There was never a missing person report filed. Sharmia smiled gently and handed over a few more pictures. All of them were me, kids who looked like me but with a completely different aura. As I examined the drawings, I sorted out the situation. There's another missing me, that's why no one went looking. One thing. It's not one of those terrifying places where they kill a child over inheritance rights. It doesn't seem like that. The couple appears to have a good relationship. However, it's said that they have virtually no family, and that crime has surged recently. Did you foresee this? No, but I know Jern. I figured you might ask something like this. There it was again, that way of speaking, I know you. I bowed my head deeply while stacking the pictures neatly. I see, thank you, thanks to you I might be able to go find my hometown. Awa, I should have given it to you earlier. I hope you'll get to meet your parents. I couldn't give a definite answer. Even if I didn't fully grasp the situation, it seemed certain that my twin brother or sibling was an only child. Assuming the best-case scenario, I was a distant relative who just happened to look alike. The worst case, I'd been intentionally abandoned. Even if I believed everything the princess said, hidden stories aren't easily uncovered. The most plausible explanation was that I was excluded because I was a child who shouldn't exist. If that were the case, going there unannounced wouldn't be wise, but I still had to go. Jern, you seem troubled. Maybe because I was deep in thought. The current sense didn't do its job. Sharmia's hand had brushed against mine, warmth passed through her touch. She whispered with a gentle smile that carried only goodwill. If it's not too forward, would it be all right if I offered a little help? What do you mean? I just feel like Jern really wants to meet your parents, but going alone might be a bit unsettling, isn't that the case? Well, yes. That's pretty close. In that case, what if you went bearing my name? It was a proposal as sweet as Sharmia's voice, but in the end, it was a country whose survival depended on the empire's goodwill. If they laid a hand on an envoy sent by the princess, their very existence would be a dream lost. If Jern would work with me, I could do this much without question. That's not possible. I figured as much. I rejected her offer flatly. Though she gave a bitter smile, Sharmia seemed to have expected that and moved on to her next proposal. Even so, I'm a princess, aren't I? For a single word from me, there are many cases where carriages full of gold are offered as tribute. I think I could manage a wagon filled with copper. Really? These days, the price of a single copper ingot is about this much. Seeing the amount she had written on the paper, I changed my response. Then maybe about half a wagon's. If it's half a wagon of copper filled with Jern's sincerity, I'd gladly accept it, but it's still a bit short to move me, a princess. Then it can't be helped. It would be ideal to have the princess's support, but if I couldn't persuade her, there was nothing I could do. As I made to stand up, she stopped me with a slightly crooked smile. Could I borrow your master for a while? My master, what do you want to use her for? Use, you say, that's a bit aggressive phrasing. Our apologies. What would you like to use her for? Well, it's just that my lovely little sister, Lumia, has been whining so much lately. Lumia, I had forgotten about her, she was a princess too. But her older sister was too perfect for her to even compare. So, I thought it might help cheer her up if I let her attend one of Dercia's lessons. You really shouldn't do that. Dercia and Lumia. If the two met, I couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of chaos would unfold. Judging by their personalities, Lumia would probably get beaten to a pulp and Dercia would end up with a death sentence. It won't be for long, just 3 days. If you promise to help just that much, I'll do everything I can to repay you. And I can speak very firmly to Lumia to make sure nothing goes wrong. Yes, well, all right. In the past, I wouldn't have dared to say I could move Dercia. And even now, it wasn't all that different, but at least for now, I could clearly see that all of Dercia's actions carried a deep sense of guilt toward me. So I could grant this much of a request, I'll do it. You've made a good decision. As Sharmia smiled, I suddenly asked, curious, but how exactly are you planning to help? Should I just show up and say I'm an envoy sent under your command? Ha jerned. Sharmia made a smug, half-mocking face, one that made me want to hit her as she replied. I've been delegated quite a lot of authority by His Majesty the Emperor. I have to be ready to use it in emergencies so it can't be helped. Wait just a moment. Looking at me, Sharmia quickly wrote up 2 documents so fast that her hands were practically invisible. In less than 2 minutes, she rolled up the papers, stood up, and spoke in a stern tone. Jern, come here and kneel. It's a royal decree. Suppressing the urge to punch this so-called prophet and princess, I stepped away from the table and knelt on one knee. She tapped my shoulder a few times with the rolled-up paper. From this moment on, Jern Espandel, I appoint you as my personal royal envoy. I don't like the personal part. Fine, then I appoint you as a royal envoy of the imperial household. Sir Jern, I received a title. Was it really supposed to be this easy? I held back the petty thought of making a fortune by selling titles and humbly accepted the rolled-up document. And this is your first mission. Please take a look. The unfolded paper was filled with details regarding a business trip to Rahashan. I'll have to read it later. I stuffed the paper in my back pocket and expressed my gratitude. I'm not sure a title was necessary, but thank you. What is it? Looking puzzled by my calm reaction, Sharmia tilted her head and asked. Not to be boastful, but aren't you supposed to be a bit more grateful or flustered or something? You just got a noble title, your social status has been completely reversed, you're not a commoner anymore. Yeah, it's a bit weird, honestly. You're a royal envoy, you know. Wherever you go, if you say I'm an envoy of the imperial household, you'll be put in the best room in town, no questions asked. I have my own workshop. I get that it's a nice thing. I also understood what Sharmia was aiming for. She probably expected me to keep using my authority as an envoy and stay linked to her. But once this matter was over, I planned to tear up the appointment and ask for the title to be revoked. Getting tied up in some lord-vassal relationship was nothing but trouble. It could even be dangerous. Still, weighing the risk of being entangled with the princess versus the gain of learning about my past, I was leaning slightly toward the latter. Sharmia nodded reluctantly in understanding. I see. It was a good deal, then I wish you peace. Wait a moment. Is there something else? Even so, a royal envoy can't travel alone, so tomorrow I'll assign a team of envoys to accompany you. Thank you. Before she could say anything else, I quickly made my escape. Getting too involved with a prophet could only end badly for me. As soon as I shut the door behind me, I saw someone standing where the guard should have been, a knight in black armor. She had been waiting. I swallowed dryly and greeted her. Good to see you, Karos. After a brief silence, she began to move. She was probably telling me to follow her. I knew the way, but I didn't want to make it obvious, so I followed her quietly. What did you talk about with Her Highness? Just well. I became an envoy and I'm leaving for my hometown tomorrow. That's pretty much all of it. If I told her I became an envoy, she might have a seizure, so I brought up something else. She told me about how Sir Karos turned cookies into charcoal. Only after saying it did I realize that might also be something seizure-worthy. Who? But instead of getting angry, Karos let out a heavy sigh, loud enough to be heard even through her armor. Jernim. Yes, if I offended you, I apologize. What I was actually trying to say. I have never baked cookies with Her Highness. Is she denying it out of embarrassment, but her tone was too serious for that. Her Highness must have made a joke, which you took seriously. It probably wasn't a joke. Rumble. Karos touched the wall and opened a secret door as she muttered bitterly. Numerous hidden passageways opened at once. It felt like a shortcut in a game. I suppose I must have really baked cookies with her and burned them back then. I understood what Karos was trying to say and I kept my mouth shut. She's confused, that me and the present me. It's a side she shows occasionally. I see. Moonlight shone brightly. As she gazed over the still beautiful palace even at dawn, Karos murmured quietly, I cannot trust you. According to Her Highness, you are my enemy and an enemy of the Empire. But I love the Empire. As long as I am in my right mind, I would never raise a hand against it. That's exactly why a leash must be kept on you, or so I thought. Why are there so many women in the empire who don't follow imperial law? As I was caught up in that lament, she bowed her head deeply. You may hate me, but please do not misunderstand Her Highness's sincerity. I only see her as an outstanding individual who works hard for the empire. I think the word hard is too insignificant. That person, how much time has she sacrificed for the peace of the empire? Her tightly clenched gauntlet trembled. If you are not an enemy of the empire, then I beg you to become Her Highness's ally. The fact that she wants you means you must be that useful. Ahem. A plea, or rather an entreaty close to begging. The moonlight shone on her armor, but it was so black it was hard to tell it apart from the shadows. What a deeply loyal knight this is, I answered seriously as I headed toward the back gate of the palace. If that's how you feel, then pass this on to Her Highness, Sharmia. Pass on. If she wants to use me as her puppet, then I should at least know what's going on in her head. That's... Caros looked like she was about to shout but shut her mouth tightly. It meant she still couldn't tell me everything. Then I only had one thing left to say. Sorry for disturbing you so late at night. You may come to regret this. Yes. If you're referring to that matter, then perhaps. If it helps me, I'd jump into fire without hesitation, but I won't jump into a hole when I don't know what's inside. That's not adventure, it's gambling. The only one who doesn't seem to understand that is Her Highness the Princess. Thud, have you ever had such an experience? You warmly greet a friend you haven't seen in a long time, part ways promising to meet again sometime. Only to realize you're heading in the same direction, leading to an awkward situation. That was exactly the situation now. Caros, please take good care of Jern. Yes. I shall carry out your command. Jern too. What do you mean by that? Of all people, Caros had been chosen as the one to escort the imperial envoy. Sharmia looked at the two of us who were deliberately avoiding eye contact with a puzzled expression, then soon smiled brightly and looked over the entire envoy group. Then please go and deliver my message. I've already sent word in advance, so you should be treated with utmost courtesy. Thank you for your consideration. This is a transaction after all. I'll count on you next time too, all right. Her last words were whispered close to my ear so the other envoys wouldn't hear. But that was the problem. I could feel it clearly with my current sense. The stiff eyes of the envoys in front of the princess suddenly widening. Even the knights in the back row began whispering softly. Was there ever anyone besides Caros that Her Highness treated so closely? That kid, the name that was just called, could it be? No way. That's just a rumor, must have misheard. It was a very strange conversation. That I was merely a rumor, careful not to show any reaction outwardly, I hopped up onto the horse. Have you learned horseback riding before? Glub glub. Caros, who approached as one with her horse, cleared her throat and asked. She probably meant to pretend last night's conversation never happened. I played along and answered. A little, I guess. That won't be enough. With just a little practice, it'll be difficult. Indeed, the horse I was riding, perhaps because it belonged to the imperial family, was so massive that it made the others look like ponies in comparison. As an 11-year-old child, I couldn't even get my spurs past the saddle, but I replied casually, "It's fine, let's go." Let's go without even using the spurs. Before Caros could frown and say anything, the horse began to move. Very smoothly, even if you were holding a cup full of water, not a drop would spill. She looked surprised and slightly parted her lips. How? I guess it likes me. I had confirmed it the last time I rode a horse. If I stimulated the muscles in the spot confirmed with my current sense, the animal would move easily. If there were a status window, my horseback riding skill would probably show up as SSS rank. Thinking that, I urged the horse toward the capital's main gate. Shall we go then? Yes. Caros followed and the other knights followed after her. It seems like it's true. Then does that mean we're all dead men? Seriously. It seemed like I needed to ask about that conversation later. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Certainly, the imperial horses were different in breed as much as in size. No, rather than a horse, it was closer to an open-roof sports car. To be precise, it felt like I was riding the wind. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, don't worry about me. The wind had very little effect on my body. As Caros stared in amazement at my hair, which maintained its shape even in the wind without flying about, she nodded and looked ahead. I originally thought it would take about a week, but it won't even take half that. I'll increase my pace as well. Excuse me, I asked back with a baffled expression. Even Caro's, let alone the other knights, were barely keeping up with me. Considering what happened yesterday, I asked with a slightly mischievous smile. Can you keep up? Though it's impressive to maintain that speed despite riding a palace horse for the first time, we've been riding our horses all our lives. Caros shouted toward the knights following behind. That's enough, keep pace. Yes, sir. In an instant, the knights kicked up dust and accelerated, lining up beside me. What the hell? I asked in confusion. If you could do this, why didn't you keep up from the beginning? My apologies. I needed to confirm whether you were forcing yourself or whether you could truly maintain that speed. Ah, I see. Caro said that as she looked me over with hawk-like eyes. It was so obvious what she was thinking that it made me want to sigh. She was clearly trying to dig up information about me. I didn't care. After all, what use would knowing that I'm just a bit good at riding horses be? Then I suppose it's all right if I go a little faster. Nay, I leaned forward and scratched the horse's hide. The agitated beast bolted ahead at a much faster pace. Understood. Caros, glaring at me, also leaned forward and galloped after me like a madman. For a full 30 minutes, the two of us kept up a speed competition. Sir Caros. Envoy nymph. Until the other knights were no longer in sight. Honestly, I hadn't expected her to keep up this well. I was basically using a kind of cheat skill that let me perfectly understand and control the horse's condition through current sense, but Caros sometimes even overtook me and fully immersed herself in the duel without a victor. The greatest losers were the knights. They were practically killing themselves to keep up, so we had no choice but to set up camp a bit early. However, Caros let out a satisfied hum. At this rate it won't even take 3 days. No, it's fine if we slow down a bit. You were the one who gave the order to go faster, Envoynim. Aren't we going to arrive before the courier who delivered the message? You said we shouldn't do that. I shrugged and walked over to help the knights setting up camp. Ah no, we'll handle this ourselves. They waved their hands in surprise. Ignoring them, I activated magic. 2 stars lit up in my eyes. At the same time, the tent's stakes, fabric, and poles floated into the air and set themselves in place. Thunk, thud, bang, 8 large tents were instantly erected. It didn't even take 30 seconds. Had the knights done it, it would have taken at least 30 minutes. Most of it was just manipulating the air. The magic was only enough to stir the wind and make it look flashy. I waved to the knights who were left dumbfounded. No need to thank me, we're just helping each other out. You really have reached 2-star at that age. To be at the same level as Princess Lumia, as expected, ah. As expected. What comes after that? I walked over to the knight who had clamped his mouth shut, ignoring Caros, who shook her head and asked. It seemed like the right time to dig into that strange conversation I had heard earlier. He turned pale and shook his head. Ah, it's nothing. Nothing, come on, just tell me, I'm just curious. Really? It's fine, I'm called an envoy, but it's not like I'm being treated like a real envoy. Even if you get on my bad side, it won't affect anything. Only then did the knight begin to speak hesitantly. We received the imperial order just last night, so we haven't heard much about you, Envoynim. And then Her Highness said a strange name. Could it be that your name really is Jern, sir? Yes. At my answer, the knights murmured among themselves. In the midst of it, I once again heard those same troubling remarks like, as expected, so it's true, and we're all dead, so I frowned and asked. Do you all know me? That is. Jern, among the knights and even among certain nobles, you're being treated like a sort of secret weapon of the Empire. Caro sighed and walked over, adding an explanation. It took a moment for me to understand what he meant. Wait, why me? Your first appearance was when you suddenly showed up and rescued the kidnapped noble children. A boy claiming to be a nameless orphan, yet a natural-born wizard fiercely protected by powerful noble houses. Who would believe that? There's clear evidence I grew up in an orphanage. Had you remained an orphan, that might have ended it. But then you suddenly became Lady Durcia's disciple, entered the Black Magic Tower as an apprentice, also became Sir Brimdal's disciple, and won multiple tournaments. On top of that, you even entered the Imperial Palace. After the appearance of the Crimson Circle, rumors began to spread that you were an assassin created for emergency use, Her Highness's Heaven's Judgment Knight, a war weapon hidden by the Empire. There are many theories, but because your behavior is so bizarre and you rarely appear, the prevailing belief is that you're just a rumor, someone who doesn't actually exist. Of course, the more you act, the more that theory collapses. My mind went blank. I had no idea such slander was piling up about me behind my back. Barely regaining my senses, I asked about the last part again. Then, what do you mean by will die? Why would a weapon move? They must have assumed a declaration of war or a warlike emergency was imminent. They mistakenly thought you had been mobilized for it. What the foo? Can this be cleared up? Endure it, and from now on it would be best if you refrained from carelessly revealing that your name is Jern. In any situation less clear than this, it will come off either as the bravado of a kid trying to puff himself up or as a death sentence from a ruthless murder weapon. But I'm only 2-star. Who would consider a 2-star a murder weapon? The problem is your age. At 11, being nothing special and being 2-star is no big deal, but being 2-star at 11 is a completely different story. Even if they're stronger wizards or knights, they won't want to provoke the future monster that the Empire has poured its heart and soul into raising. This is also twisted. Indeed it is. A battle to give a cruel murder weapon real combat experience. Apparently, the knights thought that's what they were being dragged into. Seeing the lingering fear still present in their eyes, I let out a sigh and opened the workshop door in the carriage. Aren't you eating? No matter how worried you are still. I will eat, but not here in the capital. My master said I can't skip training. The workshop didn't lead to the workshop but to a mansion. It was thanks to the help of a 9-star wizard. She had modified it so that during this journey the door would connect to the mansion. That meant I could return to the capital at any time during the trip. If something happened, I could flee. I could wash up and sleep in a warm bed. As Karos looked at me with a bowl of porridge in hand, I felt an indescribable emotion in her gaze and, feeling slightly amused, asked again, "Should I bring you some bread?" "No, thank you." My supposed hometown had something different about it, more than just being a desert. There are trees. Life grows even on sand. That was true, but still, trees were a bit much. I tapped the dried-up tree. It looked dead, but apparently this was normal. The desert itself was just as I had imagined: sand, sun, and wind, a hellish place. The kingdom stood at the boundary dividing that hell from the plains. Seeing a kingdom slightly smaller than the capital in such a place made me unconsciously ask a question. Why would someone found a nation here? Isn't it the other way around? The desert chased the nation. What do you mean? Have you heard of desertification? Ah, yes. I knew, the same environmental problem that was an issue back on Earth. Karos, commanding the knights who had returned to a dignified manner as they organized their belongings, answered. According to records, this kingdom was originally built on the last grassland before crossing the desert. Now that it lies at the border between desert and plains, we can deduce that the grassland turned into desert. Wouldn't that be a problem? Of course it would. The fact that it hasn't caused more is the real mystery. I see. They must be having a hell of a time, but the scene itself was awe-inspiring. The boundary of desert and plains, a city placed in between. I stared at it for a long while, not just out of awe. I was wondering if anything would come to mind. But in the end, I could only feel that it was truly my first time seeing this place. If it had been in my memory, I wouldn't have found it so mysterious. As I kept staring, gates opened. There was still distance, so the people looked like ants. They hurriedly laid out something like a long carpet in front of the gate and began lining up around it. They were preparing to greet us. Looks like it's time to depart. Maintain your envoy posture. Even if you say posture, I'm not quite sure what you mean. Look as arrogant and condescending as possible while on horseback. Don't show the slightest joy at the welcome. Occasionally click your tongue too. So this is what it means to be an imperial envoy. Truly, it's not a bad job at all. Wait a moment, may I wear this? That is. Karos narrowed her brows as she looked at the mask I pulled out, then gave a nod. Do as you please, but will you be all right? What do you mean? Aren't you meeting your parents? That's what I heard. The first meeting should be face to face. That might not be the case. Besides, what kind of parents are they when I don't even have any memories? It's more likely they'll recognize me and try something strange. I put on the black mask. I didn't feel any difference myself, but others would likely see me as an adult now. Let's go. I lightly mounted my horse, and unlike when we arrived, I drove it slowly. Karos and the other knights had dismounted and were leading their horses on foot. I was told it was to make clear who the envoy was. The moment we reached the laid-out carpet, an overwhelming welcome burst forth, enough to make me forget the advice I'd been given. Welcome, envoy of the Empire. Welcome. Scantily clad dancers scattered sparkling powders in the air, and hundreds of soldiers raised single-edged swords to greet our procession. Rather than joyous, it felt pitiful. Their desperate determination not to offend the Empire was evident. Messenger of the Empire, thank you for coming such a long way. At the end of it all, a middle-aged man with black hair, dressed a little more modestly than the others, came to greet me. He wore a wide smile. It was clear he was the highest-ranking person here, so I dismounted and met his eyes. I do not know what business brings you to this small nation, but first you must rest from your journey. Please request an audience when you are comfortable. I'll accept your hospitality with gratitude. Ambiguous, there seemed to be some resemblance between us maybe. Without much thought, I reached out and took the hand he offered, and then... Hangul ka uinus. It was the hand of an ordinary man, broad, warm. Rather, the man himself seemed ready to let go without any particular thought, but I couldn't let go. I kept holding on tightly for a while. Why, your hand is smaller than I expected. What the? Yes. The last words were whispered so quietly they were barely audible. Barely managing to release the hand, I nodded. Yes, please lead the way. Of course. Escort the envoy to the palace at once. Fortunately, it seemed I hadn't slipped up. The only one who noticed something strange about me was Karos. She carefully approached, supporting my shoulder and whispering, "What's wrong?" I got chills. I repeatedly opened and closed my hand as I looked down. Were you attacked? No. I clenched my teeth and forced myself to shake off the sensation as I stepped forward on my own. It was so chilling because his hand was so familiar. The size, the warmth, the shape, I only realized it the moment I touched what was engraved in my mind, like brushing lightly over a scar with the very blade that made it. How, which means? Yes. I stared at the back of the man walking ahead and quietly muttered through clenched teeth. It's almost certain that he's my biological father. It seemed Azriel hadn't been lying after all. Of all the possibilities Dercia and I had discussed, this was the worst-case scenario. After having a conversation with the princess, I returned to Dercia's mansion and shared the detailed information. I naturally thought I'd get scolded, especially about the part where I had basically sold Dercia out. But she only nodded and accepted it without much comment. It was something inevitable, I understand. You're not angry. What reason do I have to be angry? I don't think it was such a bad deal either. Not such a bad deal, she said. While pondering the meaning of those words, I suddenly found it odd. But before I could ask a question, Dercia's slender fingers caressed the air. This thing. Yes. In this mansion, I had manifested my inner world. During that time, Dercia tried to touch the yellow jellyfish that had saved me twice, more precisely, tried to touch its presence. I panicked and stopped her. It's fine for me, but it might be dangerous for you, master. Please don't touch it carelessly. I'd like to say it's fine, but I can't even feel it in the first place. I can see a hazy form, though. Dercia touched the jellyfish's tentacles, but her fingers passed through the air. The jellyfish squirmed as if it felt something, but that was all, and it began drifting again. Their contact brought no result. As I blankly watched, the world wavered. Time limit. Master, it's about time. Yes, withdraw it. The overlap of the worlds, its balance had collapsed. The deep-sea creatures became blurry again, and the seawater vanished as if it had never existed. If that balance were to collapse in the other direction, that would be the end of me. As I thought that, Dercia stroked her chin. So, how peculiar. Peculiar. Most of what I researched while I was asleep was related to the Abyss realm. Dercia looked at me with a fascinated expression. Jern, assuming you're not lying, that would mean your world contains living creatures that breathe, along with a kind of food chain, doesn't it? That's right. When did they first appear? Well, probably when I awakened to the Abyss realm a year ago. That can't be. Dercia shook her head. For life to grow within a world doesn't happen in just 1 year. Of course, it's not impossible, but you said these deep-sea creatures started appearing the day after you had the awakening fever. Yes. Then this isn't a burden. It's certainly something dangerous to you, but if it were a burden from the abyss, there couldn't be such detailed shapes and forms or things like a food chain. Dercia furrowed her brow as she read through the illustrated guide of deep-sea creatures I had drawn. The fact that some of them are even helpful clearly makes them different. A burden is the hatred of the world, and it can never be of help to a wizard. That is the one universal law shared by all worlds. If they're helpful instead, is that really a problem? So far, I've managed to live with it just fine. Jern, you need to take this fact more seriously. She wore a serious expression as she asked, if an ordinary person were subjected to your water pressure, what do you think would happen? They get crushed to death, obviously. And if water filled their lungs, they'd suffocate and die. Exactly. It's intuitive, but then what result would coexisting with these deep-sea creatures bring? Wouldn't I get eaten at some point? At what point? I? Only then did I realize what Dercia was trying to say. At some point all of a sudden. Correct, the moment they become aware of you, and we don't know how to prevent that moment of detection. Reducing smell and suppressing presence, would that work on creatures that live in the deep sea? Those creatures use current sense. And since I also use current sense, I understand it. There is no way to hide here, unless I becomes a knight on Brimdal's level. In other words, there is no way. I had thought about countermeasures against the deep-sea creatures before, but I could never come up with anything suitable. No matter how you manage to endure the burden in the abyss, you could still suddenly die. Yes, that's true. The fortunate part is that this is not a normal situation, it's a horribly twisted one. Originally, in the Great World, or in any world at all, living beings do not exist. They cannot. I wondered if I had misheard, but Dercia let out a sigh of genuine relief. If it's broken, then it can be corrected. Or twisted again. If it's in a normal state, that's not possible. Just like you can't escape from water pressure no matter how hard you struggle. A burden is literally a burden, is that correct? That's right. Even if you wear a diving suit, the water pressure still crushes your body. Since the deep-sea creatures are outside that, perhaps a trick might work on them. What kind of trick are you referring to? Dercia opened her mouth. There are various kinds, but first we need to know how that world is structured. We can't come up with a solution without knowing how those creatures survive in your world. Only then could I find the answer to the doubt I had just felt. So the purpose of looking into my past was exactly that. Correct, surely Crimson Circle must have twisted your world through some experimental process. We have to understand that in order to come up with a way to deal with it. I now understood why Dercia had judged it not to be a bad deal. Unlike other burdens, knowing the past was absolutely necessary to come up with a method to deal with these deep-sea creatures that could suddenly bring about my end. For that, Jern, Dercia looked down at me quietly and said, this time you must not find your biological father. Even after arriving in the kingdom, Karos continued trying to dig into my information. You don't seem to be in a good mood. Even though I was wearing a mask, she must have been able to see my expression clearly, as she quietly approached me during the banquet. Naturally, we were the center of attention, but no one dared to speak to us. It was obvious they feared us, even without using current sense to scan them, though they tried to hide it somehow. The anxiety was clear. A sudden visit from the Empire, an imperial decree from the princess. In a situation where they had been peacefully living among themselves, it must have felt like lightning striking from a clear sky. Karos tossed a date palm into her helmet and asked, if you've met your biological father, shouldn't you be a bit more, well, happy, unless you have memories of being abused as a child or something? Sir Karos, if you're trying to dig for information, you should start with other topics and slowly circle around to the point. Who would answer if you just go straight to the main point? I answered with a hint of pity for the princess, who had such a hopeless informant. For me, the best outcome would have been that my biological father was already dead. Isn't that the worst-case scenario? Why would that be best? Because there would be a record of the incident. I could use that as a basis to dig up information related to my past. You're assuming such a horrible situation. Second best would be if he was just an ordinary noble. Then I could pressure the king here into revealing information about the hidden child. There would be some conflict, but even that would be one of the better outcomes. And the worst. Now, if that king is my biological father, I swept the king who was arguing with his vassals on the terrace with current sense. Why is that the worst? Doesn't that mean you're the lost prince? Can't you just reveal the truth and ask for guidance? A king losing a prince, that could happen. Crimson Circle may have kidnapped me after seeing my talent, but is it possible he didn't know about it? That he never reported it, never asked for help? I. You can lose someone, but you can't not know. Whether that king abandoned me, offered me, or used me, he knowingly let me fall into Crimson Circle's hands. The worst-case scenario would be if he's even allied with them. Only then did Karos seem to realize the current situation. If I want to get information, the only way is to say, explain why the son you abandoned is now a fallen. What kind of reaction do you think that'll cause? If it were a noble, it might be passed off as an individual's deviation, but if it's a king, then at the very least, it becomes a war between nations in form. I hope nothing like that happens. It won't. It's not like I have the authority to change the fate of everyone in this kingdom. It just means things have gotten very complicated. It certainly is complicated. Caro said that and shrugged her shoulders. Thankfully, it's not my problem. Seriously, can't I just punch her? While my fist trembled, a waiter, shaking even more than my fist, approached and bowed deeply. Imperial emissary, His Majesty has summoned you. I. We exchanged glances and set down our glasses. Shall I come along? It'll only get more annoying. Just sit here and enjoy your date palm. All right. I will. Karos naturally threw the fruit into her helmet. Does she not take that off? The place the waiter guided me to was the same terrace from earlier. It was where the king had been conversing with his retainers. I swept it with current sense. It seemed the retainers had all left. Ah, welcome. The second meeting, the king extended his hand with a warm smile. Jahian Liatria, though unworthy, I rule this humble nation. The second handshake. Feeling the eerily familiar texture of his hand, I let out a deep sigh inwardly as I took my seat. Biological father. This meant I was truly a prince, but it was something I never wished for, nor did it make me happy. I was never a prince to begin with. The one who owns this pitiful body that fell into the abyss might be a prince. That prince and I are two different people. I had to make that clear before anything else. As the ruler of a nation, Jahian carried himself with firm authority. Sitting in the seat of honor, he wasted no time. I hope the reception has been satisfactory. It's the first time I've ever had to host an imperial emissary, so I've done my best with what I could. First time. Yes. Not even in the history books has there been such an occasion. It was called a kingdom, but in truth, it wasn't much different from a small city. Much better than the elves, yes, but still a nation living under the empire's permission. Even a king in front of the princess couldn't afford to defy her. If he did, not even a single pebble of this place would remain. The fact that he came out to greet even an emissary like me and used respectful speech was part of that same reasoning. It seemed Jahian well understood the fate of those nations that dared show pride before the empire. Then perhaps we could have a real conversation. I quietly traced the desk with my finger and offered an apology. First, I must apologize. It seems we came rather suddenly. Haha. Jahian gave an awkward laugh but didn't deny it. In fact, we had shown up completely unannounced. Normally, a visit like this would be coordinated months in advance. There was something urgent and we had no choice. What sort of emergency would bring you to this remote corner? Have you heard of the Crimson Circle? A calculated blow thrown mid-conversation. At the same time, I swept Jahian's body with current sense, but he simply tilted his head with a puzzled look. Yes, I've never seen them myself, but from what I've heard of their deeds, they sound like a terrifying group. Are you saying such people were spotted around here? Heartbeat normal, didn't seem like he was lying. Of course, I didn't stop there and continued speaking as if he knew nothing. There have been signs. Has there been any recent, unusual event? Unusual events. Jahian tilted his head, letting out a hum. Ah, a maid recently took her own life, but no matter how we investigated the surroundings, we couldn't find any cause for it. Then were there no cases of children going missing? Children. Yes. I was sure there would be a reaction to this. But Jahian's reaction was exactly that of someone truly innocent. I don't even recall any minor incidents being reported. This country is so small that even the tiniest matters are reported to me. That doesn't make sense. No matter how well someone deceives themselves, there's no way they could completely evade current sense when it comes to matters involving the Crimson Circle and their own son. He truly knew nothing about the Crimson Circle or about the child. I see. This time I played a bold hand. If they are present, there's a high chance they're being protected by someone closer than expected. Has there been anything unusual among your family, perhaps? My wife passed away long ago, so the only family I have left is my son. Forgive me for asking, how old is your son? He's 11 this year. He has such a gentle nature that it's caused him a lot of emotional hardship. The face saying that was filled with concern, a father truly worried for his son. He's probably that frail-looking child I saw in the portrait. Then the conclusion is clear, please don't worry too much. Suppressing the dizziness, I responded. Our primary objective is to gather information on them. Once that's done, we'll leave immediately. We came here with no other intentions. When I returned the answer Jahian had probably been hoping for most, he lit up with relief. I see. Haha, now that I've heard it directly, I feel like a heavy weight has been lifted from my chest. Even in his laugh, I found an inexplicable sense of familiarity as I sighed, exchanged a few polite words and left the room. Shall I guide you? That won't be necessary. I dismissed the waiter and walked down the corridor. As long as I maintained my status as the princess's emissary, there was nowhere in this kingdom I couldn't go. Even the king couldn't stop me, who else could, but the freedom granted by this fake title didn't matter. I felt utterly hollow. What? So to summarize the situation, he is my biological father. But he never abandoned me, never gave birth to me, and doesn't even know I exist. It's possible someone else was switched with me as the prince, but that doesn't matter. Dercia and I were wrong. No one knows who I am. This is the worst-case scenario. Now there's no way to find any link to the Crimson Circle. Even the last clue connecting my past to them has vanished. Phew. I irritably ran my fingers through my hair and decided to return. I'd pretend to do something for about 3 days and check about the deep-sea creatures next time. Step, lost in thought, brushing off disappointment and walking aimlessly, I eventually reached the inner palace. I wasn't particularly curious about this place, but since I'd lost my way, I expanded my current sense broadly. I found the path back and was about to turn. Something strange was detected. More accurately, something completely absurd was detected. There was something underground. I immediately turned my body and headed downward. Even if it was blocked off by all kinds of false doors, as long as it was within the range of current sense, nothing could stop me. The closer I got, the more clearly current sense identified it. I opened a door that clearly hadn't been used in years and descended underground. I walked down a path thick with dust. At the end, I reached a massive stone door without even a single torch. It took 30 minutes to get there, even after carving a direct route using current sense, a secret passage designed to be enormously long and complex. I stared at the stone door for a moment in hesitation, then readied the wind. The condensed wind became lightning. Boom! As the door shattered in an instant, I sent in a sphere of light. Inside, I saw rows of coffins. It looked like a mortuary. This time, I entered without hesitation. I opened one without a moment's pause. A corpse appeared, not a skeleton and not decaying either. It looked as if it had just died. No, beyond that, it looked as if it were merely sleeping. Ha! Looking at that appearance, I let out a sigh in disbelief. It wasn't a face I was familiar with, but it was a face I knew, because I had just seen it. A man who looked exactly like King Jahian was lying there. I opened the other coffins without delay. Inside were more corpses that looked exactly the same. I closed my eyes for a moment to organize the situation, then clenched my fist tightly. There's only one person I know who could do something like this. Found you, you slime-like son of a bitch. It seemed the time to fulfill the promise had come much sooner than expected. I sat perched on top of the coffin and pondered for a moment. At first, I misunderstood slightly. I thought the people above were all imitating someone else and that these corpses were the real ones. But after pulling and examining them several times, I realized these bodies had no external injuries, nor had they died of old age. They were simply copied as they were, to put it simply, substitute bodies. Dolls made by mimicking the people above. Looking closely, they're not lump. I fell into deep thought. I had heard of it before. a story of a city where everyone died without any wounds. At a glance, it's similar to Lump's ability to freely borrow other people's bodies, but it's different. In any case, there's a connection. This country is related to the Crimson Circle. Then with this ability, the puzzle pieces fell into place in my mind. The prince, in other words, that doll, was made by imitating me, and then he was swapped with me. The king didn't notice and raised him as his own son. In that case, it made sense to think that the king never abandoned his son. He simply raised the son he had from the beginning. That's all it would seem like. Why? What's the purpose? To summarize, the Crimson Circle has been hiding here for about 7 years, creating these substitute bodies underground like this, and without doing anything else, they only swapped the prince. If you think about it simply, they probably figured out through some method that the prince of my world had immense talent and stole it. However, there's something about this that doesn't make sense. Then why did they let me go? I should have been quite important, yet they didn't recognize me. Even the executive-level members thought I was just a suddenly appearing fallen. Even putting that aside, those guys could have overthrown this country anytime. They probably could have replaced everyone with ease. Why didn't they? Why did they do nothing for 7 years except swap out one prince? That answer could also be found in the empty coffins nearby. It wasn't just the prince. A few others had been replaced. The reason only high-ranking people were in these coffins was starting to become clear. Their goal isn't to destroy the country, the real goal is to slowly consume it. Looking at the coffins that were about halfway full, I knew that the day wasn't far off, but I couldn't help but smile. The situation is good. No, it goes beyond just being good, this is the best opportunity. I immediately headed upward. The banquet was still ongoing and Karos was giving orders to the nearby knights. I walked over and tapped her armor. Could I speak with you for a moment?
Yes.
Taking the confused Karos with me, I headed to a separate room where no one was around. As I used current sense to check for any eavesdropping, she asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "This place is a Crimson Circle den." "What do you mean by that?" I briefly explained the situation to the bewildered Karos. That there were substitute bodies made by the Crimson Circle under the floor, my deduction, and the reason for the deduction. As she listened to the explanation, Karos began to take it more seriously. This is roughly the outline. There are still parts I don't understand though. And what would those be? Scratching my head, I answered Karos's question. For example, why they took 7 whole years and still haven't taken over. I mean, wouldn't it be easier to just kill everyone and replace them with those dolls? At that, Karos thought for a moment and then spoke. "Devoured City, have you ever heard of such a thing? I suppose you haven't. It's slang used among us. A devoured city."
Yes.
Karos spoke, revealing a hint of anger. The cities that were attacked by the Crimson Circle, that term refers to a portion of them. When you first observe a devoured city, you don't notice anything strange. But after watching for a few minutes, you'll witness a bizarre sight where every citizen of the city is repeating a single action. Even if you enter, you can't talk to them. No matter what kind of stimulation you apply nearby, they keep repeating the same behavior and then at some point, they all suddenly drop dead. It's a horrifying city. That kind of thing exists. There were about 5 of them. The Crimson Circle is far more cruel and brutal than we imagine. That was something I already knew well. At the same time, it means that their dollcraft isn't perfect. But I heard the prince of this country is growing up without any issues. That means he's a doll they put a lot of effort into. I don't think they can create something like that at will. This is probably a long-term project by the Crimson Circle. So not just here, but similar things must be happening elsewhere too. That may be true. There were some parts that raised questions. Like, what exactly was I from the Crimson Circle's perspective? But that was an issue to put off for now. First, let's get out and call reinforcements and report this to Her Highness the Princess. Wait a moment. I grabbed Karos's wrist just as she was about to move quickly. Is there something more you need to say? If it's something trivial, please save it for later. This is an opportunity.
What?
To Karos, who tilted her helmet in confusion, I calmly explained, "This is the first time. The first time we know of them, but they don't know about us. It's a sudden visit from the Imperial Envoy. They must have noticed something. But they didn't strike preemptively. That means they think they haven't been discovered. Or they want to protect what they have. But if we retreat now, they'll either prepare or withdraw. The lead we caught by chance will be lost.
I?
This might be our first chance to strike back at them. After a moment of hesitation, Karos responded, seemingly willing to hear me out. Do you have a clever plan? We'll have to borrow the method they're best at. I answered with a smile, let's cause some chaos. My plan was simple, we must not get caught.
What?
As I said before, they definitely spent 7 years on this place. They wouldn't want to give it up easily. From their position, they can't attack someone with the status of a royal envoy. Their best option is to remain discreet and eliminate our suspicions as much as possible.
That's true. I agree.
We must do the same. We pretend to investigate as if we only have circumstantial evidence and no hard proof. But we must be good at showing that we don't have proof.
Yes. That makes sense.
What do you mean, that makes sense, Karos? This is something you have to do. Even through the helmet, I could tell Karos frowned as she responded. I'm not very good at that sort of psychological stuff.
Can't you do it, Jern?
I can't go out in the open. Fallen recognize each other. To be exact, only those of the great world like me. Even Decay had only just barely figured out I was a Fallen. Most ordinary Fallen wouldn't even realize I was in the same field as them. Still, it wasn't likely they'd place a low-tier Fallen in charge of consuming an entire country, so I had to play it safe. Please approach the nobles and engage in conversations. Drop subtle questions that suggest uncertainty. Something like, these people don't seem to know much, maybe this is doable, that level of questioning. The most important thing is that they must not find out. This was a task that suited Karos perfectly. Though she didn't seem too keen, she brought up another idea. Can't we call on Lady Durcia? That gate only opens at night. And this isn't a task that requires power. I shrugged my shoulders. If a monster like Master shows up, the scales will tip in an instant. The moment they witness the arrival of a 9-star wizard, they'll throw everything they have into escaping, and we can't have that. The Crimson Circle executive behind all of this had to be captured without fail. To uncover my past and also to learn other things in the process. I'll work on distinguishing the dolls in the meantime. Were there any identifying traits to the dolls?
No.
At least while they're lying down, there's absolutely no way to tell them apart from normal humans. Then what are you planning to do? There's one person we know for sure is a doll, isn't there? Karos let out a soft murmur, as if she'd realized it. If you can't tell humans and dolls apart, then all you need to do is identify their traits. I'll go investigate the prince. I'll leave the chaos to you in the meantime. I'm not sure if this is really okay. If we fail. To her slightly confused expression, I responded lightly. If we fail, what happens then? Naturally, it wouldn't end well. Wouldn't that mean we've blown everything out of proportion?
No.
We've already won. I shook my head and declared our victory. We've already confirmed the existence of the dolls, the ambitions of the Crimson Circle, and their objective. We discovered and stopped it before the country was completely devoured. Even in the worst-case scenario, we've already uncovered so much. We could return right now and it would still be enough. But we're just casually tossing out a fishing rod to pull in a little more. Let's not take it too seriously. Is that so? That's right, then I'll count on you.
Yes.
Karos gripped her gauntlet tightly as if steeling herself. Somehow I left the room thinking how easy she was to manipulate. Of course, I didn't truly deceive her. Most of what I said was true. What I didn't mention were a few things about my past, and that my ultimate objective was to capture the Crimson Circle executive. It's not too different. I walked while lightly covering the kingdom with current sense, and when I saw some guards patrolling, I asked, "You there, you guys?" Sir Envoy, what brings you here? It's nothing urgent, but do you happen to know where His Highness the Prince is? He wasn't at the banquet, and I've grown a bit concerned. Well, it seems he's feeling slightly unwell. The guard's slightly stretched out tone, it's a lie. I nodded in agreement inwardly. I see, I asked for no reason then. Carry on with your duties.
Yes, sir.
I had already found the prince's room. Avoiding the guard's line of sight, I approached the area, but unfortunately there was another guard stationed directly in front of the door. After a moment of consideration, I entered the adjacent room, placed my hand on the wall, and concentrated my current sense strongly. The prince was there, he. He was sitting at his desk reading a book, occasionally letting out an unsettling chuckle. His age looked to be about the same as mine, and his face, looking from this angle, we really do resemble each other. There were some hairstyle differences, and more importantly, I don't smile so creepily like that. I observed him for several minutes, but honestly, is this really a doll? I could barely tell. He had the odd hobby of writing his emotions in detail in a diary and rejoicing over it, but even that felt human. No wonder the king didn't realize his son had been swapped. Isn't there some way to tell? As I was pondering, the guy suddenly stared blankly into space. Huh. Then all of a sudden he looked around in a panic. What is this? What the hell is this? What? I hadn't done anything. As I watched him panic, the guards rushed into the room. Your Highness, what's the matter? Don't you see this thing?
Sir.
What is this? It just appeared out of nowhere over there. It's over there too. We're not sure what you mean, Your Highness. No way. I looked where the prince was pointing. There, an eel was floating in midair. It's a deep-sea creature. You really don't see this bizarre fish-looking thing?
Really?
I looked at the panicked prince and quietly let out a sigh. There's no denying it now. He was made after me, so in a way, it's only natural, that doll. I'm the only one who can see it. Why? Is in the same place as me. Your Highness, shall we call for the royal physician? If you wish, we can also summon the royal wizard. The guards watched the prince's madness with voices full of concern. The prince's lower eyelid trembled, then he muttered in a creeping voice. It's fine, I must have imagined it. Are you certain? Lately you've been having trouble sleeping. At least allow us to check for the sake of your well-being. I am serious, there's no need to check. In the end, the guards couldn't do anything about the prince shaking his head furiously. If he didn't want it and they forced him, that would be treason. Reluctantly, the guards left and headed down the hall instead of continuing to guard the door. Did you see how he couldn't even make eye contact with us?
Yeah.
Honestly, he's so timid like this. He's still young, let's just report it for now. Even the guards seemed worried, suggesting the prince's condition was truly the worst. As soon as he confirmed the sound of their retreating footsteps, the prince, who had slumped over his desk, let out a deep sigh. What is it this time? This time, it was about time to step in. I took off my mask and stepped out onto the terrace. The prince's terrace was designed to be narrow in case of an assassin infiltration, making it hard for even one person to stand comfortably. Just enough space for a single boy to stand. I shook my leg to check my current physical strength and gathered a bit of wind thunder, much less compressed, and I didn't detonate it all in one spot either. I looked down at the dizzying drop and steeled myself. I wouldn't die from falling anyway. Tap, leap, I jumped high. Of course, it wasn't enough. There were still several meters to go to reach the terrace, so I began a gradual descent. I detonated wind thunder beneath my feet. With a soft firecracker-like pop, I flew a bit farther. I couldn't land coolly at all. The output had been stronger than I expected, so I barely managed to grab the terrace railing and climbed up clumsily.
Huh.
The prince heard the sound and turned toward the terrace. More precisely, he saw me through the glass window. He must have received education befitting a prince. In this situation, he should be calling the guards and reporting an intruder. This time it's a bit different. But it seemed curiosity was stronger. Whatever that sound had been, he didn't understand it. I grabbed the terrace handle. It was locked, but picking a lock was no problem at all. Click, the door opened, and only then did the prince tense up. An assassin. I looked similar, but I was still an intruder. Someone sneaking into the prince's room rarely had good intentions. The prince quickly stepped back and bluffed. Take one more step and I'll call someone. Even his voice lacked strength. His uncertain tone, eyes that couldn't meet mine, narrow shoulders, familiar. I'd met this type a few times at the orphanage too. Kids who came in a bit older and had a clear awareness of being abandoned by their parents. Their self-esteem often pierced through the floor with no end in sight. I didn't know why someone like him, a prince, ended up this way, but anyway, dealing with kids like this was simple. This is our first time meeting, little brother. Come here, let me give you a hug. They're weak to familial affection. Of course, the prince didn't believe me, and no, what, I don't have a brother. Our father met another maid in his younger years, and that's how I was born. It's natural you wouldn't believe it. I casually brushed my hair like the ocean current. But then, what about this? Even to your eyes, don't we look alike?
Ugh.
He frowned a little, and the resemblance was honestly surprising. Staring blankly at me with his mouth slightly open, the flustered prince soon shook his head again. Looking alike could just be a coincidence. Could be, then how about this? I scanned the prince's body using current sense. This kind of precise current sense from such close distance could distinguish even small skin troubles perfectly. Feigning recollection, I let out a hum and asked a question that only the prince himself would likely know. I remember the time when we used to bathe together. You had 2 moles on your thigh. Are they still there?
The,
As I spoke the fact, the prince's eyes widened in surprise. There was a time we bathed together.
yes.
You were so young then, it's understandable that you wouldn't remember. Still confused, he shook his head side to side. No, no way, father wouldn't hide something like that from me then show me some magic.
Magic, you say? Why, yeah.
The prince blinked rapidly. A single star emerged and flames rose from the prince's hand. I furrowed my brow. That could turn out badly, but perhaps because of low enlightenment, even the deep-sea creatures didn't react. That aside, the prince's flames had a remarkably high output. Even though it was only 1-star elemental magic, it was powerful enough to scorch the ceiling, the prince declared proudly. If you're my older brother, you should be stronger than me, otherwise you didn't inherit father's blood.
Hum,
Is he proud of being royalty? Without a word, I snapped my fingers. Pop.
eh.
What's going on? The flame that had risen from the prince's hand vanished in an instant. Flustered, he looked at his palm, then met my gaze. 2 stars. It took him 10 seconds to realize that I wasn't much older than him, yet I had 2 stars and to understand what that meant. Even Lumia of the imperial family had only reached 2 stars, slightly older than me, and was praised as a peerless genius. The prince's reaction was already predetermined.
Hyung.
There wasn't a trace of doubt left in the look of admiration in his eyes. Why would father hide your existence from me? Respect his decision. I was the child of a maid and my very existence called for bloodshed. It was inevitable that he kept it hidden.
I see.
Sitting at the nearby desk, the prince looked up at me with sparkling eyes to the point it was overwhelming. He must have found the idea of a suddenly discovered mature 2-star wizard older brother fascinating. He's a doll, and yet there's nothing different from a real human. While I was impressed by Crimson Circle's craftsmanship, I also felt a sense of fear. Could it be that they created a fallen from the abyss like me? Did he just awaken? Then, was this vast kingdom basically just one giant breeding ground to raise this prince? I didn't know. For now, I reached out my hand to my adorably gullible doll who seemed ready to believe anything I said. My name is Horned. Ah, Rehan, my name is Rehan. Is this my real name? After the handshake, I explained with a serious expression. Little brother, there's a lot I want to talk to you about, but now's not the time.
Hi.
Why not? This kingdom is in danger right now. Rehan blinked, not understanding, then suddenly opened his mouth wide. Why?
SHH.
I quieted him as I noticed the guards had returned outside and resumed their watch. In this situation, we can't trust anyone. That's also why I haven't gone to father. As horrible as it is, even he might have fallen into the enemy's clutches. That's impossible. I think so too. But just in case, I came to you first. What in the world is going on? Have you heard of Crimson Circle?
No.
Rahan shook his head, looking genuinely clueless. Through this, I was sure. These dolls aren't under Crimson Circle's control in their daily lives. Of course, if they had to be managed every minute, every second, they would have needed a fixed personnel presence in the kingdom for 7 years straight. They really were, quite literally, people who lived and moved on their own. Then how do you tell them apart? There's practically no difference between these dolls and people. Should I ask Dercia about this once night falls? Horn Hyunged. My thoughts had dragged on. I reassured Rahan, who looked uneasy as he asked again, and explained the situation. Those people have infiltrated the royal palace wearing other people's skins and pretending to be human. If we don't identify them, we'll be slowly consumed. In the end, this kingdom will fall. Is that really true? Yes, I came to stop them. I had to figure out a way to distinguish them no matter what, as I focused on Rahan. No way. Suddenly, Rahan's eyes widened as he fell deep into thought. Hyung, maybe it's not certain, but I think those guys might have done something strange to me.
Something strange.
Yeah, it's still happening.
What is it?
This time it's kind of weird, like fish floating in the air, and it's a bit dark. That's how the world looks to me. Really? Then they might have done something to you. You've fallen. I hid the thought and Rahan continued, now looking even more serious. But this kind of thing happened before too.
What?
Sometimes, all of a sudden, for no reason, everyone in the world looks like me.
The.
So when I first saw you, I thought it was something like that again, but this time I felt it was a little different. The kid mumbled and started saying things I couldn't make any sense of. I've tried explaining it to father and other people many times, but they didn't understand at all. Could it be that this is part of the process of those people trying to consume me? Can you tell me more about this phenomenon?
Well,
Rahan stared into space as if recalling something, then muttered. Everyone looks like me and I don't know which one is actually me. It's so confusing, but then the person I thought was me talks to me. So I realize the me I thought wasn't me is actually me and I barely manage to respond. In summary, he sometimes becomes unable to distinguish between the individual and the group. That was it. Obviously, it's not a burden of the abyss. I don't even know such a burden and I've never seen one. Resting my chin on my hand, I sank into deep thought. Occasionally, I come across strange burdens like this. Someone who became a fallen of the abyss just because I came near them. Was he being swapped out for another fallen? No, Rahan, let me borrow this for a moment.
you are sure?
I tore the curtain from the room and made a rope out of it. Tying it to the terrace, I jumped down. After about 3 minutes, I climbed back up. Did anything change?
Why, yeah.
Rahan nodded enthusiastically. When you were nearby, the fish were floating around, but after you left, they disappeared. I stared hard at the prince. Not just distinguishing between dolls and people, I might be able to reverse it. Placing my hand on Rahan's shoulder, I spoke proudly. Rahan.
Why, yeah.
I think you might be able to save this country.
And me.
Looking at the doll with my same face who didn't believe in himself and stood there bewildered, I smiled deeply in my heart. Rahan, this guy, whatever the mechanism was, he had the ability to see the world of the fallen around him. The palace kitchen was always busy, but today was especially hectic due to the sudden visit of the princess's royal envoy. With luxurious ingredients being used generously, ones not typically touched, the maids had to help out in the kitchen along with the chefs. In such a chaotic situation, the worst happened. Crash. A pot filled with boiling water spilled and splashed onto the foot of a middle-aged woman. The head chef ran over in shock. Head maid SSI, are you all right?
I'm fine.
B, but that was boiling water. Only then did the head maid look down at her foot, and she frowned as if in pain. I see, I think I'll need a bit of rest. I'm so sorry, it was my mistake. It can happen in such a busy time, excuse me. The head maid dragged her foot at regular intervals as she made her way to a private room where she could rest. The head chef, dumbfounded by the absurd sight, stared blankly before rushing back to the battlefield at the sound of someone calling him. Tusk. As soon as she entered the room, the head maid's demeanor changed. She opened the diary hidden in her bosom, checking stand by. As soon as she saw the order, she began scribbling furiously with a pen. Stand by, my ass. If a royal envoy showed up, that means we're already exposed. Let's just kill everyone and take the treasured items that bitch made and get out of here. Only do that in the worst case scenario. Isn't this the worst case already? According to the report, that night came with utterly baseless suspicions. It's almost a coincidence that he's searching all the nearby cities. There's no reason to run. Can't we just kill him? That damn knight looks pretty strong, and if I don't take care of the other knights in advance, I might be in danger. Nothing appeared on the paper for a moment. But soon, new text appeared. Maintain the current order, however I will call Decay just in case. That bastard doesn't like me, you know, what if he doesn't come to save me? No further response followed. Lump let out a sigh and tucked the diary back into his bosom. Stand by, and stand by again. All this over a bit of chaos I stirred up. Now they've got me on lockdown. Being still like this kept making the burden worse. Now it was hard to distinguish whether it was himself who was injured or the head chef. He had to kill, inflict wounds, and be convinced that only what survived was himself. Also that he was the most terrible thing. Also that the most grotesque, unmatched monster was himself. He had to remind himself of that over and over. For someone like him, standby duty was unbearably boring. Maybe I'll sneak off and enjoy myself a little. He was getting restless. Lump's hand twisted grotesquely. Maybe he'd sneak over to a nearby village, not the royal palace, and kill a few people just for fun. While licking his lips with such thoughts, thud thud thud, head maid, you're being summoned.
I.
He reluctantly restored his hand and opened the door. What is it? The maid responded with a confused expression. The royal envoy from the imperial family.
The envoy.
Lump lowered his voice. He would decide based on this maid's words. If it really seemed they had caught on. If it's the worst-case scenario, first kill this person, take what needs to be taken then. Just as he was shaping his hand behind his back again, the words that entered his ears were something he hadn't imagined in the slightest. He caused an uproar, saying, "How dare you host only such a small banquet to receive me?" HES said that if we don't throw a banquet 100 times grander right away, they'll consider it an insult to the empire and imperial family. Lump carefully loosened his hands. The king of the country and Rahan's father, Jahian, how should I put this? He reacted a bit more strongly than Rahan did. What is that utterly ridiculous nonsense you're saying? Unfortunately, it's true. Without his agreement, the plan would proceed far too slowly. With no other choice, I had to get things rolling first, even without going into detail, and explain the basic circumstances. Since it was during a banquet, I approached him while he stood with a drink in hand and whispered quietly, "Please don't make it too obvious. I wanted to speak with you in private, but the situation is urgent, so I had no choice."
Understood.
Jahian immediately closed his mouth and wore a calm expression. Of course, I hadn't told him everything, but seeing him keep a composed face even after hearing that part of his retainers had become part of Crimson's circle made me feel relieved. It wasn't a perfect poker face. The corners of his eyes trembled slightly as he asked in a voice laced with doubt, "I understand for now. In fact, it's somewhat reassuring. If it's serious enough to mobilize a royal envoy, then surely there must be some evidence."
However,
his gaze shifted toward the end of the banquet where Rahan was trying to talk with others, and it darkened with worry. "Rahan, he can tell them apart? Why, I don't quite understand." Seeing that he looked as if he didn't want to acknowledge a certain truth, I added a further explanation. "His Highness the Prince possesses rather exceptional aptitude as a wizard." Yes, that's true. It seems that by spending time with them, he's learned to distinguish their mana. There appears to have been a bit of a communication issue in the process. What do you mean? If we capture all the infiltrators hiding in the palace, it should ease things for the prince considerably. Rahan has occasionally complained of strange symptoms. We ran every test and found nothing wrong, so I thought it might be a psychological issue. This must be the reason. If we successfully capture the Crimson Circle members, Prince's condition should improve greatly. He didn't respond, but I could see determination rising in Jahian's expression. For now, this level of explanation should suffice. To be honest, even I don't know why Rahan possesses such an ability. Carefully scanning the surroundings, I raised my glass. The banquet had grown dozens of times larger. All sorts of jesters, attendants, and maids had gathered, creating a grand festival on par with a royal event. The nobles, suddenly summoned, were standing around with confused expressions, holding their glasses. Even so, for the few attendants and maids who hadn't shown up, Karos had agreed to investigate them. Let's see, ideally, the bastard would be here. I cast current sense over the entire banquet. No, even if you're a royal envoy, this treatment is a bit much. This is excessive extravagance. Maybe we're just poor hosts. This is probably how it is every day in the imperial palace. Even if it is, expecting the same treatment from a small kingdom like ours is. The nobles were enthusiastically complaining. Why do we even have to be here? We're just standing around. They said it wouldn't feel like a proper reception if there weren't enough people. Wow, I guess the imperial palace is really something. So much food and we can't even touch it. This is torture. The attendants were no different. I winced slightly as a headache came on. The amount of information was too overwhelming to process all at once. I found the prince standing in a corner and used the current to write letters across his back. Rahan, don't speak aloud. Just move your lips, I can hear you. Rahan, who had been leaning against a pillar, flinched, then looked around and opened his mouth. See, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you clearly. Wow, what kind of magic is this? It feels like a super high-level spell. Can you do this with a 2-star? Could I learn it too? With effort, do you sense anything unusual?
No.
Rahan shook his head and hunched his shoulders. There are a lot of people, so it's a little hard, but I'll do my best. Rahan took a few deep breaths as if steeling himself and soon began walking through the banquet hall. Even spoiled, a prince was still a prince. His presence alone drew the surrounding nobles toward him. Oh my, isn't this Prince Rahan? My apologies for not visiting you recently. We haven't had the chance to meet officially. It's fine, I just haven't been coming out.
Haha.
To think you've grown so much already, it really is hard to catch a glimpse of your highness. Though it was clearly difficult for him, Rahan pushed forward and kept walking diligently. However, even after scanning through all the noble lines, Rahan shook his head. Not here. I had assumed naturally that the infiltrator would be among the nobles. After several rounds of careful checking, I confirmed that Rahan could glimpse the world of the fallen within roughly a 5-meter range. And over the course of about 30 minutes of scouting, I was able to ensure that all the nobles passed within Rahan's detection range. If he developed something close to social phobia from repeatedly seeing the world of the fallen, I figured it must be someone he interacted with frequently. But then again, he might have had more contact with attendants and maids than with nobles. Next, check the attendants. Focus on the ones you usually interact with.
Yes.
Rahan replied energetically, and this time approached them. Unlike the nobles, the attendants received him far more warmly. Your Highness, is something the matter? There are a lot of people here, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Even in front of the attendants, Rahan seemed a little intimidated. But then, all of a sudden, his eyes snapped wide open. Ah, Your Highness, I hope you've been well.
Why yeah.
Thump thump thump, his heart began to race rapidly and he bowed his head deeply. Even so, perhaps not forgetting his task, he barely moved his lips to whisper, Hyung, it's now.
Well done.
I confirmed the 4 people who had just been near Rahan. 2 were nobles, already checked. 1 was a maid. Also already checked. 1 was a middle-aged woman in the position of head maid. She had tilted her head upon noticing Rahan's unwell condition, then left, after which Rahan exhaled more comfortably again. Found 1. While I kept observing that one with current sense, Rahan muttered suspiciously. Hyung, but was the head maid just now really the culprit?
Not certain why.
That can't be right, I was near her not long ago and didn't feel anything. Is it really something that happens only when a certain person is nearby? Hearing that, I fell into quiet thought. Rahan can peek into surrounding worlds, so then, whose world had Rahan been peeking into? Everyone is him and he is everyone. In other words, there is no self, no individual existence. The fear of not being able to distinguish what something is. Unable to distinguish, unable to know who is who, terrified by fear if it's such burden. There's only one kind I know. Most likely it changed bodies.
The
head maid you knew has already been dealt with. The one there now is just a monster that mimicked her by devouring her memories.
That's even possible. Unfortunately.
Yes, only one.
It's possible.
Hey, don't send decay, they're just a bunch of morons.
Be specific.
Back in the head maid's room, the lump wrote furiously as it reported. These royal envoy bastards aren't even trying to investigate. It looks like someone up top caught on a little, but the guys they sent are totally clueless. They threw this massive banquet like lunatics and even asked for bribes. Now they're out in the area stuffing themselves with local specialties under the pretense of inspection. From knights to the envoy, they weren't just negligent, they were outright obsessed with lining their own pockets. If they knew they had made enemies of people like us, this is behavior they could never allow themselves. Anyway, just letting you know, I'm gonna head out to a nearby city for a bit, alright? I won't kill too many.
Wait. Now what?
The next report didn't come until a full 10 minutes later. Lump, grab what you can and run. I'll explain, retrieve only the prince who can exert minimal influence on the kingdom and escape immediately. I won't allow anything else, the meeting place is as usual. The lump stared blankly at the book for a moment, then hastily scribbled in a fluster. Wait, what are you talking about? Did you even hear me? I'm telling you they're really nothing. I will not repeat myself, your situation is critical, act immediately. The hell I will, just because you say something I have to follow it. The one I fear isn't you guys, it's void. If you can't convince me, I'm not going. Even as it continued writing, the lump assumed the appearance of a knight just in case. The report came back after a short delay. 1. There's no way a royal envoy would come here just for pleasure. Why not? They're a royal envoy. If they wanted to, they could take control of several small nations, no, even cities. There's nothing of value to gain from a place like this. Greed has no end, you know. 2. If we assume point 1 is true, then there's a reason to mimic this appearance. The envoy is using some means to confirm your presence and is buying time.
Time. Yes.
It's reasonable to assume that you've already been identified. Hold on, what kind of bullshit is that? The flustered lump tilted its head and grabbed its pen. So it's all just conjecture, right? You're telling me to abandon a kingdom I've spent years working on just because of a guess.
Yes.
Are you all collectively insane? You think I'd agree to this? To be a royal envoy means they are connected to the princess. What would normally be mere speculation turns into certainty. Oh really? Well, you failed to convince me, now what? This is the advice of Chinhwa, obey, TL. Chinhwa literally translates to something like heaven's rage or heavenly calamity or heavenly misfortune. You should have said that from the beginning. The lump muttered bitterly and picked up a sword, placing it in its mouth. Its esophagus naturally swallowed the sword down to the hilt. Once more taking the form of the headmaid, new text appeared before the lump's eyes. If you want, I can send decay. The lump listened carefully to the surroundings. It was quiet, so quiet only the sound of insects could be heard. Even if Chinhwa's suspicion was correct, the plan hadn't yet been set in motion. No need. I'll call him anyway. I said I don't need him.
Tusk.
The lump, about to jump out the window, remembered it had to take the prince and stepped out of the room instead. As it naturally made its way toward the prince's chamber, it encountered 2 guards. The guards stopped it without any sign of suspicion. Ah, headmaid, from here on is the royal family's living quarters. Crunch, the guards fell without ever realizing their necks had been twisted 180 degrees. Even as that happened, the lump's steps didn't pause for a moment. It stopped before the prince's door, raised its hand to knock, but then recalled that if it tried to take him, the prince might scream. Killing him was not an option. Too much effort had been put into him. To silence him, it would need to knock him out, but since he was in a child's body, it didn't know how to subdue him without killing him. Even the slightest force might kill him instantly. With no other choice, it used a different tactic. The moment it entered the prince's room, it shouted, "Your Highness, there's been a breach." What? The prince, just waking up, rubbed his eyes in confusion. She immediately lifted the prince onto her back and whispered, "Assassins have infiltrated the palace. We must escape at once. Do not make a sound." Assassins, why? Now is not the time for questions. Okay. Had he argued, she was prepared to strangle him, regardless of the consequences. Fortunately, he was so weak-willed that he nodded quickly with a frightened expression. I'm sure I've seen him somewhere before. Thinking that once again, the lump tilted its head, then jumped out the window. Please bear with it a little longer. Without making a sound, he escaped the palace, leapt across rooftops, and scaled the outer wall vertically. No matter what method they had brought, the corpses of the guards would be discovered within the next patrol cycle, at most an hour. That much time was more than enough to escape far beyond their reach. After just 5 minutes, he was already in the middle of the desert. The prince clung to the lump's neck, trembling. "Wait, you're too fast. Where are we even going? We'll stay here and wait." Crossing this desert with a single body was impossible. The lump roughly set the prince down and began writing the next report. I brought him to the meeting place. Send quickly. There was no reply. The lump wrote again, this time more irritably. Send quickly. I already killed 2 guards. If we're discovered, I'll have to fight that imperial means bastard you mentioned, and then I'll just destroy that country. Still no reply. The lump's gaze gradually turned cold. Just moments ago, communication had been working fine, yet now it was cut off. Something else had happened, something more important than him.
Excuse me. Shut your mouth and stay still.
He no longer had the luxury to worry about this prince. He'd have to break a leg or two and go find Decay to ask for help. However, despite hearing such threatening words, the prince continued speaking with only a faint look of unease, as if it weren't anything unusual. Maybe Decay is just fighting a strong opponent right now, and that's why the response is delayed.
I?
The lump's eyes, for the first time, looked at the prince. That weak, always subservient boy with no confidence had changed a little. His tone was the same, but his actions were different, an unyielding aura and a quiet display of confidence.
You.
For example, something impossible like fighting a 9-star wizard or something.
Who are you?
You can't really be unable to distinguish, right? Even if you live in such a world, isn't there some way to distinguish? With a small laugh, the prince swept back his hair and glared at him. The lump had seen many gazes filled with killing intent. He'd seen countless of them turn to fear. But this was different. He had never seen killing intent filled with certainty, don't you think?
Heh.
Only then did the lump realize. He was the one caught in the trap. Crimson Circle, including himself, had been deceived. The skin disguised as the head made tore open and began transforming into a grotesque life form. Yeah, I had seen you before. I just thought my world made things a bit unclear, so it really was you. What the hell are you? Jern slowly widened the distance between them and answered casually. We're not really close enough to be talking about stuff like that, are we?
True.
We're not. Maybe we should get a little closer. At the same time, the lump felt relieved. This kind of threat? Nothing to worry about. It wasn't that he didn't trust Chinachua's judgment, and he could admit this kid was a little interesting. But it wasn't enough to be a real threat. He had confirmed that again and again. After crushing this kid, he would go help Decay, so he thought, until the moment he casually reached to snap the prince's neck. Jern clenched his fist with an indifferent expression. Really, I don't want to though. Crack, for the first time the lump experienced being crushed to death. The emotion I felt when bursting a person open was, strangely enough, not guilt or suffering but the tangible sense of growth. In the past, just holding an apple, not even a person, made me feel like my body would explode. Maybe it's because of the water barrier, and now with the robe added, even after blowing someone up, I felt only a slight resistance. I can't afford to waste it. Every time I use water pressure, the water barrier diminishes. From that point on, I'd suffer the same burden as before. I never thought this would be enough to kill him in the first place.
That hurt you, fucker.
As expected, crushed, the guy jumped back to widen the distance and smirked. Even though he looked grotesque like a burst sack once he spat out blood-mixed saliva around him, all his wounds healed. It was the same as when I first saw him with Durcia, a lump of flesh patched together from human meat. He had grown into such a monstrosity. No matter how many times I see it, it's an appearance I can't get used to. A sharp remark popped out along with an unconsciously grimacing expression. Someone who could become anything, why live as such a monstrosity? Because I can become anything, so I hack. He vomited out several swords and held them in both hands. In mere seconds, a knight with bulky muscles and bronze skin appeared. As the knight gradually closed the distance, he threw out a question. Kairais, do you know this man?
No, do you?
Even his voice had changed, lower and more grand. He was a great knight, once the leader of a small country's knight order. Had he wished, he could have joined the empire and lived in luxury without lacking anything, but he was content with a small cabin and a single horse.
I'm not curious. What are you trying to say?
In return, I stepped back, measuring the distance. Lump walked toward me, indifferent to what I did. Suddenly he stopped, wore a dazed expression, and looked around.
Where am I right now? Where is this place?
Is he messing around? I was thinking that when suddenly Lump looked up at the sky and murmured something. My last memory was right. I was fighting monsters that invaded to destroy the kingdom. That was the ending I wanted. I have no regrets, but... Thud! Suddenly he let go of his sword. The sword pierced through the desert sand and stuck there. Instead of laughter and madness, his expression was now filled with fear and realization. What am I now? Why am I turned into this monster?
Are you acting?
Boy, where is this? Where is Ragrissa? What happened to everyone? Why, what are these memories? No, this can't be. I would never have. His gestures were too real to be acting. Trembling, Lump dropped to his knees, clutching his head with a panicked expression as cold sweat poured down. I remember the sensation. With my own hand into the chest of my lord, whom I had to protect. That's more or less what happened. Boom, the current sense read the trajectory. The guy suddenly grabbed his sword and charged, but instead of hitting my torso, he exploded the sand. He grinned his filthy smile again and pointed the sword tip at me. It didn't even take a second for him to yank the embedded sword out and hurl it at me. The title of greatest knight didn't seem like an exaggeration. I'm the one stuck in this fucked up form. Didn't look like acting to me. Well, this time I intentionally let it slip a little, but he really does that. It's dangerous if I don't keep the distinction clear. You'll just have to be understanding about that part. So now that I've revealed my weakness, it's my turn. Lump suddenly put on a serious face and threatened me. What are you? Why do you look just like one of our dolls? Do you think there could be another explanation? We threw the original into the river when he was 4 years old. Guess he was lucky. Ha ha ha, that doesn't make any sense though. He burst into loud laughter, then wiped his eyes. Unbelievable, no matter how much we tried to make a fallen, they just died. But the one we casually threw into the river comes back as a fallen who could crush me to death. Is this what they call the twists of fate? Wait, he just said he dumped me in the river? That can't be. Dercia clearly claimed that my world was artificially created. That damned elf shaman also said that a great world isn't something easily made. In other words, the conclusion is that Crimson Circle did something else to me. If Lump isn't lying, then it was likely someone of a status even he doesn't know about. I'll have to subdue him and interrogate him slowly later. But before that, there was something I wanted to ask first. How many people do you have locked up in your head right now? If the little play from earlier was real, then that guy is a living prison. The people killed by Crimson Circle couldn't even rest in peace and are being used as tools. It's enough to understand why Crimson Circle cherishes this monster so much. Lump tapped his head like he was thinking. I haven't counted past 100, but roughly estimating, it seems like it would be 10,000. Got more questions? Let's keep this fun Q&A going. That'll be good for you too, won't it? He seemed to have some information he wanted to extract from me. Sure, he'd be curious. How I found where he was, how I managed to fall, and so on. Of course, I already had my response prepared. Do you remember our promise? I can't trust what you're saying right now, so I'll beat it out of you and take my time listening. We've got plenty of time. Oh well, I'm a little pressed for time. A smile bloomed at the corner of his lips, a grin so wide it was impossible to twist it back down. Well, decay can hold out a bit longer. Since I've worked this hard, shall I play a bit? It was utterly revolting. You sure you don't want to call in reinforcements? Unlike before, Lump didn't charge at me and instead scanned my hand. He was probably wary of the water pressure. Certainly, a pressure-induced death without any warning would be hard to imagine, even for a Crimson Circle executive like him. This isn't the time to worry about others. The goal is subduing him, not even necessarily to gather intel since I can't kill him anyway. Even Dercia struggled with him for a long time. When it comes to regenerative ability, it's safe to say I can't break through. Then, as long as it's short of blowing him up to death. Oh ew. Crunch, I slowly crushed Lump's body with water pressure. Even in a situation where he couldn't breathe, he looked over his body in surprise and laughed like a madman. Ha ha, as expected, it's a great world, and one I can't even perceive. So there are sprouts in this world that grow into a great world without us touching them. Or, as he tried to probe for information, his muscles swelled. It's Dercia, that bitch. She's the one who made you fall. The muscles grew endlessly. In an instant, he became a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall and began walking slowly through the water pressure. I squinted my eyes. It felt like pressing down on a giant made of steel. If I weren't in deep fusion state, I wouldn't be able to restrain his movement, let alone crush him to death. Lump nodded as if realizing something, even showing the leisure to slowly approach me. Looks like your so-called master figured it out too. If you want to reach the sky, you have to touch the ground first. I let him enjoy his delusion. Seems water pressure won't deal damage, allowing further approach would be dangerous. In that case, Wuong, I compressed the wind and formed a single sphere. Wait, is that magic? Without giving the puzzled lump a chance to react, I immediately fired. Quang, wind thunder, lightning of the wind struck Lump's abdomen precisely. Even a body like steel can't withstand the piercing point of a focused lance, and yet, right. The next moment transformed into a knight's body, he withstood it easily. Enhanced mana body, a body trained to withstand magic, he had mastered it. Though he wasn't entirely unscathed, a mere scrape was far from enough to stop someone who had been crushed to death before. Ahem. Lump smiled as if finding this all the more interesting. So you really are a product of a 9-star wizard, huh? This is my first time seeing someone use magic in a fallen state. But in this situation, that was actually a bad move. Don't do it again. What? My specialty is borrowing the bodies of strong knights. Of course I've mastered enhanced mana body. That's not going to help much. His calmly spoken words were more like advice, which left me speechless. Giving your opponent advice in the middle of a fight, most of the time it's just bluffing, but this time it was a near-correct judgment. Not that I had any intention of firing wind thunder again anyway. Don't take it too personally. It's commendable that you came to see me alone, so I can give you at least that much advice. With his arms spread, Lump didn't seem to be feeling like he was even fighting anymore. Even after getting crushed to death once, I'd like to play a bit longer, honestly, but if that damned decay really is caught by a 9-star wizard right now. Lump scratched his head, sighed, and then roughly shattered the water pressure. Now in the form of a lean, reddish-brown body, he accelerated at an incredible speed and vanished. I was left alone in the desert night. Lump ran away, that's what the situation suggested, but I knew he wasn't the kind to do that. I quietly closed my eyes and narrowed the range of current sense. Sensing widely was useless. At that speed, a scattered current sense like that couldn't catch him easily, while the cold wind froze my body. 20 seconds passed. Quang. Oh. The moment I leapt to the side, Lump shot up from the ground and sliced through the air. He looked at me with wonder in his eyes. His expression plainly showed the question, how did you react to that? It was thanks to Brimdle, who had drilled current sense into me until it nearly killed me, and once again brought the bastard into the range of water pressure. Crunch! This time I firmly applied pressure to his neck so I wouldn't lose him. The goal was to knock him out. I sealed him off so tightly that not even the smallest breath could escape. He calmly made a humming sound in that rigid state. What kind of world is this? Getting crushed to death and this murderous pressure, is that what it is? Never heard of it before. He's playing around, he's not serious. Only now did I realize this guy doesn't actually care that much about what happens to decay. Or maybe he just finds playing with me more fun. Or maybe I feel like I've heard of it somewhere. Blocking his neck turned out to be meaningless. Before I knew it, a mouth had formed on his chest and he was speaking from it. It was an utterly grotesque sight. I have no choice but to admit it. This guy, water pressure alone won't work on him. Our compatibility isn't good. My world is about instant death without warning, but this guy revives again and again even after dying. If I can't even knock him out, then water pressure has little meaning. Of course, since he knows enhanced mana body, even my wind thunder doesn't affect him. And putting all that aside, he's a Crimson Circle executive. Who knows how many other tricks he has up his sleeve? Honestly speaking, in a one-on-one, I don't stand a chance. If that guy seriously starts switching bodies to resist the water pressure and charges in for close combat, that's when the countdown begins. Of course, it's not like I came here without a plan. Is that one of our pills? Wait, no. I took a red pearl from my pouch and swallowed it, then slowly opened my mouth toward the guy who was staring at me with interest. Seems you're curious about my world. So you finally feel like having a little Q&A? Yeah, I'm fucking dying to know. If you want to live a bit longer, you'd better talk. I gave him a light answer as he grinned at me. The deep sea. What? Is this the first time I've told Crimson Circle? If this information reaches them, they might focus all their efforts on me. Even knowing that, I explained anyway. I live in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean. You can't breathe there, and if you loosen your strength even a little, you're instantly crushed into bloody pieces. There's no way to distinguish front from back, up from down. W8.
The deep sea.
For the first time since we met, Lump looked startled, eyes wide open in shock. That world can't exist. Are you confusing it with the ocean? Then don't believe it.
I.
Twitching one eye, he suddenly flinched as if he realized something. That's it, water pressure, that's how you blew me up.
Yeah. Hi.
He scratched his head, then let out a sigh. Why the hell did you tell me that?
The atmosphere changed.
The nights he'd turned into so far were certainly strong, but the transformation happening now was on a different level. Scars etched themselves into his writhing fists, his face, his back, his abdomen. All kinds of horrific and brutal scars formed, making it look as if he were killing himself. But the reality was different. I sensed through current sense that Lump's sensations were dulling. The disruption of current sense occasionally shown by first-rate Heaven's Judgment Nights. What Lump was transforming into now meant he was a knight of that caliber. Now I can't even enjoy this, you fucking bastard. Grumbling as if genuinely disappointed, he clenched his fist. That one motion was enough to make it clear. The power within that fist, I could never handle it. No matter how strong the water pressure, he would break through it and kill me. That was the kind of punch it was. Swallowing dryly, I instead stepped forward by one pace. Looks like I'll have to capture you alive after all, no more playing around. What a coincidence, I feel the same way. If you want to blame someone, blame your genius master who left a being like you alive. I mean, how the hell do she make the deep sea into something living? That's just impossible. Even if you prepare for it, the pressure of the abyss is unbearable. Like you're handling it right now. What are you talking? Lump, about to step forward naturally, blinked and looked to his side. He must have seen the shape of something that just passed by, more of a silhouette than a full shape, but still. You, don't tell me the reason you just told me was.
Trigger.
To Lump, who seemed to have realized something, I offered a welcome greeting. Don't hate it too much, it's a fucked up place, yeah, but it's my home. 2 hours before I was kidnapped while disguised as the prince. I was engaged in my first battle. This looks far too dangerous. In a mansion in the capital, Dercia shook her head with a languid expression. I added an explanation because I couldn't accept her response. Right now there's only Lump there. I see this as a heaven-sent opportunity. Are you certain about that?
I'm about half sure.
Even after finding Lump, I had Rahan inspect everyone in the royal palace. There was nothing. At least not within the range Rahan could sense. That led to a conclusion. If we capture Lump now, we can learn a great many things, especially if you help Dercia and him. She wore an expression of contemplation. It was certainly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While I wondered why she was hesitating, Dercia explained the reason herself. First of all, Jern, it's not your fault, but the operation has probably been discovered.
What?
It means that as soon as Lump reports, the Crimson Circle will order Lump to flee with the prince. The banquet is over, so they'll likely start moving soon. No, would they really react so aggressively? Utilizing Karos and even my experiences on Earth, I could proudly say that I had perfectly recreated the image of an incompetent imperial envoy. In this situation, no matter how extreme the Crimson Circle's response, it should have stopped at something like, "This is suspicious, investigate further," not escalated to immediate escape. They weren't the type of organization to act so cautiously. To my puzzlement, Dercia calmly explained, "Your judgment was nearly perfect, but there was a slight problem with the mask you wore. The Imperial Envoy. More precisely, the envoy of the princess. This is a list of missions the princess's personal guards were carrying out in secret."
How did you get this? Dercia did not answer.
I gave her a sideways glance and skimmed through the densely written list, then furrowed my brow. What we've seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Yes, the Crimson Circle has been much more active than we thought. The actions mentioned by Decay, those done to make their name known in the Empire before going underground. Those were greatly reduced in scale. Originally, there were 10 times as many incidents, but all of those had been suppressed into non-existence, all thanks to the princess. Children modified in coral discovered.
Liberated.
34 areas in the blood-stained mountains found coated with flammable substances, demolished. Patients blessed with bloodlust in the capital's psychiatric ward armed themselves with blades and attacked doctors.
Covered up.
From every single word, the princess's tearful efforts could be felt, as well as the Crimson Circle's bloody weeping. Within the Crimson Circle, the threat level of Charmia is probably ranked as supreme, if not beyond. Her capabilities are likely already thoroughly assessed. Then from the very beginning. Yes, whether you searched thoroughly or acted slothfully, as long as the persona you wore belonged to the princess's faction, they would overreact. Our worst-case scenario would be if they attempt to cover up, but for them, the worst case would be Lump getting kidnapped. Understood. So because the princess is too competent, even if I play the role of a kitchen knife, it looks like a greatsword. Did the princess foresee this situation? It was an interesting topic, but now was not the time to dwell on it. If Dercia was right, the situation was urgent. Of course, I intend to help. Even if the Crimson Circle is alerted, there's still some time before they act, so capturing Lump should be possible. Then, the problem is that the opponent is Lump. Dercia slightly narrowed her brow. If that one falls into my hands, he will probably commit suicide immediately. In that case, what we're left with is a corpse and only fragments of information related to our goals. Indeed. Capturing another Crimson Circle executive who comes as backup wouldn't be bad either, but they'll likely have their own escape plans. And the biggest problem is the inner world manifestation of those who possess the Great World. Inner world.
Yes.
Even if I am 9-star, I cannot avoid being burdened in someone else's inner world. If I encounter a new opponent and receive their burden, depending on what it is, things could become extremely troublesome. I might not be able to reach you in time. Receive their burden. After a brief moment of contemplation, I asked one thing. Is there a way to prevent Lump from escaping by dying? If he comes in an unconscious state, it might be possible. But he's already fought against me once. The moment he sees me, he'll immediately take his own life and escape. Then how about this? I explained my idea. As she listened for a moment, Dercia's expression turned sour. Are you serious? This goes beyond just being dangerous. I am serious. I think, relatively speaking, there are plenty of countermeasures for this, and it's actually on the safer side.
Seal.
Dercia called out to Seal, who had been silently listening in the back. She scratched her cheek while looking at me as if troubled. After having one fight, have the two of you switched roles?
What?
My master seems to be seeking safety, while Nim is the one taking the risks. But as the strategist, I don't think it's entirely bad. There's a chance we could capture a Crimson Circle executive. Is not yet in a state where he can face a Crimson Circle executive. But it's not a strategy without any potential right. And considering we're caught in a dilemma, I'd say this looks like an excellent solution. 2, seeing the firm expression on my face, Dercia hesitated and I took the chance to press her. Master, please help me. I want to know about my past. Take this with you. With a sigh, Dercia handed over a red potion. It's a drug made by refining the pearl they gave you. Oh, did you reduce the risks? No, in fact, that one is safer. The one I gave you is far more dangerous. After taking it, you'll have to endure a much stronger burden. But for the first hour, it'll have the same effect as swallowing one pill every minute. You made something strange, didn't you? Under normal circumstances, it would have been discarded. But I kept it thinking a time like this might come. You're the kind of person who would definitely walk into a death trap. As expected of Dercia, she knows me too well. She glanced at the clock, then opened a book. There are a few other things I'll explain, but before that, I need you to promise me one thing. What is it? If it gets dangerous, you must run away. Of course, if I get even slightly hurt, I'll retreat immediately. I smiled gently to reassure her. And truthfully, this was more about taking on the challenge. If it were truly life-threatening, I wouldn't even try it. Ha. Of course, I was willing to sacrifice an arm at least. Desert Dawn. For a moment, Lump stood still with a slight tremble in his eyes, blankly staring at me. Surprise, shock, confusion, such unexpected emotions were conveyed clearly, even without using current sense. It took a full minute before he spoke again. I see. Lump's tone had sunk deep, replacing his usual liveliness. I understand that you possess the great world. If it's Dercia, something like that isn't strange. It's not impossible. That you're a deep-sea creature and alive is surprising, but if you were guided by a 9-star wizard, I can accept that too. I can chalk it up to using some unknown method I don't know.
Thump.
He set his sword down. A subtle unpleasantness lingered on his tightly drawn lips rather than a smile. But manifesting an inner world, that's a different realm, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem that way to me. I leisurely stroked the jellyfish nearby. As long as I have water barrier, I can view this world more calmly than I expected. Lump heard my composed reply and quietly shook his head. I misspoke. You must not do it.
I see.
I nodded in agreement and spoke, then try stopping me.
I.
There was no reply, but the atmosphere shifted. He licked his dry lips. In game terms, it felt like phase 2 of a raid. The next moment, Lump's condensed body charged forward like lightning. I could see something, just barely faint. I deliberately ignored it and dodged, but his body twisted grotesquely.
What?
His waist turned 180 degrees, a rotation that would have killed a human, yet he swung his blade as if unaffected. I barely dodged, horrified, but the blade had already reached right in front of my nose. I couldn't allow the first strike to land. I used all my strength to grip the blade with water pressure, slowing it down. Even so, my cheek was slightly cut and thick blood began to flow. Lump exhaled through his nose, seemingly dissatisfied, and without giving a moment's rest, charged at me with dual blades. I responded by manifesting current sense at maximum output, the strongest knight he'd ever met in his life. The sword strikes of a nameless hero rained down like a storm. Hangul ka enus. This was the price of allowing distance. I stared directly at the blade flying toward me, gathering wind thunder. 3 seconds, 29 incoming strikes. My small body and the fact that this knight was weaker than Brimdal were the only hopes keeping my life intact. Naturally, he couldn't yet wield wind thunder perfectly. The wind, twisted and unstable, swelled as if begging to be released. Just what I wanted. I set off that explosion between me and Lump. Instead of the barely damaged Lump, my small body was hurled to the far side of the desert, rolling over and over into the sand.
Toto.
Spitting out blood-mixed sand, I immediately leapt back. Lump didn't leave even the tiniest gap, but something felt off. Even with the distance I'd gained, his speed was too fast. What is it? When I looked at his lower body, it was different from the knight from earlier. His lower body was developed to the extreme, like that of a professional runner. He'd pieced them together, knight's upper body, speedster's lower body. Can he even do that? I gritted my teeth and somehow restrained him with water pressure. Thanks to the drug Durcia gave me, water barrier was protecting me much more safely, but using such strong water pressure continuously wore me down second by second. In a very brief gap, as I rubbed my eyes to keep the flowing blood out, the usually chatty Lump muttered for the first time since the battle started. You know about great worlds.
Roughly.
The combat style of one who had manifested their inner world. I had heard about it from Durcia. I gave him a kind smile. This place is shit, let's see how long you can hold out. To begin with, summoning a world was a disadvantageous act for a fallen. The burden becomes overwhelmingly stronger, absurdly so, and every time one uses inner realm abilities, the toll multiplies. Even standing still, one is dying, and much faster, but that goes for the invited opponent as well. So, combat in a manifested inner world is simple. Escape. There's no need to fight. The world automatically identifies the opponent as a foreign object and slowly begins to consume them. Watching the process of the opponent being digested by the world's stomach. That horrifying act is the fighting method of those with the great world, and a method only they can use. Lump clenched and unclenched his fist as he forcibly overcame the water pressure. The inner world of the three evils, the deep sea, wasn't at the ocean. Mumbling something odd, he stared at me with fierce intensity. I'm taking you with me. No matter what. I forced a smile. That was the best thing I'd heard yet. If Lump's goal was capture and not assassination, then at least my life would be spared. And the biggest issue when manifesting an inner world, the risk that Lump might just run away, had just now vanished. He thinks this is doable. In fact, it's more than just doable. He probably thinks catching me before he's devoured by the burden of the deep sea is nothing, like leaving gold on the ground untouched. Crack, as he twisted and overpowered the water pressure with raw strength, I stopped wasting water barrier. There was no more point in blocking. The rapidly intensifying burden would consume him faster than he could overwhelm me.
He.
Dodging the stabbing sword strikes by a hair's breadth, I gave silent thanks to Brimdel in my heart. If such a knight hadn't taught me, I would have died from the very first blow. Thanks to that, I was holding on. The problem was this illusion. Before that bastard attacked, he kept tormenting me with bizarre white illusions. Can a knight's body even use something like that? Before launching his attacks, those illusions would appear first, distorting my vision. As I dodged while clutching my aching head, he looked at me as if intrigued. Is that also an ability of the deep sea? Want me to tell you? Was he referring to current sense? Instead of an answer, much fiercer attacks came flying at me. Dozens of overlapping illusions made it impossible to rely on sight anymore. I had to rely entirely on current sense, gritting my teeth to dodge the strikes. This had long since passed the point of danger. Since he was a top-class knight like Brimdel, my current sense would occasionally cut off. Current sense was the only means by which I could dodge attacks from someone vastly stronger than me. If even the slightest flaw appeared in it, it was like standing in front of a cracking dam. Current sense had to be perfect during battle, but right now it wasn't. TCH. Was he holding such a strong knight? As I was thinking about the next means, the guy inhaled. HRGH. At the same time, my current sense was completely severed. He intended to finish me off, tired of my constant dodging. Within the blurred vision, a sword strike filled with killing intent carved its trajectory. This attack couldn't be predicted, which meant it couldn't be dodged. I had to escape first, but once again I saw one of those illusions.
This is.
Still unfamiliar with the inner world manifestation, I'd been glossing over them casually. Looking more closely, it was a bubble. The trajectory of that bubble touched my neck. Almost instinctively, I dodged the bubble. The next moment, that bubble turned into a living human. Lump, who had been a bubble until just now, clicked his tongue. What an annoying ability. Watching the bubble rise into the sky, I tilted my head, briefly forgetting I was still in the middle of a battle. I had grown far too used to using current sense to predict where the opponent's attack would land. So used to it that I didn't notice this bubble. It's not prediction but foresight, huh? Even as Lump raised his sword, puzzled by my cryptic words, and as I felt the bubbles on the back of my neck, I realized. Inside this inner world manifestation, I could sense the trajectory of the bubbles that would form after the attack. I haven't stayed in the inner world manifestation for long before. Naturally, it took a little time to realize what this was. The movement comes first. For 3 seconds, 1 second, or even less than that, an illusion of Lump, an action made of bubbles, attacked me first. Then, following that exact trajectory, the real attack was created. Why? I didn't intend this. It's a phenomenon I hadn't even imagined. First, I began analyzing. I dodged Lump's sword by a paper-thin margin a few times and gathered information.
Tusk.
As I watched Lump getting irritated for repeatedly missing a solid hit by just a sheet's width, I realized the difference between this phenomenon and current sense. With current sense, predicting the opponent's attack ultimately involves sensing their movements through the flow before reacting. It's about seeing the muscle movements and the trajectory of the sword and then choosing the most reasonable next action. That's what current sense is. However, the drawback is that it's so fast that my current might not reach it, or it can be blocked by something only first-rate knights possess. But it's different in the inner world manifestation. Here, the entire space is filled with an extremely dense current. When I use current sense in this space, the focus shifts from sensing the opponent to sensing the sea. Even if I can't catch Lump with the current, it doesn't matter. When he threw a punch underwater for a brief moment just before the punch is thrown, tiny bubbles form in front of the punch. Tiny, minuscule bubbles less than 1 min size. However, in the case of first-rate knights, those bubbles are much larger and longer. This was the true identity of the bubbles. When current sense is manifested inside the inner world, it allows me to see the movements individuals make that affect the world. That appears in the visible form of bubbles. Being able to see that now, when it comes to evasion, I'm probably close to invincible. Thinking that, I dodged all the sword paths with movements close to acrobatics. What the hell? In the end, it was Lump who gave up. He raised his sword with a dissatisfied hum. I wanted to bring you back with all your limbs intact, but this is your doing. The next moment, the world turned white, or so I thought. When I came to, I was surrounded by bubbles all over my body, top, bottom, left, and right. I gritted my teeth and realized, in the end, I'm not invincible. I can't dodge the attacks of an opponent who is much faster and stronger than me. Lump was going for the finish, remove. Zero point 0.1 seconds or even less than that, I had to give something up. I made a quick decision, crack. I used remove to cut off the pain and abandon my right arm. Perhaps because I hadn't practiced recently, I couldn't completely block the pain and my vision spun. Gritting my teeth, I clutched my broken right arm and backed away, to prepare for a follow-up attack. You're not in your right mind. But Lump didn't attack again. Instead, he looked at me with eyes that literally saw a crazy bastard. You broke your bone just to escape the trajectory. If I broke a leg, I wouldn't be able to move. That's a correct judgment. It's a reasonable decision.
The
Lump, who had stopped attacking, gave a small nod. What's with this bastard all of a sudden? I thought, and while I was forcibly holding my broken arm together with the current, he continued speaking. Fast and precise, any other knight would have made the same decision. What do you want me to do with that? But if you're the original, aren't you just a little over 10 years old?
Yeah. Huh.
Lump sighed in disbelief. What kind of hell did you live through?
What?
No 10-year-old in the world would break their own arm just because there's no way out of a sword path. Even if they did, they couldn't reach that conclusion in such a short moment. To make that kind of decision, you need several experiences. For example, knowing from experience that having your arm cut off is more painful than having it broken. This brazen bastard wouldn't suddenly feel sympathy for an enemy, nor would he show mercy just because I'm a child. I tilted my head, wondering what the hell he was trying to say when he pointed his sword at me. To be honest, seeing that judgment just now, I realize I can't handle you with my own power. If it were decay, maybe he could freeze you and take you back, but I don't know how to do that. I've just realized that breaking your will and taking you with me won't work either. What are you trying to say? I'm going to kill you. I was appalled by the intelligence of Lump. Really, I had no idea you were trying to kill me. Thanks for the heads up, how kind of you. Until just now, I was holding back a bit to take you alive. For me, the best solution was to bring you back and uncover the truth, but if that's not possible, I'll have to kill you. That's a much easier task than capturing you alive. I could tell that this threat from Lump wasn't just bluffing. If he repeated that earlier attack a few more times and forced me to give up, then I would die. But you have another option. Lump extended his other hand, the one not holding the sword, as if offering a handshake.
Join us.
Just so you know, I already turned down that same offer from your comrade who said it first. It was a suggestion not even worth considering, but Lump seemed genuinely intent on persuading me. I know. But look, during the process of you falling into the abyss, how much did your master torture you? To that wizard's eyes, you're not a disciple, just an experimental subject. At least we treat each other as comrades, it's nothing much. Just choose the lesser evil over the worst. Lump had a big misunderstanding. He thought that during the process of me falling into the abyss, Durcia had done something to me. From a rational perspective, it's understandable. No one would think the great world would manifest all of a sudden without any trigger. It's a misconception I can use. I let out a contemplative hum, pretending to think, and then glared at him with a question. Let me ask you one thing.
What is it?
You stole Wihwa's ability last time and controlled Elijah, right? Elijah, you mean that little brat I borrowed briefly last time?
Yeah.
Can you do it again? I don't know why you're asking that, but no, I can't. If I borrow the body of a fallen, I also take on their burden. Wihwa's burden is too dangerous for me. I used it a bit just for fun, but it's too risky now.
I see.
I let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Judging from his pulse, it didn't seem like a lie, and now that I knew the possibility I had feared most didn't exist. There was nothing more to hesitate about. I raised my middle finger. Then go to hell, I'd rather die than go with you. Looks like I misjudged you, you still don't understand the situation. No, I see it clearly. I smirked as I scanned him from head to toe. You were fighting with the goal of capturing me, then suddenly switched to killing me, and now you're trying to persuade me. Anyone can see it.
See what?
You're having trouble breathing, aren't you?
Huh.
Lump showed a smile. It was a smile with a slight tremble at the corners of his lips. He looked genuinely amused, though. As I slowly stepped back and readied my stance, I continued speaking. The seawater keeps catching on your body, making it hard to move properly, and you're feeling the pressure too. Your vision is dark enough that you can't see me clearly anymore, and sometimes strange monsters swim through that darkness. You sure live in a fucking miserable place. At least the ocean is bright. Thanks for the high praise. As a tenant who lived here first, let me advise you, you can't endure. I calmly stated the truth. Even Dercia said so. She didn't think she could last very long in the abyss either. This isn't a place where some Crimson Circle executive can survive. Are you telling me to surrender? I'll give those words right back to you. If you want to live, surrender. If you've reached that point, I've won. Do you know how fallen of the great world fight? Lump suddenly brought up something random with a sly grin. They meet, manifest the inner world, and then do nothing.
What?
They both just stand still. There's no need to do anything else. Each side's burden is their greatest weapon. Eventually, one of them can't endure the other's world and collapses, and that's how the victor is decided. It's a boring fight that takes 6 to 12 hours if you're lucky. Lump raised his trembling hand. Only 5 minutes or less must have passed. You're right, I can't hold out any longer. Do you know what that means? Suddenly, an uneasy feeling crept over me. Lump continued slowly. Your world defies common sense, you bastard. How can I beat this? I gave it my all. Then he raised his sword and pointed it at his own neck. You've won, kid. I can neither kill you nor take you alive. All I can do is report back. I hadn't expected this. That battle maniac, that insane bastard, now cleanly admitting defeat and taking a step back. At this rate, he'd just end up handing over information about my ability and nothing more. But next time we meet, I'll come prepared. I'm looking forward to a rematch. As he said that, Lump suddenly widened his eyes. No choice, time to throw out some bait. As I deactivated the inner world, I collapsed onto the ground and vomited blood, making sure the dazed bastard could see me as he was disoriented from the sudden release.
Go KGH off.
The bastard looked puzzled for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Don't tell me you lost to your own world.
Bleg.
I didn't answer and vomited blood again. It wasn't an act. I crushed my own organs with water pressure as I shut off the inner world manifestation myself. That bastard is a Crimson Circle executive who's killed and tortured countless people. If I faked pain, he'd notice immediately. In other words, genuine pain is something he can clearly distinguish. Whether my prediction was right or not, the confused expression on Lump's face gradually turned uncomfortable. No way it ends like this.
That's hard to accept. GHH ha.
What a letdown. Shaking his head, the bastard let out a hollow sigh and walked toward me. It would have been unbearably painful being crushed by your own world. But you were holding on with sheer willpower. You really are something. He didn't doubt it. He couldn't. Even if I were faking it, letting Lump get close enough to touch me would mean my defeat. No one would ever think someone would fake it to lose on purpose. Let's see, Decay can take care of himself, so I'll just take this guy and leave. As Lump grabbed the back of my neck and began pondering something, I grabbed his grotesque shoulder. Taking advantage of his momentary confusion, I murmured in a crawling voice, "This world is. You're about to die." He must have thought it was the nonsense of a dying man because he didn't pay it any mind. And with that, I smeared my blood onto his shoulder. Until now, all the blood spilled during the fight had remained within my water barrier, so the deep-sea creatures hadn't detected it. But if blood was smeared outside the water barrier, I knew exactly what would happen. I whispered in his ear, "This world is the deep sea." The inner world unfolded. In that brief moment, Lump reached the fact that I had faked the pain. At the same time, his hand blade headed toward my head. The world turned pure white. Just before his burden intensified, Lump delivered the strongest and most powerful attack he can muster. At this range, there was no dodging it. At long range, maybe I could have. Feeling the inescapable end, I clenched my eyes shut. By my perception, it didn't even take 0.02 seconds for the hand to reach my head. I felt the sensation of contact. Rather than a strike, it was like a weight gently pressing down. Feeling that, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. What is this? Lump, whose right and left arms had been torn off from the shoulder, was aghast. 0.01 seconds. Within that time, twin-headed eels arrived and severed Lump's arms as if slicing them off. They did nothing else. Lump's blood began to spread through the deep sea. Now armless, Lump was clearly panicked. It seemed like this was his first time encountering the danger known as deep-sea creatures. Wait, what is this? Bubbles began to rise from the corners of Lump's mouth as he tried to speak. Fortunately, the burden had overlapped. He was suffocating. No knight can stay conscious without breathing. This was my victory, KH. Realizing the situation, the bastard clenched his teeth and attempted suicide. He tried to bite off his own tongue. I'd heard that cutting one's tongue to die isn't that easy, but seeing those sharp teeth, it seemed that kind of common sense didn't apply to him. I'll never let you have. I used water pressure to stop him, feeling pain in my abdomen as though it were being crushed.
Guy.
Lump continued trying to kill himself no matter what, and I used all my strength to stop him. I could feel my water barrier gradually weakening.
Bite force versus water pressure.
The struggle of strength went on for quite a while, and together with the water barrier that came out to right in front of my eyes.
Urgh.
I barely let out a sigh of relief while watching Lump slowly sinking to the floor. My arm was broken, my entire body was covered in wounds, and my internal organs were crushed. But I was standing. That was the most important fact. I looked down at Lump, who had collapsed, clutching his stomach and spat out phlegm mixed with blood nearby.
Toy.
It wasn't out of mockery or anything like that, something just kept rising up inside. My vision was spinning. The water barrier was already close enough to almost cling to my skin, and the medicine's effects were starting to take their toll, with side effects demanding their price. Before I could savor the joy of victory or anything, I sat down with my head spinning. I felt like vomiting. How long had I waited? About 10 minutes, kneeling with my hands on the sand while gasping for breath. Footsteps rustling in the sand overlapped. I let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I hadn't passed out before then. You're late. What happened with Decay?
In the end, I couldn't capture him.
I came as quickly as possible after that, but cold fingers touched my head. My churning stomach calmed down a bit. As I barely stopped retching, there was a hint of admiration in Dercia's voice.
Unlike me, you actually managed to do it. So you didn't believe in me, then why did you send me?
You don't seem to remember, but I wasn't the one who tried to send you. And I also thought, at the very least, you wouldn't lose.
Really?
Yes, Lump isn't part of a great world, and the methods it could use were limited to simply borrowing bodies. It was a bit lacking to think it could kill someone like you who had been able to fully unfold your great world. However, with a subtle expression, Dercia pulled out the fountain pen and drew swiftly through the air. Lump was painted black and then disappeared as if he had never existed. She probably didn't kill him. She must have imprisoned him somewhere so he couldn't commit suicide. To think you would not only survive but also defeat and capture a high-ranking member of the Crimson Circle, I truly didn't expect that. Jern, you always exceed my expectations.
I did my best.
If I had failed, it would have all been for nothing. As I said that while somehow fixing my broken arm, I suddenly remembered the earlier conversation. Come to think of it, that guy said something strange.
What was it?
He said he never tortured me. He just threw the doll's original into the river.
And that was me.
That's probably a lie. Dercia lightly shook her head, dismissing it. At first, I also thought you were just an unbelievably unlucky child. But rather than a lightning strike hitting a needle, the hypothesis that they did something to you during your infancy is far more reasonable.
Is that so?
The only unknowns would be why they tried to make you fall into the abyss before you turned 10, and what it was that you lost.
Those kinds of things.
I thought maybe another executive, someone Lump didn't know, was the one who did it. This one held quite an important position in Crimson Circle. The possibility he doesn't know is small. That certainly made more sense. As I was nodding, Dercia looked down at me and narrowed her brow. But you're too severely injured.
What happened?
He was using the bodies of top-class knights. Is that a problem? I've heard that your current sense gives you overwhelming superiority in battles with knights. Even if I know it's coming, there are attacks I can't dodge.
Let's focus on treatment first. We can talk about the rest later.
Dercia examined my injured parts closely, then suddenly lifted her fountain pen and dropped ink onto the wounded area. Ow, won't dropping ink on a wound cause infection?
This isn't ink. Swish, when she rubbed the dropped ink, the wound had disappeared. Huh. I was flustered. Wasn't healing magic supposed to not exist? I looked at Durcia with a slightly suspicious face. My trust in Durcia had been slightly chipped away since the last kidnapping incident. Wait, are you sure you're not healing me by cutting into my lifespan or something? Look at my arms. Durcia extended her pale, slender arm. On that arm was a cut identical to the one that had just disappeared from his. This isn't healing, I'm transferring your wounds onto my body. I don't know what it is, but let's stop this. I tried to refuse in shock, but Durcia paid no attention and dropped more ink on my other wounds. Think about it rationally. The wounds on Durcia's arm healed in the blink of an eye. The recovery ability of an elf and that of a human child are not even comparable. If someone has to bear the injury, I should be the one to take it. Elves have exceptional recovery abilities too. Don't tell me you didn't know. It seemed that elves being good at recovery was common sense in this world. I had received help, but doesn't it hurt? Pain is something I'm accustomed to. I couldn't shake off the unpleasant feeling. After receiving appropriate emergency treatment, I returned to the kingdom and made my way to the topmost floor room that had been assigned to me. It was already dawn. Seeing that both of you returned safely, I guess things went well. What about the prince? He's sleeping soundly right now. Seal was playing with Rahan's hair as he slept deeply. I didn't notice it when he was awake, but now that he's asleep, he really looks exactly like you, Jern. It was true, with his expression relaxed in sleep, the resemblance was uncanny. As I was caught in a strange feeling, Durcia snapped with an exasperated tone. He's still just a doll. Once this matter is over, it's right to dispose of him and tell the king the truth. What? No, that's not right. I quickly shook my head in surprise. Why dispose of him? Even if he's a doll, he can think for himself and helped me. I just want to leave him be. Jern, that doll stole your life. Durcia added, as if she couldn't believe it. You could have lived a life with nothing lacking as a prince of a small kingdom. That doll is in a place that should rightfully be yours. It wasn't Rahan who took it, it was the Crimson Circle. That's true. But regardless, that doll is in a position that should rightfully be yours, and it is also a clear fact that you deserve to reclaim it. Are you really planning to leave things as they are? Things ran smoothly without me. There's no reason to step in and stir up conflict. What about your parents? Are you okay with them never recognizing you and living the rest of their lives thinking the doll is their son? You're really fine with that. It's a little sad, but we have to think about their side too. How devastated would they be to learn that the one they've loved and cherished as a son all their life is just a doll, and their real son has been wasting away with some deadly illness? Let's just leave things be. Jern. Durcia's gaze cooled. Just say you don't want to be a prince. Yes, I really don't. I hated positions with responsibility, but I hated positions with nothing but responsibility even more. That was the most horrible thing in the world. When I showed my genuine disgust, she sighed and gave in. If that's how you feel, I won't force you. Honestly, even if you did become a prince here, there would be more losses than gains. With that, Durcia pulled a small book from inside her robes. Then let's begin the interrogation. All right. I focused, forgetting the pain in my body. I was strangely excited, mixed feelings of anticipation at finally learning fragments of my past, and anxiety over just what might have happened to this body to end up in such a state. Then I noticed something strange and asked, "Wait, are we doing it here? There are people outside, and since it's night, things could get noisy and annoying. Shouldn't we go to, like, a dungeon or something?" This interrogation will use a slightly different method. Don't worry. What's that supposed to mean? As I wondered, Durcia opened the small book and dropped some ink onto it. Where is Lump? It's right here. At first, I didn't understand what she meant. But as I stepped closer and looked into the book, I saw the ink squirming as if it were alive, forming letters, then words, then sentences, then breaking apart again. Eventually, a single sentence appeared. WHATTHEFUCK is THISHLHOLA. Master. I called out to Durcia uneasily. She responded as if it were nothing. I turned it into a record. It was difficult but doable. No matter how much it yells, there won't be any sound, so there's no need to worry. A record, huh? I looked at her with pity. When did you fall into the abyss? It's proper magic. No matter how you look at it, this feels like an abyss realm ability.
This is the highest level magic I can use. I have already placed one of my feet firmly in the celestial realm, and didn't I tell you before that the only difference between the abyss realm and the celestial realm is whether you are the ruler of your world or its prisoner? With that said, I had nothing left to argue. Still, it was truly a chilling ability, so I scooted a bit away from her. To seal someone inside a book and turn them into a form of record, in a way, it did feel like the perfect magic for Dercia. Let's begin with the first question. I have to ask it before the digestion is complete so we don't have a lot of time. Dercia lightly flipped through the book and began writing several commands in a language I couldn't understand. What did you ask? I asked for memories related to your existence. Soon, all related records will surface. Before long, dialogue records appeared in the book, as if transcribing a conversation between certain individuals. We need to take over the cities. What's the point of that? Just kill everyone. There needs to be a sustainable base. Why? Because it's necessary. A conversation between Lump and another executive. I couldn't tell who the executive was. All I could do was guess that it might have been Decay. That prince guy, we knocked him out and brought him. Anything else you want done? Good work. What, you're just gonna toss him in the river? Then we could have just killed him and brought the body. I couldn't trust you that easily, I had to check personally. And that was the end. We stared at each other, bewildered. That's it. I asked it to share everything it knows about you. This must be all there is. So if we summarize, I was just kidnapped to help create a sustainable base. And after the kidnapping, meaning after they made room to insert the doll called Rahan, I was no longer needed, so they just tossed me into a nearby river. In simpler terms, I guess I really was nothing. I was connected to the Crimson Circle, yes, but only just to that extent. They never tortured me, never paid me any mind. In other words, when they failed to recognize me, it was simply because they really didn't know who I was. All they did was throw me into a river, so how could they remember me? I don't understand. Dercia stumbled and sat down, looking confused. I thought that even if you weren't deeply connected, at the very least, the Crimson Circle had tortured you and discarded you when they didn't get results. That was the logical assumption. But if that never happened, it just got even harder to find out about my past. I let out a sigh as I looked at the deep-sea creatures swimming around us. Trying to figure out why these things were created had become even more of a mystery. Then what do we do now? This isn't over yet. She shook her head and began writing more into the book. Even if we can't find the cause, it doesn't mean we don't know how to find a solution. There must be clues. I'll try to find everything related. With an eerie expression, Dercia wrote something down. For nearly 10 minutes, I found it. At that moment, another dialogue record began appearing in the book, creating the three evils. That is the current top priority. The three evils? I'd heard the term a few times. They had been going back and forth saying I was one, then that I wasn't, so all I could deduce was that one of them was related to the deep sea. The Crimson Circle member, identity unknown, continued speaking in a tone as if explaining to several others. The stimulus applied to force a wizard to fall into the abyss is ultimately an artificial burden. You have to grind down hundreds of wizards, and they have to be children, only then does one barely emerge. Even so, it's far from enough. It's impossible to reach it this way. Not sure about that. I'm against it. Why? I get it, you're trying to apply minute burdens across the entire world. Even though the dialogue record was still playing, there was no way I could just let it pass. Faced with a story on a completely different scale, we looked at each other. Is this even possible? It's impossible, but it's clear that this is their goal. Regardless of our shock, the dialogue record continued on. But why the three evils of all things? That's just some legendary tale. Is there really a reason we need their burden? I mean, if we just spread that bastard Decay's burden across the world, 1,000 people would fall into the abyss every day. Lump, you stupid son of a bitch. Minor burden, minor. Do you think spreading inner world across the entire world is something easy, you fuck? Yeah, so what? It's any different with the three evils. Are they really that much stronger when you spread their shit across the world? Even the ocean wouldn't cause more than a slightly slower fall when you leap into it, so do we really have to go chasing after those guys? Lump, I understand your doubts. Perhaps your kind haven't lived long enough to know you're lacking knowledge about the three evils. Of course, I don't even know if they're real. Even if they are, I don't get what makes them so special. Then I suppose it's best I explain simply, considering your intellectual level. What? The dialogue record continued. You're right too, even if it's the world of a three evil, if we forcibly stretch it out and spread it across the world, it wouldn't become a particularly strong burden. Then what's the reason? In the worlds of the three evils, living beings exist. Living beings? What kind? What kind, you ask? If their burden spreads across the world, regardless of how strong or weak the burden is, the world itself transforms into a place where merely existing is a burden. Because those things will roam the world. That is the kind of existence the life forms from the worlds of the three evils are. Silently, I looked at the deep-sea creatures swimming through the air. Even if I wanted to deny it, no matter how I looked at it, it really did seem like they were talking about me, spreading burdens across the whole world, It seemed that Dercia was fixated on that phrase, as she turned the page with a serious expression. Did something come to mind? There is something, but for now it's purely in the realm of speculation, so I'd prefer not to say. At that moment, Seal, who had been quietly listening from behind, interjected, Master. Even if it's just speculation, please explain in detail what you just thought of. What? Dercia raised an eyebrow, but Seal didn't back down in the slightest and shot back, You always do this. Saying things like you wouldn't understand even if you heard and then going off on your own. It's not the first time you've acted without explaining things. You caused trouble last time too without even trying to explain. Even if it's rough, if you talk about what you just felt, I think Jern will feel more reassured. Unable to refute her due to the guilt of her actions, Dercia sighed and answered. It really isn't anything worth mentioning. During the last battle, that one called Decay said something along the lines of, this real world could be someone's inner world, that sort of thing. What does that mean? Nonsense. Not even worth discussing. If the real world is someone else's inner world, then what constitutes that inner world? In the end, an inner world is made up of the real world. It's no different from the paradox of which came first, the chicken or the egg. She dismissed it sharply, but I thought maybe because they're the kind of lunatics who can think that way, they came up with this plan. That's all there is to it. Isn't planning something and executing it two different things? That's also true. I still don't understand what this even means, to spread a burden across the world. That would imply overlaying someone's inner world onto the real world. Dercia furrowed her brow. No matter how I think about it, the only conclusion I reach is that it's impossible. But still, I can't bring myself to believe that Crimson Circle are just ridiculous fools chasing after illusions. There must be some method. Jern, this is just simple curiosity, but I'd like to ask you something. What is it? She blinked as if intrigued and asked. Let's suppose their plan succeeds, and your deep sea unfolds upon the world. I've seen the images of those deep sea creatures in these books, and I know they're dangerous, but I've never heard how powerful they really are. What kind of outcome do you predict? I answered without hesitation. It will absolutely fail. This is a burden that can't create a fallen. Oh, so you mean they're easy to deal with? On an individual level, they must not be that strong then. The opposite. They're far too powerful. They're not at a level to become a burden. If these things are released into the real world, the Empire's destruction is a guaranteed starting point. If the deep-sea creatures were to be released, and if they began to target humans other than those with my blood, from that point on there would be no safe place left on the surface. These creatures can use current sense. No matter where someone hides, they will find and kill them. At that speed, probably. It would take about 3 hours until half the population is wiped out. My see. With a stunned look, Dercia lifted the back end of her fountain pen and dropped ink onto the book. If that's true, then we don't have time. There are many more things I'd like to ask since it's a Crimson Circle executive, but for now, I'll erase it. Erase it. If Lump is digested as is, it will die. Then it will return to Crimson Circle with information about you, Jern. If that happens, what Crimson Circle will target is all too clear. Can't we just imprison it for life? We can, but then it'll still become a target for Crimson Circle. It's best to avoid troublesome matters, so I'm going to erase Lump's memory. Dercia spoke languidly as if deciding on a dinner menu. I can erase, modify, and add to the things recorded in me. However, since I haven't yet reached the celestial realm, it's not perfect, so I can't alter too much. I'm still far from the realm of complete revision. Still, I might be able to add something like this. As I watched her muttering and editing the book, something suddenly came to mind. Is that a magic spell that was developed not long ago? Yes, that's right. You didn't develop it just to use it on me back in the Elf Nation, did you? Well, we gained a significant result. We now know the purpose behind Crimson's Circle trying to create the three evils and what they intend to do with them. Dercia suddenly brought up another topic, right? However, we didn't learn what their goal truly is. That is, the method to resist the life forms that live in the world of deep-sea creatures and the three evils. It seems even Lump doesn't know, but to put it another way, it means that the Crimson Circle executive who spoke with Lump knows how to control them. Ah yes. I stood from beside Dercia and sat next to Seal. She naturally patted my head and nodded. For Jern to survive, contact with Crimson Circle will be unavoidable. That's the conclusion I've reached. In the end, it means we need their knowledge. Dercia sighed and closed the book. From the closed book, black ink bubbled up and flowed over the desk. It looked as if blood were spilling. It's done. Lump is dead, but all they'll know is that the Empire caught on and sent Dercia, and that in the process, Lump fell into a trap and died instantly. This is really amazing. I put quite a bit of effort into it after all. I see. Even though I didn't say much, Dercia, feeling perhaps a bit guilty, stood and opened the door. I'll return first with Seal. Since you have the status of an Imperial emissary, you can take care of things appropriately and return tomorrow. And she glanced at the bed where Rahan was lying and added, "You're really not going to tell your father the truth?" Yes. I nodded. Rahan is not Rahan, but that doesn't mean I am Rahan either. So then, is there any reason to stir things up by poking at the truth? If you keep the doll around, it could leave room for Crimson Circle's interference. In the end, it's just a meaningless deception. I still think it's best to reveal the truth and take care of everything. Well, I can't deny that. After all, it's an artificial life form created by Crimson Circle. Who knows what side effects it might have? Even so, killing it was never an option. The moment I used the word killing, it had already become that way. But I don't believe Crimson Circle's goal is to use these dolls to massacre the kingdom. As the books suggest, their main objective is likely to create hidden bases where they can hide. Since things have remained stable without major disturbance so far, even if they return, I don't think much will change. And I looked at the sleeping Rahan and let out a short laugh. If he were truly under their control, he wouldn't have helped us capture Lump. The reason everything was resolved so quickly is thanks to him. I'd prefer to think of him not as a doll, but as a separate human being they created. You really haven't changed, have you? Dercia looked at me with a complicated expression. There were mixed emotions, but overall it didn't seem like a bad look. When you return, let's talk more about Crimson Circle. Also, do you feel that your burden has deepened in this battle? I moved my arm to test it. It did feel a bit more like wading through stronger currents than before, but it was bearable. A little, but thanks to water barrier, it's not too bad. That's something I need to study as well, in any case, understood. After departure tomorrow, let's meet in the evening. Yes, understood. Once Dercia and Seal left, only Rahan and I remained in the room. I tucked the mask inside my coat, got ready, and organized the situation. The deep-sea creatures weren't created separately during the process of my fall. They are a characteristic of the inner world of the three evils. I understood why the deep-sea creatures existed, but the situation was still completely unclear. In the end, what mattered wasn't the reason, it was finding a fragment that could control this. If it was truly a part of the core characteristic, it would be far more difficult to touch. Thinking about it, there was one strange thing. If I assume all of this is true, then what exactly happened to me? Crimson Circle never tortured me. The Great World doesn't manifest unless it's deliberately created. Yet I am the Great World, one of the three evils and the deep sea. It means I am a completely absurd existence overlapped with the worst of the worst. And this is all a coincidence. I couldn't afford to dwell on it too much since I needed to deal with the deep sea creatures, but it was definitely strange. I don't get it. I thought about it for several minutes, but no answers came. With no other choice, I decided to wake Rahan first. Rahan, it's over, wake up.
Me.
Honestly, I wanted to just carry him back, but when I checked with current sense, there were still many guards out, even at this late hour. Their faces were full of tension. Even though they were ordered by Jahian to keep things secret, they must have heard that a comrade had died. If I walked around with a prince on my back at a time like this, didn't seem like anything good would come of it. It was better for the two of us to move together with Rahan walking. Rahan, rubbing his eyes, looked up at me and blinked sleepily. Horn Hyung. Yeah, it's all over. We repelled Olive Crimson Circle. Are really few, thank goodness. Rahan let out a sigh of relief, then blushed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, since it was an incident in our kingdom, I should have stayed awake as the prince, but I suddenly got so tired. It's fine. You did your part by telling us who that guy was. You've done more than enough, you should be proud. If that's true, I couldn't ask for anything more. It's been so hard since I was young because things always happen to me suddenly like that. As he spoke with a happy face, I took a closer look at Rahan. Looking at him like this, he seems like nothing but a human. He even uses magic. It's fortunate that creating him seems to be extremely difficult. If mass production had been possible, they probably could have done something insane like turning their own dolls into fallen. Maybe that was their original intention all along. I shook my head to clear away the unnecessary thoughts and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Let's go back to your room first, get a good night's sleep. Yeah, alright, Hyung. Come to think of it, I got a new ability. What kind of ability? I tilted my head at the sudden remark. Rahan began explaining with sparkling eyes. Today at the banquet I met more people than I ever have in my life and I really put in a lot of effort, right? Yeah, you did. I think that's why. Around this evening I realized what my ability is. Really? That piqued my interest. The situation had been urgent, so I just glossed over it, but I'd always been curious about how Rahan could see into other people's worlds. When I listened closely, Rahan proudly raised his hand. Look at this. What is it? A little closer. I couldn't see anything, but when I looked more carefully, there was a very thin, semi-transparent film wrapped over his skin. What is this? I tested it myself, and it turns out I have this ability. Rahan separated a candle from a nearby lamp and lightly brought his palm near it. Ah, hot, ow. Then quickly pulled his hand back in surprise. I thought it was some kind of defensive ability, but I guess not. I frowned and brought over a pitcher filled with cold water. What if it leaves a scar? Give me your hand. No. This is just the beginning. Rahan had a determined look on his face as he brought his palm back over the candle flame. I tried to stop him, but this time his expression was different. There wasn't a trace of pain on his face. It doesn't hurt at all. What? This is my magic. I can stop myself from feeling pain I've already experienced. And look at this. Rahan held up his palm where the candle flame was touching. The flame was burning on top of the flickering membrane. More precisely, it was continuing to burn. Even though the only thing sustaining the combustion was Rahan's hand, that hand remained completely unharmed. For quite a while, the flame kept burning until Rahan blew on it with a soft puff. Even after it seemed to be extinguished, it flared back up again and wouldn't stop. It finally returned to normal only after I poured water on it. This is what happens, I guess this is it. You're adapting to the situation. Yeah, I think that's it. I know this ability, water barrier, the small world that protected me in the deep sea, I spoke slowly. You being able to see the worlds of other fallen. Hyung. It's because you've been in contact with fallen since you were young. Your inner world decided you needed to adapt to that world. My water barrier wrapped around me to protect me from the dangers of the deep sea, becoming a small diving suit. Even now, in this moment, it's struggling to keep me alive. Rahan's danger was the fallen. His water barrier, having been in contact with Lump since childhood, tried to protect its master, to warn him, so if there was a fallen nearby, it would somehow detect and replicate their world in a similar form. Not because water barrier has intelligence, it simply adjusted itself to survive. If I hadn't spent all my time submerged in the deep sea, my water barrier would have done something similar. Are you okay? Why did your face suddenly go pale? Are you hurt? As I stood there blankly, Rahan asked in concern. I forced a smile and nodded. It's nothing, I just had something on my mind. Should we head back? Yeah. Yeah, it really is nothing. A doll mirrors the magic of the original, that's all there is to it. It's not that strange. If humanity was reproduced as it was, then the world inside would likely be structured similarly. But there's one problem. That is, if the world Rahan carries in his body is water barrier, then whose is the deep sea? Where did it come from? So I shouldn't be blaming others. I muttered under my breath out of Rahan's earshot and let out a sigh. Crimson Circle didn't torture me, right? No one in this world has ever tortured me. I became the Great World for no reason, that's not it, because the version of me from South Korea, that was who the Fallen was. Someone once said this, that mental pain surpasses physical pain, that the pain of being abandoned by a loved one is more tormenting than the pain of one's entire body being set on fire. When I heard such words, I thought this. Has this person ever suffered fourth-degree burns over their entire body? Probably not. They may have been abandoned by a loved one, sure. I do agree that mental pain is indeed pain. I'm not trying to push the argument that depression is an imaginary illness born of a weak mindset, but it's fundamentally different from tangible physical pain. That was my conclusion. If mental anguish were more effective than physical pain in creating the great world, then why would Crimson Circle drown people in seawater or scorch them with fire? The fact that I speak of the abyss means that I experienced torture akin to that in my previous life. Unable to breathe, my entire body constricted, with monsters constantly looking for a chance to kill me, ripping the flesh from my bones. Of course, not even once. I don't think I lived a life of such pain. No, actually, I lived a life quite far removed from suffering. The worst physical pain I ever received from someone else was getting hit by a flying potato while walking down the street. Maybe it left a light bruise. Of course, mental anguish is still pain. Ren fell into the abyss precisely because of the trauma of being abandoned by her parents. But then again, being abandoned by one's parents, that level of traumatic experience, I've never gone through anything like that. Is Korean society's competitive culture truly that painful? That can't be. This place is far worse. No matter how many times I think it over, I draw blanks. Reflecting on my past life for clues, I eventually just shoved it all to the back of my mind. It was something I would have to face eventually. But if there's a wildfire, you focus on putting it out first, not on investigating which cigarette bud started it. You seem troubled. Yes. After the incident was settled, as we rode out of the kingdom, Karos approached me casually and asked. She had helped me a lot, even went so far as to risk damaging her own reputation by demanding a bribe. In the end, her identity as a royal envoy inevitably came to light, but she had carried out Sharmia's orders faithfully. So even though her intent to probe for information was blatant, I still answered her. Solving one thing just leads to another. Nothing in this world is ever easy. I see. A look in her eyes demanding an explanation. I was going to tell Sharmia anyway, there was no need to hide it, so I just answered. I captured a Crimson Circle executive and extracted a bit of information. Karos gripped the reins so tightly it was clear how shocked she was. Her horse even seemed to be in pain. I cleared my throat and continued. It's nothing too grand, but I did get a better sense of their goals. It sounds quite significant to me. What is it? The same thing you already know. They want to create more fallen, but the method is unique. They want to cast a thin layer of burden across the world so that all wizards live in pain and more fallens are created, something along those lines. Is that even a feasible method? My master said it's impossible. But there must be some way. The best possibility would be that they're just lunatics. I trailed off. Crimson Circle is the kind of group that executes rational plans through irrational actions. They pierced through the princess's protection, carried out indiscriminate terror attacks in the empire, and once their name was known, they chose to grow silently beneath the surface. By now, several major underworld organizations have probably already kissed their feet. They may be insane, but someone managing them isn't, or rather, they're elegantly insane. It feels like we've come too far to hope for the optimistic outcome. I agree. Karos took on a deeply contemplative expression. Jern, if a veil of burden were to cover the world. Yes. Would that affect ordinary people too, not just wizards? It likely would. Imposing a burden would mean tampering with the material realm itself, and that's where ordinary people live. But ordinary people aren't their target, their only goal is to create more fallen wizards. That's true. I shrugged as I replied. Which is exactly why they don't care about anything outside their objective. To put it a bit extremely, if it took sacrificing 10,000 civilians to create one fallen, they'd do it 100 times over. Karos probably already understood this to some extent. It must simply be hard to accept. I had sensed it before, but seeing how she worshipped the princess like a god, it became clear that she, too, was someone who lived with justice as her purpose. Don't worry too much. If we know, we can stop it. If something were to happen, Princess Charmia would foresee it and prevent it, wouldn't she? Ugh. Karos's hand holding the reins trembled slightly. What happened to the executive you captured? He took his own life, he must have returned to Crimson Circle. It must be Lump. So you knew. I realized after speaking, she was the princess's guard knight. Of course, she'd know the faces and names of Crimson Circle's known executives. Karos nodded slightly and continued speaking. His name came up a few times in conversations with Her Highness. In terms of combat ability, it's only as strong as the body it borrows from knights, so it's on the weaker side. But since it revives endlessly from Crimson Circle's base no matter how many times it's killed, it's a nuisance we always suffer damage from whenever we face it. Has she fought it before? That was an assessment with a complete understanding of Lump's traits. As I was thinking that the Empire was more competent than I'd thought, Karos looked at me with a determined gaze. I've heard many things from Her Highness that no one else could know. Not because I'm special, I merely received a trickle of the knowledge she holds. Oh, I see. Jern, you also know of Crimson Circle executives that others do not. What's this is she showing off? When I gave her a look that basically said, so what? She cleared her throat and got to the point. I can tell you about the existence of executives who are not known to the public, those no one knows of yet. Did Her Highness discover them with her prophetic ability? Yes. Karos nodded as she answered. This time, and perhaps again in the future, I believe you intend to actively engage with Crimson Circle. Yes, it's a matter directly tied to my survival. Right now, I don't even know exactly what the three evils means. I can only guess that it refers to three great worlds in which life can exist, something like that. In that case, learning about their core and their methods of operation will be helpful. What do you say? I'm interested. But I won't ask for anything in return. Before I could even speak, Karos declared it outright. This is not a command from Her Highness, it is my personal, independent action. This knight so madly loyal, telling me such things without the princess's order, without any clear purpose. It was a bit suspicious, but she wasn't the kind to lie. There was no harm in listening, so I nodded. Then I'd be happy to, shall we talk here? Karos looked behind us, then shook her head. It will be a long conversation. When you return to the Empire, come find me. I'll leave word with the palace guards to let you through if you tell them your name and mine. All right, I'm actually looking forward to it. The only Crimson Circle executives I knew in detail were Lump and Decay. So if I could hear about the others, it would be a great help. I didn't know why she was doing this all of a sudden, but I offered my pure thanks. She looked ahead again and replied, "You'll understand once you hear it, but you probably won't believe it." Huh, why not? Because among the executives, there's someone you know. Really? Yes, not right now, but soon they will be. Karos's voice carried certainty. No way, in shock I retraced her attitude toward me until now, that subtle, inexplicable hostility, the attempt to coax me. I frowned and answered, I think I know who it is. What? She seemed startled that I had figured it out before she said anything and asked again. You figured it out? Yes, there's only one person around me who's closest to Crimson Circle. Who do you think it is? So this is what they mean by betrayed by the axe you trusted. Under Karos's surprised gaze, I gave the answer. Well, my master has been acting like she's about to fall lately. So Dercia, this crazy master of mine, eventually falls and joins Crimson Circle. I knew from when she trapped people in books and manipulated memories. When I said that with a sigh, Karos responded sharply, her tone a mix of relief and exasperation. You're completely wrong, absolutely not. Huh. Then who could it be? I had no clue at all. A small mountain behind a city. In a cave somewhere halfway up that mountain, a man opened his eyes. Cold, that was the first thing the man realized as he clutched his head and sat up. My head. With a pounding headache threatening to split his skull, memories of the previous night slowly returned. He was a herbalist. He had learned how to identify and gather herbs from his father, and having learned nothing else, was content with that as his life's work. He had gone up the mountain to collect glowgrass that shimmered at night. That's where his memory cut off. Where is this? Ignoring the persistent, throbbing pain in his head, he looked around. A cold, narrow, and dark cave. In the kind of chill that seemed like water would freeze as soon as it was poured, half-frozen, slush-like water trickled along the floor. In other words, it had just flowed. The herbalist soon realized his whole body and clothes were soaking wet. And from those wet clothes came a cold far worse than the caves, as if he had just been frozen until moments ago. Chilled to the bone by a situation that was impossible to understand, he forced himself to recall. What the hell had happened last night when his memory blacked out? Right, I met someone on the slope. Fragmented memories began piecing themselves together. He was a knight. Rather than merely large, the man had muscles like a bear and a frame like a tree, more giant than big. So, the herbalist killed him. At that, the herbalist wore a dazed expression. Killed him? He did, that night, the one wielding a greatsword larger than his own body, wearing armor that wouldn't even scratch if you hurled a rock at it, but it was true. Though he'd never fought seriously except for childhood games, he had toyed with the knight and torn him apart with ease. And no, that's not right. The herbalist shook his head. A lifetime of climbing this mountain told him the truth. That mountain was different. The hands and feet that killed that night were not his, but the memories were. The look of terror on the dying knight's face, the sensation of breaking that armor, all of it was vividly real. Ugh. The headache gradually worsened. One after another, different memories surged through his mind. He was a farmer, a guard, and at times a knight. The guard killed the farmer killed the knight killed a merchant. He killed himself, and then another version of himself killed that self. Endless loops, countless versions of himself killing and being killed with no clear beginning or end. Ayargs. Realizing what memory was coming next, the herbalist desperately resisted, rolling on the cave floor. He had to stop it. This memory must not reach that place. If it did, he'd become part of it. One more cog in that endless cycle. An indescribable terror wrapped around him. But the memory, once triggered, could no longer be stopped. It merely continued, slowly devouring him. Eventually, the herbalist saw. Who are you? This one doesn't matter either. Well, the more preparations, the better, right? The familiar mountain slope, a familiar self, and then death. Ah. Just like that, he was devoured. The herbalist could no longer distinguish between his past memories and himself as a herbalist. But the memories continued to gnaw away at the body left behind. The remaining body kept twitching, replaying the etched memories. For a long time, the sun set and rose, then set again. Fuck. By the time he rose again, he was no longer the herbalist. Lump clutched his head and glared up at the night sky beyond the cave, then, as if it were only natural, yanked off his own hand. Snap! The severed hand writhed and squirmed, turning into a lump of flesh with ears. Lump reported without the slightest hesitation. You probably heard from Decay, but Dercia joined the battle. That bitch had set a trap. Well, what can you do? She's a 9-star wizard. I got caught. The twitching ear changed shape this time, turning into a mouth. Confirmed, anything unusual. Lump tapped his head with a light knock. He felt like there was something more, but having just finished a fusion, it didn't come to mind easily. Of course, the thought that there was something more might also be part of the burden, so he didn't take it too seriously. As Lump molded over, something surfaced in his mind. Ah, right, there's one thing I confirmed while caught in the trap. What is it? That fallen disciple she's raising, he's a great world. The one Decay was trying to recruit. Did you identify which world it is? Nope, I'm not a great world, how would I know that? Lump hesitated in his memory for a moment. For some reason, it was hazy and the scene didn't come back clearly. It was more like the fact surfaced rather than the memory itself. Still, no need to worry, he didn't seem like much, just another guy about to be crushed by the burden. I see, confirmed. After the report was done, While trying to organize his muddled thoughts, Lump realized a few details didn't quite fit together. Strange. The muddiness of memory was expected, but some parts felt like they were shrouded in fog. At a glance, it could be blamed on the acceleration of the burden. As he focused on those few parts, Lump soon rose to his feet. No idea. Maybe it was because not much time had passed since the fusion. If it kept being unclear, he could just check later. With that relaxed mindset, he looked down at the village beneath the mountain. Since I used this one this time, I'll have to expand the range a bit more. And with that, the fate of the villagers was sealed. As soon as I returned from the kingdom, I went to find Dercia, who had gone ahead. Ah, Jern Nim. But only head made seal with a troubled expression, and a mansion turned into a mess and on fire greeted me. An attack. The first thing I thought of was that the Crimson Circle had caused trouble in the capital. But upon closer look, only Dercia's mansion was burning slightly in places. Seal let out a sigh and answered. Well, this happened while Master was having a lesson with Princess Lumia. Right, that was the arrangement. Lumia and Dercia, not exactly the most compatible combination, I asked, a bit worried. Did it go as far as treason? No. It just got a bit too intense, so I think we should leave it alone for now. No matter how out of it Master may be, it'll probably just end with correcting Princess Lumia's manners a little, so don't worry too much. Understood. Given the situation, it seemed right to first have the conversation with Karos, who had come with me. When I explained the reason for my visit to a guard at the Imperial Palace, he handed me a letter. The letter had a map of the Terum we had visited the last time I met the princess. I hesitated a bit on the way. Was it okay to meet Karos alone? She didn't seem to like me very much. I had a slight feeling it might be dangerous. Still, I need to know the executives. If there was anything I realized in the battle against Lump, it was that I knew far too little about the Crimson Circle. Even if they were good at keeping secrets, by now I should at least have a sense of what kind of people they were. But other than knowing they're a bunch of psychopaths who crazily create Fallen, I had no particular knowledge. With no better option, I headed to the Terum, opened the door and looked for Karos, but the person in black armor was nowhere to be seen. I looked around for quite a while. Until I heard someone clear their throat at the table right next to me. Over here. I frowned slightly, looking at the woman with a sullen expression sitting at the table, as if she had just arrived from the countryside. You look more ordinary than I expected. That was the softest expression I could muster. I hadn't expected the princess's foremost sword to look so plain. I am aware that I don't have a dignified appearance. That's why I always wear that armor. As I hesitantly took a seat, Karos let out a sigh, then she raised her hand and swept it around the surroundings. Immediately, the surrounding sounds became almost silent. The voices from the table right next to us now sounded as faint as if they were 100 meters away. An impressive feat. I let out a small sound of admiration and asked, Sir Karos, are you also a wizard? I am without question a child of commoners. This is not magic, but merely a petty trick that slices the domain of sound. Can that really be called a petty trick? Isn't that more amazing than magic? Only after reaching this level can one barely manage something like this, so what's so great about it? Even 3-star wizards can perform similar simple magic. It's nothing more than producing an inferior result with more time and effort. As I looked at her self-mocking smile, a sudden sense of familiarity hit me. I thought I'd seen that face somewhere before. Come to think of it, that's the face of the princess when I first met her. I didn't recognize you because the impression was so different. Yes. At that time, the princess briefly borrowed my body. Borrowed, you say? We can exchange our consciousnesses using a specific artifact. It's a secret only the princess and I know. But now I know. Is it okay to tell me something like that? Is this some kind of setup to take me out? I asked, slightly tense, and Karos smirked and nodded. Compared to what I'm about to tell you, that's trivial. Weren't we going to talk about the Crimson Circle executives? That's right. But bringing up that subject means that I intend to betray Her Highness. In that situation, is sharing consciousness really such a significant secret? I examined Karos's face. Only now did I realize it was a face full of resolve. I quietly shook my head, trying to dissuade her. If it's really going to come to that, then I won't listen. Don't go crossing dangerous rivers unnecessarily. Princess Charmia probably knows everything already. It's not a perfect prophecy. No, wait a moment, I didn't come here to hear something like that. Sensing that the situation was serious, I frowned and stood up from my seat. For her to say something like that truly meant betrayal, and I had no intention of becoming hostile toward the princess. To bear fangs at the true ruler while living in the empire without any particular reason, that would be an act of utter stupidity. And now Karos, as the princess's personal knight, was trying to speak of the princess's prophecy, a secret that should absolutely be kept hidden. It was clearly a hostile act. I had thought you were a knight who upheld loyalty with unwavering faith, so why are you suddenly acting like this? Loyalty, huh? Karos looked down at the table and answered in a lowered voice. Have you ever heard of the discourse on the difference between a dog and a knight? I have not. A well-trained dog obeys humans absolutely and listens to commands. If told to bite, it bites. If told to chase, it chases. In that case, can it be said that the dog is loyal to its master? Isn't that a bit ambiguous? In the end, it's just doing what it's been ordered to do. A knight's loyalty has a similar side, carrying out orders as commanded. Becoming a sword wielded according to the master's will. If you think about it like that, dogs and knights differ only in power and method, but to the master, there's no real difference. A knight with the mind of a dog knight, wouldn't that be the most excellent knight of all? That was an argument from ancient times, with many others debating against it. I wasn't quite sure what she was suddenly talking about, but I nodded in acknowledgement for now. What do you think, Sir Karos? I still don't know. Clasping her hands together, she gritted her teeth. I don't know if what I'm doing now is the right thing or if I'm just having an outburst based on my own arbitrary standards. To be honest, all I feel is that I'm making a mistake. There's a saying that if you're unsure whether or not to do something, don't do it. I've been living by that all this time, but I've come to regret it. The more time I spend by Her Highness's side, the more I come to know. It's impossible not to know. Clench, she tightly gripped her hands until they turned pale as she continued, her voice trembling with sincerity. Seeing the future is not simply within the realm of magic, it's actually closer to a shamanistic ability. The princess uses her life in exchange for seeing the future. You mean her lifespan? Her life. Karos answered firmly and was about to speak again when I raised my hand to stop her. Please don't explain any further, I really don't want to become a traitor. Didn't you say last time that we couldn't work together if I didn't tell you? Yes, but I said that because I expected you wouldn't be able to tell me. Even if I'm going to hear it, it should be from Lady Charmia's mouth. Hearing it from you means nothing except becoming a traitor. Yes, I understand. She nodded and changed the subject, 10 years old. From that age until now, Her Highness has protected the Empire without a single crack. However, since the emergence of the Crimson Circle, that burden has grown even heavier, to the point she reached out even to a child like you. I know you're not particularly fond of me. This is not a matter of liking or disliking. Her Highness can now only see the short-term future, but when she was 10, just once she saw a very distant future. Her eyes became wistful as she looked at me. Her Highness saw you in that future. Did she? Is that why the princess is so obsessed with me? I became quite curious and focused as I asked. What do I become in the future? You become an executive of the Crimson Circle. What? Exactly as I said. You become the worst enemy who hinders the Empire. Did the princess tell you that herself? Yes. That's impossible. I'd rather die than work with those bastards. Karos's shocking revelation was, to put it simply, something I couldn't comprehend at all. I didn't like the Crimson Circle. Honestly, knowing that they were a group that kidnapped and tortured children made me feel disgusted by them. I had absolutely no desire to become one of them. Even if I ended up with them, it would be because I was forced, not because I sincerely became one of them, much less rose to the rank of executive, not at all, not even slightly. Karos slightly nodded but still spoke with certainty. But it is the truth, you will join them one way or another. It's something like fate, something that cannot be changed. Her Highness said there are things that can be prevented and things that cannot, but you becoming an executive of the Crimson Circle falls into the latter. Something that cannot be prevented. I see. I nodded slowly, understanding. So that's why you disliked me. It's not a matter of liking, but it's true that I was wary. If someone is destined to become an executive of the Crimson Circle, then killing them is the right choice. That was my judgment, I apologize. There's no need to apologize, that makes perfect sense. Rather, I felt at ease knowing the reason behind the unexplained wariness Karos had shown until now. If one of the Crimson Circle's core members was right in front of me, I wouldn't be able to hold back either. In fact, the fact that she even allowed me to speak with the princess could be seen as a show of superhuman mental restraint. But Her Highness tried to make use of you. I believe the reason is probably because in that first vision of the future she saw your potential. Potential. Jern, you're 11 years old. Right. What about it? It means you're still young, and that means you still have a lot of growing to do. You'll develop even further from your current position. A flicker of fear briefly passed through Karos's eyes. I couldn't understand it at first, but now that I know who you are, I can understand Her Highness's judgment. She believed you to be a card that, just by holding in hand, could multiply her options by the dozens. I don't get it. You just said that no matter what, I'll become an executive of the Crimson Circle, right? If I'm just a card that ends up in the enemy's hand anyway, then what's the point of nurturing me? Because Her Highness is that cornered. To the point that she must reach for even that kind of card. Karos looked straight at me. She told me not to speak of any of this to you. Why did you break that order? I saw your abilities. You have great potential, and even at your current level, you're someone who can already be of use. I came to understand your nature, that you're someone who cannot be moved by any reward or temptation. But what I focused on was your humanity. Jern, you are a good person, someone who can consider others, who can get angry for the weak. At least that's what I concluded. She said such embarrassing things without hesitation, then stood up and bowed her head. More than any offer of reward or temptation, I thought this kind of sincere request would be more effective. That's why I arranged this meeting. I've told you everything I know. Please, won't you help Her Highness? I'm just a fallen who's struggling to survive. It sounds like you're expecting too much from me. I'm not asking for help just because I believe you're a good person. As Her Highness's knight, I swear to you, if you help her, I will betray her once more. What? I doubt anyone else has heard more from Her Highness than I have. I will share with you the knowledge of the future that you desire. Like what? I know a few of the hidden hideouts the Crimson Circle is keeping secret. The places where they store their research materials. Now that was truly tempting. Getting information directly from the princess about the future, it was unimaginable how steep the price might be for that. But if I helped the princess through Karos's request, I could lighten the debt on my conscience while getting the actual rewards from Karos instead. 2 birds with 1 stone. Unless Sharmia discovered the secret contract between the two of us through her prophecy, this was a deal with no downside, and that prophecy wasn't invincible anyway, more than anything. I met Karos's clear, transparent eyes. Even if the princess couldn't be trusted, this person could. There was a distinct resolve unique to someone telling the truth. I slowly nodded. All right, but there's one thing we should settle before moving forward. If it's about the tests I put you through, I sincerely apologize. That's not it. You said me becoming an executive of the Crimson Circle is something that can't be avoided, right? Yes, that's correct. If that's true, then even I'm starting to be afraid of myself. Are you really willing to make such a contract under those circumstances? Isn't it too dangerous? I've accepted everything and still came to ask for your help. I looked at Karos, whose expression had hardened, and offered a small smile. Mind if I ask a few questions? Of course, ask as much as you like. First off, when does this thing, me becoming an executive of the Crimson Circle, happen? I don't know. It could be tomorrow, or it could be 10 years from now. Do I kill someone or attack anyone while I'm in the Crimson Circle? None of that has been determined. In fact, that kind of thing falls into the category of futures that can be changed, unlike your entry into the Crimson Circle. That narrows down the possibilities. I opened my subspace and took out the red steel necklace. Karos tilted her head when she saw it. What is that? During the last battle with the Crimson Circle, I received a recruitment offer. I refused, of course, but they gave me this along with the message to contact them if I changed my mind. I believe it's some kind of tool for communication with them. Why do you still have it? Sir Caros, you said I would one day become an executive of the Crimson Circle, that it's an unchangeable future and that I'm a dangerous person because of it. Ah, yes. Then shouldn't I just go ahead and do it now? What are you saying? I don't quite understand. I'll join Crimson Circle as an executive and work as a spy. What? As I looked at the dumbfounded expression on Caros's face, I steeled my resolve. A great figure I respect once said something. If you can't change the future, then you can deceive the world instead. 1 week later, morning, unusually, Dercia and Seal's opinions aligned. Jern, I think this is going a bit too far. Yes. Wouldn't it be better to reconsider? I had only one thing to say. No, how on earth did you even get in here? This place was a detention center exclusively for nobles, located in the heart of the capital. The facilities were quite nice, but in the end it was a single-room cell, a detention center nonetheless, which meant that unauthorized persons were not allowed in, and while Dercia was my master, that alone shouldn't have been enough to grant her access to here. It would have been close to impossible to get formal permission. Without a word, she opened the door of the detention center. The mansion appeared. You said that magic could only be used in places you've been. Nim. Think logically, there's no way my master hasn't been confined in a detention center before. Isn't it impossible to lock up master in a detention center in the first place? When I asked back with a dumbfounded expression, Dercia let out a snort. They begged me to at least stay in the detention facility, but this is not the time to be talking about such trivial matters. I was trying to think of what kind of insane thing she must have done when her expression grew impatient, and she spoke. There must be an easier way to approach this. When we know nothing about the enemy, I wonder whether we really need to take such a deadly route. Didn't we settle this discussion yesterday? I mean for you to reconsider. To be frank, this is madness. Ahem. Clink. As I scratched my cheek, the chains on the handcuffs rattled with a metallic sound. They were handcuffs wrapped around my wrists. I could release them whenever I wanted, but I hadn't bothered. Because this was my goal, then just give me one clear answer and I'll stop. What is it? Do you think this method is irrational? Dercia didn't answer. It was more that she couldn't. The persuasion had already ended with yesterday's conversation. It was just a matter of whether she could accept it or not. I know it's dangerous, that's why I'll be getting some help with the safety part. Jern, I'll bring back as many materials as possible that will pique Master's interest. I met Dercia's cloudy eyes. Whether the worry mixed in was genuine, I wasn't sure. Did she not want to lose an experimental subject, or did she not want to lose a disciple? I hoped it was the latter. Before long, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside, at regular intervals. With a sigh, Dercia stepped back into the mansion. You have never once betrayed my expectations. I won't this time either. That's a relief. But still. With a slightly weary expression, she shook her head. Sometimes, I wish you'd just live up to my expectations, no more, no less. Thud, as Dercia and a worried-looking Seal closed the door. It immediately opened again and two government officials with tense expressions entered. Follow us. Yes. Even without using current sense, I could feel their confusion. Well, that was understandable. The detention center Charmia had thrown me into was a place where nobles accused of treason or similar crimes would be locked up. They must be wondering what in the world this was all about. I was escorted under heavily guarded from the detention center, riding in a tightly secured carriage for about 30 minutes, until we arrived at a towering building that looked like it pierced the sky. In front, as with most courthouses, there was a statue of a goddess, just like in Korea. Lost in nostalgia, I suddenly furrowed my brow when I realized what the statue was holding wasn't scales but a human head. Clank. The courtroom doors opened. There were already numerous spectators present. The first to catch my eye were Elijah, clutching a handkerchief with an anxious expression, and Aletis beside her, sighing. Jern. As Elijah tried to speak to me, Aletis stopped her. They must have been briefed on the situation. Besides them, many nobles were seated in the gallery. As soon as they saw me, they quietly began murmuring. Curious about what they were saying, I activated current sense. That's him, right, Jern? Wow, I thought it was just a rumor, but he really exists. I told you he's real. That boy saved my son, I tell you. Then what's going to happen with this trial? If the rumors are true, of course he'll be declared innocent. Isn't this the princess making a public declaration to us all? What do you mean by that? Just look. Despite committing such a crime, he's going to be found innocent. It means the Her Highness has marked him as her subordinate. It's like saying, don't touch him lightly. Ho makes sense. So by pardoning him completely, Her Highness is subtly letting us know she's involved. They were weaving some kind of fantasy novel. The courtroom grew noisy as those who had been drumming and dancing to their own tunes stirred up the atmosphere, prompting the person seated in the judge's position to bang the gavel to restore order. Order, the trial will now begin. Defendant Jern Espandel, step forward. I went to the defendant's stand and looked at the judge. Age 11, Jern Espandel, apprentice of the Black Magic Tower, trainee of Brimdel and direct disciple of Durcia. Is this correct? Yes. Just hearing my background read aloud caused another ripple of murmurs to spread through the courtroom. What is that? An apprentice at the Black Magic Tower at that age? No, even putting the rest aside, what do they mean he's a disciple of Brimdel? I did some digging, and apparently he won the Knight Cadet competition with overwhelming skill. Though the competitors were of a similar age, it still doesn't mean much, but they say he did it all with sword skills without using magic. What kind of nonsense is that now? This time the judge didn't try to calm them. Instead, he sighed and continued speaking. Prosecutor, state the contents of the indictment. Yes. The prosecutor, who stood beside me, read out the charges. The defendant traveled to the Elf Kingdom, designated as a protected zone, and committed acts of abduction, torture, and detention against innocent elves. At that part, I used current sense to check the expression of Durcia, who was seated in the audience. Just focus on the trial. Perhaps she stopped me because of this. Rewinding time to the day after I heard the full story from Karos, I immediately went to meet Charmia. Princess, Karos has betrayed you. She whispered your most secret, hidden truths to me, truths you'd most want to conceal. Please punish her immediately. Slurp, the tea Charmia was drinking overflowed from her teacup. She stared at me in a daze, then turned around. Karos, what is he talking about? I told the truth. Karos, who had her hands behind her back, glared at me with eyes full of murderous intent and replied as if chewing her words. She's angry even though this was all prearranged. What a temper. Charmia, looking flustered, glanced back and forth between me and Karos before asking again. What is this, Karos? You were trying to betray me. I trusted you more than anyone in this world. How could you? At least strike me down swiftly out of the honor we shared as comrades in arms, then I won't hold a grudge. I am sorry, Your Highness. Karos bowed deeply. Almost a full 110 degrees, not just 90. I judged it was for Your Highness's sake and acted foolishly. I will accept any punishment. Please end my life. Oh, come on, I was joking. Don't take it so seriously. Charmia smiled brightly as she took Karos by the shoulders and raised him up. I know you're not someone who would betray me. In any future, Karos never betrayed me. And if that ever happened, it would surely be for my sake. No, it was for my own goals. Jern. Yes, Karos made the choice to betray you for Charmia Nim's safety. I would be grateful if you could take that into consideration. See, that's what I mean. As Karos stood there wearing an expression blended perfectly with gratitude and guilt, she turned to look at me. Those eyes, breathtakingly beautiful no matter when I see them, looked at me and asked, so what's this all about? This was the decisive moment. I answered with a serious face. To explain more precisely, the reason Karos betrayed you is because I refused to become the princess's hunting dog. That was really unfortunate. Have you changed your mind? If so, I'd rather praise the betrayal. Not yet. But I think we can come to an agreement. I quietly placed a red necklace on the desk. I have a way to contact the Crimson Circle. Really, where did you get something like that? I was stunned by how genuinely shocked she looked, and even more shocked at how convincing that performance was. This was at the level of creating genuine emotions to deceive oneself. A level of technique far beyond my own poker face. Resolving never to confront her through psychological warfare, I continued speaking. What Karos told me was that it was hard to believe I would someday become an executive of the Crimson Circle. Charmia let out a small, dying gasp. Thanks to that, I understood just how cornered you are, princess. To say you'll handle someone destined to become a Crimson Circle executive without killing them, no sane person would do that. Karos's judgment was right 100 times over. But at the same time, this seemingly innocent princess must have had confidence that she could control me and turn me into a tool to reach the Crimson Circle. She may have even laid out a plan spanning decades for that purpose. Whatever the case, I'm nothing more than a disposable piece in the end. In fact, I've lost any reason to side with your highness. That does seem to be the case, but now that you know that, you can choose not to join the Crimson. Karos also said that it's a future that will inevitably come to pass and cannot be changed. Karos, this really is a betrayal. I'm sorry. Karos bowed her head gloomily. The truly good one is her. Without hiding or changing a thing, she honestly revealed the situation and asked for cooperation. She said it was because she saw my character, but she seemed not to realize that being kind is different from being trustworthy. I had thought about taking advantage of that, but for my plan, Charmia's help was essential. The princess sighed and her gaze briefly landed on the dagger on the desk. I narrowed my eyes and continued. Now it seems we can negotiate a bit, doesn't it? It actually feels like the negotiating table has been flipped over. On the contrary, I don't want to be cast aside after being used. And you want to use me, don't you, princess? Why not blend that together nicely? I tapped the necklace lightly. I will become an executive of Crimson Circle under the princess's command. Charmia blinked twice. What do you mean? If the future where I become a Crimson Circle executive is bound to come, if it cannot be changed, then we include that very future within our plan. Besides, there's information I need to know from within the Crimson Circle. You probably can't say that you don't need it either, princess. If things go well, I'll no longer be a risk of betraying you as a Crimson Circle executive, and at that point I can become a reliable ally instead of a hunting dog. You eliminate the danger I pose and you gain intel from the Crimson Circle. How about it? Charmia mulled something over, then slowly shook her head. I don't think that's going to work. Could you tell me why? Being a member of the Crimson Circle and becoming one of their executives are on entirely different levels. You'll have to do the kind of things they want, carry out the actions they expect. That will destroy you. I have a few contingency plans. When I spoke of what I had in mind, the princess's mouth fell open. Jern. No matter who I am, I don't have that kind of power. If you try, I'm sure you can manage. Even so, you're my imperial envoy. The Crimson Circle is extremely wary of me. Just the fact that you were employed by me would make it hard to even carry out this plan. Princess, I approached you under my master's orders to gather information on you. What? That's not true, though. She answered as if it were obvious. She once said she knew me better than I knew myself. I cleared my throat and continued. But since your highness was not quick to make use of me, I grew impatient and forced my way into the envoy position with my master's help. Then your highness sent me into a place known to have ties to the Crimson Circle to dispose of me, and thanks once again to my master's help, I barely survived and attempted to resist you. And then, your highness imprisoned me and pinned my master's crimes onto me. Of course, my master could easily deny such accusations, but in the process, secrets about the elves would come to light. So, to conceal those secrets, she chooses to abandon me. Holding resentment toward both my master and your highness, I, locked away in prison, suddenly realize there's still a way to contact the Crimson Circle. As she pondered my words, she asked something else. If you go through with this, your public image could plummet to rock bottom. I don't care much about how others see me. And if later your highness brings me back, I'll just say it was all an act and go along with it. If you can really pull this off, it might change the entire game, but... The faint smile on Charmia's face faded slightly. Why are you trying to do something like this? If the Crimson Circle learns of your abyss realm or your intentions, if they sense even a hint of it, you'll be finished. You don't know anything about them. Don't you think it's dangerous? I don't know anything, which is exactly why I want to find out. If I stay as I am, I'll remain ignorant for the rest of my life. I just don't get why you'd go out of your way to do it yourself. No, princess. I replied, genuinely baffled. Forgive me, but I don't think that's something that should be said by someone who's devoted her life to the Empire without reason since the age of 10. That's because it's something only I can do. This is also something only I can do. Who is the fallen? Who is the fallen of the great world? Who has already been scouted by the Crimson Circle? Who is the only one who can become an executive and extract information from within? It's all me. In fact, it's no exaggeration to say that I'm the only fallen the Empire can currently utilize. And unlike your highness, I don't act out of conviction. My goal is survival. I weighed infiltrating the Crimson Circle and gathering intel against simply staying alive, and made my decision based on that. I don't think that's true. The princess glared at me with a suspicious look. No matter how I look at it, it feels like there's another reason besides just survival. What other reason could there be? Maybe you fell for me. Huh. What kind of bullshit was that now? Sharmia ran her fingers over the desk as if seriously considering the possibility. But it's too one-sidedly beneficial for me, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about people who are nearly impossible to find, let alone approach. And here you are, suddenly showing up and saying you'll risk your life to bring back all this secret intel. I've never heard of a deal this convenient in my life. Doesn't it usually happen because of something like love, something you can't just weigh on a scale? Why are you killing me? And I have no particular interest in the princess. It's a cliché, but I'm the type who values inner character over appearance. Anyway, yes, I understand what you're saying. Charmia nodded with a satisfied expression. But there's still one thing left unresolved, and this might actually be the hardest part. What is it now? Thinking again how much there still was to do, I asked, and the princess frowned. Jern, convincing your master, that seems like the hardest thing to me. Ahem. As I let out a murmur, she seemed to take it as agreement and continued. She seems to care about you a great deal. If it looks like I'm sending you into a death trap, the whole picture might come out looking pretty bad, no? I might end up getting punished and she's a 9-star wizard. That was just resolved a moment ago. I took a small cube out of my pocket and placed it on the desk. Apologies, but my master has been listening to this entire conversation. Huh. Of course, I informed her in advance. She was completely against it, but she said if I succeeded in convincing your highness, she would grant her permission. Charmia blinked 3 times. Then she cautiously asked, am I being targeted now? Of course not, my master's not that petty. I said, then shrugged, but you never know, so from today onward make sure to summon Karos every time you go out. It was a moment that confirmed even the princess could feel the emotion called rage. The trial proceeded quickly. There was no one to defend me and I had no intention of mounting a proper defense either. Is there no argument to be made? In that case, I will finalize the verdict. Thud. I steeled my resolve as I watched the judge bring down the wooden gavel once. Still, I needed to show a bit of resistance. Crimson Circle would be observing the movements of the nobles one way or another. If I accepted the situation too easily, they might grow suspicious. That was the most crucial part of the entire plan, to keep them from doubting, to make them truly believe I had been abandoned and that I was desperate enough to reach out to them. I had to make them think that way. I have something to say. As I opened my mouth, the judge, who had just been about to bring down the gavel for the second time, frowned. Something to say? Are you presenting a defense? It's not a defense. Whatever I say, the outcome of this trial has already been decided, hasn't it? I quietly looked behind me. Charmia wasn't there, but a Heaven's Judgment knight in full armor stood at the back door. It was Karos. In the small eyes visible beyond the helmet, there was an emotion that was hard to describe. If I had to put it into words, it was something like, "You're not seriously going to do it, are you?" For the record, I am going to do it. Because the proud princess is the one behind all this. If the remark has nothing to do with the trial, refrain from speaking. As I spoke, those familiar with me showed various reactions. Dercia lowered her head and held her forehead. Seal looked at me with a slight smile, then sighed. Aletus closed his eyes as if he couldn't bear to watch. It was all agreed upon in advance, but witnessing it actually happen must have felt different. It is related. The only reason I'm standing here is because of her. That's enough. This trial is truly remarkable. Is this the empire she wishes to create, where a child like me is dragged into court? Has the empire's law always existed solely for one person? Before the judge could bring the gavel down and close the court, I hastily continued. At this rate, I can't even tell who the real ruler is anymore. The moment I uttered those sarcasm-laced words, the noisy courtroom fell completely silent, as if a mouse had died. Hick. Even the judge froze with the gavel still in his hand. In a room where even the sound of breathing had become noise, a voice rang clearly inside my head. Jern. Wouldn't it have been better to tone it down a bit? I was about to write my response on Dercia's back using currents, but upon reconsideration, touching my master's back freely felt inappropriate, so I replied on the back of her hand instead. Why, look how quiet it got, it's effective, isn't it? Even the princess asked you to dilute that sentence or just hint at the nuance. Including it raw like this is too much of a shock for these nobles. Is it really that harsh? If anything, I was worried it might come off like a staged performance of Ghostop because the insult was too soft. I didn't have time to hear the full meaning behind such a minor detail. Dercia let out a sigh as if she had expected this and answered, Princess Charmia is currently in a very unusual situation. She is freely wielding powers that rightfully belong to the Emperor, and while that would normally constitute treason, the Emperor has granted her permission, so the situation has become quite complicated. I don't really see the problem. Isn't she just using power under the Emperor's permission? It's not like she's some random low-tier noble. She's a princess, what's there to nitpick about? If we dig deep into it, it gets complicated, so I'll keep it simple. The Emperor's permission is essentially the complete transfer of authority, meaning the princess can now do the same thing. What? As of now, the princess has the authority to transfer the imperial power to someone else, not her child, not even someone of her own blood. But can't the Emperor do that too? No. The Emperor can only pass on power to members of his bloodline. But since Charmia has inherited the Emperor's authority and she is not the Emperor herself, she is not bound by that restriction. In other words, she can pass her power on to someone unrelated by blood. Sounds complicated, I still don't see why that's a problem. Let me make it simpler. If Charmia were to marry now and pass that authority to her partner, for the first time in the Empire's history, someone not of the royal bloodline would stand above all. Someone who is not the Emperor's child, becoming Emperor of the Empire. That idea carried such immense weight that even Dercia hesitated to say it out loud. Would she really do such a thing? Absolutely not, she would never do such a thing even if she died, but the fact that it's possible is the problem. The mere fact that she can wield such absurd authority is why the nobles are quietly avoiding the topic at all costs. And now, you've ripped apart that taboo and laid it bare for everyone to see. I thought for a moment then shrugged. Even better, actually. What? At this level, the nobles will definitely start talking. Probably before the day's even over, Crimson Circle will conclude that I've crossed an irreversible line with the princess. You two have crossed a point of no return. If you ever want to return to the Empire, you'll not only need an imperial edict, but also a proper noble title and a public reconciliation with the princess over a certain period. Are you prepared for that? I was already prepared, but a lettuce nim won't face any consequences because of this, right? We've made it seem like a lettuce was the one who reported you, so it should be fine. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Even after my long conversation with Dercia, the judge, who had been frozen stiff for quite some time, finally came to his senses and frantically slammed the gavel. Life imprisonment. The sentence is life imprisonment and the court is adjourned. Arrest that traitor immediately. It was a rushed and clumsy move, but no one objected. The soldiers, seeming eager to get me out of there as quickly as possible, hurriedly escorted me out, and I was taken away again without even getting the chance to say goodbye to the others. As she watched the back of my head disappear, Dercia spoke one last sentence. Jern, I know you're already aware, but no matter the situation, remember this, there's nothing more important than your life. I didn't reply, because I fully agreed with that. The day the verdict was delivered, at dawn when the moon was highest in the sky, I looked around the much grimmer prison cell. It was a tiny solitary cell, so small that even a child of 11 would bump into the wall after 2 steps. A narrow, barred window high above let in a faint torchlight, and the cell was so deep underground that not even the sound of footsteps could be heard. If I had to compare it, it felt like I'd been locked in a roadside sewer. They must have decided I wasn't even worth any decent treatment anymore. Even the workshop key had been taken, and now I had nothing left but my robe. I looked up at the ceiling, the only entrance, and pulled a red necklace from my robe. No one else could see it. Dercia had said it was enchanted with top-tier perception interference magic. Perception interference magic by a 9-star wizard. But how do I even use this thing? Dercia, after examining it, remarked that it seemed more like a biological tissue than any kind of magic tool and concluded that it was beyond her jurisdiction. Since it was a necklace, I tried wearing it. I figured maybe it would work if I spoke while wearing it, and then, SSSHH. The necklace turned to ash and disappeared. Stunned for a moment, I wondered if this was Crimson Circle's way of mocking me, but then the ashes rose into the air as if they were alive. Maybe this was how it worked, a signal to inform them and then they'd come to rescue me. In that case, all that was left was to wait. Leaning against the wall of the nearby prison cell, I recalled the question I had been most curious about since this plan was first formed. How will they come? One thing was certain: Decay wouldn't miss this opportunity. That much I was sure of. If he went so far as to seek me out and give me a necklace to try and recruit me, then with this rift forming between me and the princess, he would absolutely seize the chance. The question was just that: how? This was the middle of the capital, specifically the most heavily guarded prison. A frontal assault was unthinkable as long as Dercia was here. They would have to contact me by some other method, and I was deeply curious to see how. Judging by how Decay came to the library before, he certainly wasn't lacking in methods. As I leaned against the wall and let my imagination run wild, I suddenly heard the clacking sound of footsteps. That was fast. The necklace had just turned to ash, and not even 3 minutes had passed before footsteps echoed through the space. It wasn't even time for the guards' patrol, truly terrifying people. Shocked by Crimson Circle's speed and precision, I looked up and saw something I never expected: red hair. Oh, so you're actually locked up. Princess Lumia. The face crouching down was someone I knew. Princess Lumia was Crimson Circle? No, that couldn't be right. Dumbfounded, I asked Lumia, who was peering down at me with curiosity. What brings you here? I heard you were imprisoned, so I came to see your face. She came to see me? I tilted my head in confusion since I didn't have much of a connection with Princess Lumia. She quickly added in a somewhat defensive tone, I need to see how the end turned out for someone who didn't heed my warning. A warning? I told you, didn't I, that you'd pay dearly if you got involved with my sister. She hadn't exactly said that, but she did clearly show that she didn't like Charmia. Though strangely, Charmia seemed fond of Lumia. Back then I brushed it off, but now that I think about it, maybe it wasn't just about ambition. Perhaps she felt some of that unique, mysterious aura that prophets have while living together as sisters. Lumia crossed her arms triumphantly and continued speaking. Look at you now, sentenced to life imprisonment, your entire future snatched away. This is the fate of those associated with the first princess, Charmia. That's simply how it ends. Yes, as expected, it is you, Princess Lumia, who truly deserves the Emperor's throne. Do not speak such things so lightly. Thinking she wanted to be praised, I offered some flattery, but she panicked and looked around to see if anyone had overheard. What the hell is she really here for? I was wondering that when Lumia let out a sigh and said something completely unexpected. Talking to you gives me a headache. I'll get to the point. If you wish, I can get you out. What? I won't say it twice. I mean, I'll overturn the life imprisonment. Even though compared to sister my authority is like a feather, I can at least manage to extract one prisoner. I understand what you're saying. And yet she said she wouldn't repeat it, but ended up saying it twice. It would be great for me, of course, but why the sudden generosity? I don't understand Princess Lumia's intentions in showing me mercy. HMPH, it's simply to repay a favor. Lumia answered coldly, then conjured a flame in her hand. Whoosh, the intense flame lit up the dark prison cell as if it were midday. I heard you lent your master. I don't know how you managed to borrow that, Dercia, but thanks to that I made a lot of progress. Congratulations. Helping me means you are entitled to receive something of equal value. And since I achieved even a slight improvement, it holds value equal to your life, so saving you is within reason. I scanned the rude-speaking Lumia with current sense. Her slightly quickened heartbeat told me she wasn't lying. She was also wearing the dagger I had given her, well, technically, the one Alettis gave me, which I then passed on. Judging by how she wore no other accessories, she must have liked it quite a bit. In other words, there was no other reason. This rude princess had truly come here to save me. Even as I felt a warm sensation in my heart, a jolt of lightning struck my head. I realized this could be useful. Princess Lumia. What is it? Ah, but I can't get you out right now. Your earlier remarks were too extreme, though personally I enjoyed them. They were accurate too, it just takes some time to smooth things over. You'll only need to stay here for about 2 weeks. May I perhaps receive compensation for that teaching in another form? To prepare a hidden blade for whatever unexpected situation might come. What? Lumia tilted her head, looking puzzled. Another form. If you don't accept this offer now, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. Even if you get something else out of it, what use could it possibly be? I beg you. There is something I must receive from you, Princess Lumia. What is it? From now on, every time you meet me, please ask me one question. Just ask if things are better than before. Lumia still didn't understand. I wasn't much different. This was a safeguard prepared against a truly absurd possibility. Even I, who was setting it up, couldn't help but wonder if it was really necessary. Why something like that? Because I want to talk with you for a little longer, even if just a bit. Which was why the reason had to be this week, this ridiculous. Wah. Lumia's face flushed red in apparent anger and her body trembled, but then she slowly nodded. Fine, on top of getting you out of there, I'll grant you this special favor. I am grateful for your vast mercy. Truly, you are a princess of elegance. Hey you. Yes. Never mind. I'm leaving now. Please go safely. As she stepped backward and left the cell, I was alone once again. For about 10 minutes I sat with the silence, praying that what I had just done would end up being completely useless. As I swallowed dryly and rubbed my neck. Squeak squeak from the floor, a cellmate even less welcome than Lumia appeared. A plump-looking sewer rat. I scowled and moved aside, but it wasn't just one rat, then 3, then 6. It grew to 10 in the blink of an eye. Ugh. The rats, now swarming so thickly there was no space to step, suddenly began biting each other. Screech, squeak, scree, blood splattered. Now drenched in blood, the writhing rats crawled toward the wall of the cell and carved letters into it. It wasn't long, just one word, Liedon. Even before the last character was finished, I lowered my body. SQ, squeak, squeak, boom, the rats that carved the word exploded with a small bang. SSSSSHH, beyond the melted wall, I saw a small hole. Slimy and disgusting, filled with rat blood, a cramped hole just big enough for an 11-year-old child to squeeze through. Without a word, I grabbed the remains of the rats using a current and wrote other words on the adjacent wall. Cyantywouidenit a bit. Unfortunately, no reply came. What I was concerned about was that this rat's blood was acidic. If this kind of blood was smeared on every wall, my hands and feet would melt on the way through. I threw a small stone and discovered something peculiar. When was this done? It was dried up. Except for the wall that the rat initially melted, the rest were dried and browned, reeking with a foul stench of decay. So this hole was a shortcut that had been made in advance. Also, where I would be imprisoned in this underground jail was completely random. In other words, this meant they had done this to almost every cell. This couldn't be just 1 or 2 cases. It became clear once again that the organization Crimson Circle had been preparing for a very long time. Wasn't it said to be a group that appeared only in fairy tales? I wasn't sure if it was the same one, but if so, I shook my head to rid myself of the stray thoughts. There was a bigger problem right now, Tusk. That I had to crawl through this horrible place myself. Escaping from reality wouldn't help. I squeezed my small body in and, holding my breath, crawled through the hole. Fortunately, despite how it looked, the passage widened as I crawled. It became large enough for even an adult male to pass through, so aside from the stench, I could move more comfortably than expected. Then, the next question arose. Where does this even lead to? Escaping the capital of the Empire through this rat hole was nearly impossible anyway. Soon enough, the guard would notice my escape and sound the alarm. At most, I had about 30 minutes left. That meant there had to be something worthwhile at the end of this. With a hint of expectation, I reached the end of the hole and saw a small wooden door. Creak. Hem. Instead of an exit, there was a similar earthen cave. A faint light hanging from the ceiling, acrid air. In this small cave, probably no more than a few square meters, a pale-faced man turned to look at me. The man was squatting while holding a strongly smelling pipe in his mouth, and when he saw me, he had a blank expression. "What you really came? Are you from Crimson Circle?" "Well, the man dragged out his words, then went blank, as if he had forgotten that he had just been speaking to me. What the hell is this guy? I looked around the cave. There were several wooden doors installed in the cave. It seemed they had made holes so that one could reach this place regardless of which cell they were imprisoned in, and a huge pouches of herbs densely filled this space. In a place with no room to step, the man staggered up and picked up a portion of those herbs, stuffing them into the pipe. Even though he hadn't lit it, it burned and released a nauseating smell. Just inhaling the second-hand smoke made me feel dizzy. Watching the man sit back down, I was momentarily at a loss. There was no other exit from here besides the rat hole, and if all those rat holes connected back to cells. "How long have you been here?" "I don't know." The man's blank expression, the amount of herb he just used, and the herbs contained in just one pouch. And from the empty pouches nearby, I roughly estimated. This guy had probably been smoking here for years. The end of the escape from prison was a more horrifying, enclosed space than the prison itself. What the hell is this? As I looked around with a confused expression, the man glanced at me and nodded as if something came to mind. "Right, that was the contract." "What?" "Come here." The man beckoned with his hand. After hesitating and finding no other option, I approached. He bundled up some herbs from nearby and shoved them into the pipe. One handful, two, three, almost an entire pouch. Strangely, all those herbs fit inside the pipe. Watching in amazement, I saw him inhale. "Don't resist, it'll be annoying." I blinked once. As he exhaled, the depths of my inner world filled with something thick and swelling. Liquefied gas. To interfere with my inner world meant only one thing. I recoiled in horror. Great world? Why is the great world here? Size alone is meaningless. The man's smoke touched my body. At the same time, I felt a burning sensation as if I were on fire. When I frowned, he added, "I told you not to resist." "I'm not resisting." I gritted my teeth and answered, and he tilted his head. "That's true, then why is it so hard?" I closed my mouth and endured the pain. Soon after, my arm dropped with a snap. No, that wasn't it. I thought it had been severed because it felt so light, but it was still attached properly. It had simply become blurry, as if it had spread out into the world. It didn't take long for my whole body to become like that. Once I was in a ghostly, semi-transparent state, I stretched my body out in different directions and realized it. I had now become something like smoke. It was the strangest feeling. My body felt so light that I thought I could fly anywhere with just a few leaps and that I could squeeze through the tiniest of cracks. In that moment, the man let out a small breath. His breath turned dark blue and floated upward through a tiny gap in the cave ceiling. "Follow that." Saying so, the man sat back down again and took the pipe into his mouth as if his task was finished. Before leaving, I asked one last question out of curiosity. "The guards will soon realize I've disappeared, won't they?" Instead of answering, he exhaled a second breath. The breath became me. Smoke in the shape of my form was sucked into the rat hole I had come through. An illusion, even if I got discovered. There would be no way for this guy to not be able to get out. I cast a quick glance at the man who no longer even looked at me, then slipped my body through the gap the dark blue breath had exited from. Floating in the air came naturally. Once I slipped through the gap, I found myself in a small back alley. The dark blue breath didn't go anywhere. It just soared straight up into the sky, then disappeared from view. I hesitated for a moment, then kicked off and ran. I had to admit it. That smoker's ability was something I deeply envied. To freely fly through the sky with nothing but your body, the childhood wish I once had come true, and it wasn't something to be dismissed as just a childish dream. It was a sense of freedom incomparable to when I'd been on a plane. No wonder people got into things like paragliding, I thought, as I looked down on the Capitol bathed in the light of countless lanterns. But there was no time to get lost in admiration. The breath moved at a speed similar to the wind, and if I didn't want to lose it, I had to go all out too. My body scattered and reassembled several times. While I was able to move well, honestly, this was a difficult sensation to accept. It felt like my ego was being scattered. If I were to separate and fall apart, it felt like two versions of me would exist thinking different thoughts. That wouldn't be me anymore. I would disappear and two new people would be born. Is that why they don't use that guy very often? Holding tightly to my consciousness, I followed the dark blue breath and arrived at a forest. The breath scattered beneath a tree at the mountain's peak. Cough, cough, tooey. I spat on the ground while clinging to the tree. Once I arrived at the destination, my body returned to its normal human form. What had just happened felt surreal, like a scene from a dream. Yes, like something from a dream. How could a person fly through the sky or crawl through a gap thinner than thread? If someone had to live their whole life in such a world. It's no wonder he seemed so dazed. I could understand that guy's blank expression. At the muttered words I let out while steadying myself, a reply came back. Still, you're better off than most. The weak-minded either scatter partway through or become wrecks once it's over. I quickly turned my body. Up in the tree, a woman with a snake-like impression was perched on a branch, looking down at me. A snake, quite literally, her hair bleached white and reaching her waist, red eyes and black martial attire that looked like something assassins would wear. Thin vertical pupils looked at me and smiled. People like that, we don't want them. Our goal is to help each other survive, but if we have to keep helping broken junk unilaterally, what's the point? You were waiting for me. Yeah, Decay specifically said it would be here. She leapt lightly from the tree and approached, reaching out a hand. Damn you, my world is a swamp. A swamp. Yeah, maybe calling it a quagmire would be easier to understand. Feeling the firm ground, I looked down at the hand she offered with a bright smile. I didn't take it. Jern, I don't know my world. There are 3 things I want to ask. Damn you didn't lower her hand, asking curiously, aren't you Jern a Spandel? I've abandoned that surname. According to the setting, I fought with my master. I must not forget that. After confirming the anger in my eyes, damn you asked the second question, why don't you know your world? Just as I said, I don't know. Really? But you naturally know where you are, don't you? No matter how many times you ask, the answer will be the same, I don't know. What's the last one? My hand hurts. Her pupils widen like those of a beast. Not gonna take it. Looks like she won't lower it until I do. With no choice, I took the offered hand. It was a cold hand that didn't feel like that of a living human. The tense atmosphere from a moment ago instantly vanished, and damn you smiled brightly again, shaking our hands up and down as she explained. Welcome to the group. Well, you'll still have to take a few more tests. But I think you'll pass. Tests? Yeah, tests, but you only have to do one. Decay vouched for you after all. Really, and what is that? What should it be? Tapping her chin in thought, damn you casually threw it out like it was nothing. How about escaping from here? Before I could even process what she meant, I noticed something. My height had shrunk, not just my height but also the surrounding trees and rocks. Everything was slowly sinking into the ground. Yep, you weren't lying, you really don't know. Alright, listen carefully. Damn you raised a finger and explained. Fallen ones are a world unto themselves. To make contact with their world, that's the same as stepping into it. It's something you should absolutely never do. Well, some of the people in the great world forcibly invite others in without even touching by expanding their world's reach. But only 4 people have reached that level, Decay among them. If you're not confident, you shouldn't touch. As I calmly listened to her explanation, I had already sunk to my knees. Looking down at me, damn you twisted her lips. If you were thinking something like, it won't pull me in if I stay still, think again. Aren't you already sinking even though you're not moving? That's true. The test period is 1 month. For as long as my world remains, survive by any means. Run, climb, hide, even when you sleep, everything around you will sink. I didn't respond and fell into thought. What is the purpose of this test? Now that Decay had already scouted me, does the test even have meaning? I thought again about the organization Crimson Circle, a den of madmen and terminally ill lunatics who have decided to survive at any cost, even if they must abandon everything else. Put simply, it's hell. I couldn't describe a place where cultists, sociopaths, and schizophrenics capable of easily destroying a city had gathered as anything other than hell. While I continued thinking, I sank up to my chest, making quite a ridiculous sight. Seeing me like that, damn you, frowned. If you stay like that, you're really going to die, you know. Inside there you can't even breathe. I get the gist of it. What? There's no real test, is there? I? She looked down at me with a slightly surprised face. Hey, guess you're not a complete idiot. Then she squatted down and sneered. That's right. Honestly, it was fucking annoying. What was? Who do you think you are? You weren't even born among us, you don't even know what your world is. And you're a noble, must have lived nice and easy, huh, me. My mom dumped me in a swamp, and I survived 3 days eating a dog that was thrown out with me. A dog? Yeah, it was the creature I loved most in the world, not anymore though. It was hard to fully describe all the negative emotions on her face. But I had somewhat expected it. Excluding unique cases like decay, this was the last refuge for those abandoned and broken who gathered to survive. Separate from their strength, their personalities had to be twisted far beyond normal, so much so that even Dercia would look tame in comparison. So get up already, try struggling like I did, you've at least got hope, don't you? Maybe your world will grow deeper. The bubbling surface reached my chin. Just as Damu's gaze began to show confusion at how I remained so calm, I opened my mouth. Looks like there's been a misunderstanding. I'm not a noble. Yeah, I know, just the disciple of some wizard, right? No, I'm not even a commoner. Before I became Dercia's disciple, I was an orphan. Liar. How does an orphan meet a princess? Apparently, not everyone in Crimson Circle knew the full details about me. Come to think of it, that was obvious. Crimson Circle only cared about Dercia. And strictly speaking, the only ones interested in me, her disciple, were Decay and Lump. Wihwa probably only knew I was the one who killed him. On the contrary, the fact that Damu even knew of me meant she held a pretty high rank within Crimson Circle. Though even she didn't seem to know all the details. In that case, I realized what kind of attitude I needed to adopt within Crimson Circle. You're not expecting me to pull you out if it looks like you're going to die, are you? If you die, I'll just say you scattered in your smoke. Ha ha ha. You're laughing. There was a hint of killing intent in Damu's gaze. I shook my head and apologized. Forgive me. I suppose I had some expectations. What kind of expectations? That someone from Crimson Circle might have a more impressive world. Calling something this pitiful a world, it just struck me as a little funny. I stepped forward. There was no firm ground in the swamp, and yet without a doubt I felt solid ground beneath my feet. It was a simple task. As the swamp sank, I stirred up the current to bring up sediment, creating a foothold I could step on. One step, then another. As I slowly walked back up onto solid ground, Damu's gaze filled with horror instead of killing intent. I'm jealous of you. This how did you? I had broken through the burden that had driven Damu to hell far too easily. I brushed off my clothes, not even a speck of dirt on them, and quietly murmured as I saw her eyes tremble. With burdens like this, life must be quite easy. If this place was filled with nothing but beasts anyway. Then even if I came off a bit rude, it would be better to show who stood above whom in a world ruled by the law of the jungle. Within the vast organization known as the Crimson Circle, the role Damu was assigned was a warehouse to store and conceal things. The word that referred more to a location than a person became the foundation of her identity. Damu accepted that. Beyond that, she was proud. Although she was not the only one to play the role of a warehouse, she had the most in her possession. Each time the Crimson Circle's possessions piled up one by one in her swamp, she felt a sense of belonging and accomplishment. Among them, the rarest and most expensive would be the world-sealing pill. This pill, which looked like a white pearl, had such potent medicinal effects that it could halt the burden of a world, and most members followed the Crimson Circle for the chance to consume this pill. Hundreds of such pills. The fact that they were sleeping inside her swamp made her delude herself into thinking that she might not be just a cog in the machine but something important. Yes, a delusion. Take out all the world-sealing pills. What? The hill behind a small city, where Damu's hometown used to be, having been suddenly summoned, Damu knelt and questioned in confusion, then hurriedly bowed her head low. Though they belonged to the same organization, there was a vast difference, like heaven and earth, between those who gave orders and those beneath them. between the regular members whose sole purpose was to survive and those who taught them how to survive. Some members feared or hated those people whose motives they didn't even understand, but the majority respected them for they had taught them how to survive in hell. Damn you was also in the latter group. That was why, rather than resolving her doubt, she first retrieved the box from her swamp and handed it over. As Decay lifted it and was about to leave, Damn you, after some hesitation, called out to him. Lord Decay. I? Decay did not reply but glanced down briefly at the kneeling Damn you. It was closer to a cold reaction of "you're still here," rather than a response to her question. Even as her lungs froze from the chill, she firmly continued speaking. Because among those world-sealing pills, some were intended for her own use. The next batch of world-sealing pills will arrive in a month. If you take them all, then the amount left to distribute to the regular members. Don't use them. Leaving the bewildered Damn you behind, Decay replied lightly and turned his back. Fight the world. If you can't even fight for a month without the pills, then you were never capable of fighting to begin with. But. She couldn't finish her words, because there was no one left to talk to. Decay hadn't had a conversation, he had issued a command. All that remained where he had stood were frozen footprints. Damn you returned to hell for a month. The ground was no longer a place she could step on. No matter where she climbed or what she held onto, it liquefied. Even humans did. She walked without rest, ran, fainted, and awoke choking, only to find her shoulders submerged. It was as if she were reliving the shock and terror of the first time she sank into her world. When she barely managed to survive for a month, she overheard rumors among her comrades. They say Decay took all the world-sealing pills to give them to some newbie. Newbie who? Dunno, probably some damn heaven-blessed bastard. At the time, Damn you was in such agony that she didn't think too deeply about it. It was closer to being unable to. She recalled the fact again just 1 hour ago, because of a direct order that came from Decay. So it was him. Squeeze, Damn you crushed the letter paper that described the one called Jern in detail. Decay was not the kind of person who would go as far as to send a letter for a mere member. So this piece of paper carried in silent pressure, saying that he's someone important. Damn you had no such intentions. At the very least, she wanted to rough him up a bit. She could guess his strength from the fact that Decay vouched for him, but still. He's only 11. That meant it hadn't even been a year since he awakened his world. At a stage where he hadn't even figured out how to overcome the burden and was probably just running around in fear. No matter how vicious his world might be, he was at the perfect age to torment. If she really killed him, Decay might get furious, but giving him a beating to show who's on top, that much should be fine. With that thought in mind, Damn you waited atop a tree with a piercing gaze. Completely unaware of the kind of person she was about to meet. That's impossible. As I lightly emerged, pushing aside the swamp, Damn you stared at me in shock. It seemed she couldn't believe that I had escaped, even more than the insult I had just thrown at her. Was it really that surprising? I tilted my head and her gaze shifted to the top of mine. You've only been a Fallon for a year. So what? But how are you using your world at will? Using the world? Yes, you're handling it freely. Since when has that been possible? I tilted my head again. What was she talking about? If by using the world she meant using the power of the world, then that had been from the very beginning when I first lifted a book in the orphanage library. Since I had the awakening fever, doesn't everyone? No. A fallen who gets submerged in their first world either dies or suffers until the brink of death. They can't control their world at will. You have to survive at least 3 years before you can barely create something like magic with your own will. Was it like that? The only fallen I know who hasn't been fallen long is Ren. And Ren, considering she tried to breathe fire at civilians, she could handle it. Maybe you're just incompetent. No, if a fallen who's only lived a year moves their world, they're bound to die. How are you alive? Watching Damn you's genuinely flustered expression, I recalled Ren's situation. She was practically dying. Was that the backlash from forcefully using her world? As I felt things fall into place, I nodded. So basically, someone my age would usually die from bearing this burden. Why yeah. A world reversed to endure pain. The only thing not reversed inside is the world's owner. Naturally, every movement would come with excruciating pain and the threat of death. Through my water barrier, desperate struggle to survive, and Dercia's help, I was managing to hold on with various means, but not everyone could do that. Ordinary Fallen who pulled on the world's power would meet the same result as Ren. I had known it to a certain extent, but now I was sure. Not every Fallen is a monster like Lump or Decay. Most are just prisoners barely scraping to survive their own path. Thanks for the advice. I tightened water pressure around Damu's neck, GH. And then lifted her straight up. Damu flailed, looking at me in pain. With confusion and fear in her expression, I explained the reason. You told me to survive for a month, but surviving in a world like this wouldn't even count as a test. I think you need to raise the difficulty. KHCOC G Great World. Try facing me. I muttered with cold anger, guilt, as if these bastards are human trash whose goal is kidnapping and torturing children. If you're a member of the Crimson Circle, you should have at least that much power. Let's see what you've got. Thud, I grabbed the flailing one and slammed her into a nearby tree, but something about the sound was off. Rather than the sound of a human body colliding with wood, it felt lighter. I narrowed my brow as I saw the tree Damu crashed into melt with a sticky consistency. I could tell just by looking. That texture and thickness was the same swamp I had just stepped into. Keck cough. Instead of replying, Damu coughed and struggled. Watching her arms and legs slowly sink wherever they touched, I was dumbfounded. She had put on such a grand act, but in reality, the moment she lost focus, she was sinking to death. That tough front, that act of strength must have been to hide this weakness. As I stared at her with contempt, she trembled and pulled something from her clothes. It was the pearl-like pill I had received from Decay. As if it were a lifeline, she trembled while trying to put it into her mouth with precious care. Tak roll. But her trembling overcame her and she dropped the pill. It rolled to my feet. Damu's eyes trembled as she stared at it in despair. I waited silently, waiting for her to take out another pill, swallow it, get back up, and come at me. If I was going to establish the hierarchy clearly, I needed to break her at full strength. That much I could wait for. But Damu simply stared at the pearl-like pill that had rolled to my feet with a look like her world had just collapsed. No way is that the only one she has. She carries just one of those around. Why is she just not well prepared? While I was thinking that, Damu continued to sink. Her mouth was twitching like she wanted to say something, but her pride must have kept her from speaking. What should I do? I had control of the situation. If I left her like this, she would probably die, but then it would be hard to know what might happen next. From my perspective, it would just be a self-inflicted death. She acted out and got killed. But from Decay's point of view, he might think, this guy came to ambush the Crimson Circle tilde. Yes. Just as half her body sank into the swamp, she began to tremble and spoke. Please spare me. Guess I have no choice. I picked up the pill and tossed it toward her mouth. Gack. It was practically shoved straight into her throat. Damu, who gulped it down quickly, stopped sinking not long after. I restrained her arms and legs with water pressure, pulled her out of the ground, and asked, "You only carry one of those pills at a time. The world-sealing pill is valuable. We only get one a day. If we carry them all around, we become targets." Damu replied in a much lower voice than before. She even used honorifics now. It was a clear sign of submission, so I narrowed my brows and asked, "Targets? Why yes. By who?" "By other members." "What are you talking about?" "Since the world-sealing pills are always in short supply, the members kill each other over them." "What?" I was momentarily taken aback. Why would they do something like that? Maybe sensing my confusion, Damu hurried to explain. Low-ranking members like us can't survive without the world-sealing pill. We all joined the Crimson Circle just to get that pill, me too. All right, I get that you can't live without it, but the Crimson Circle only gives you a little bit. What's the point of that? If they die like Damu just almost did, wouldn't that be cutting down their own strength? And on top of that, they kill each other over it. Is this even an organization or just a jar of crabs? Damu continued, cautiously watching my expression. At first. I mean, before we join the Crimson Circle, we get a set amount, and as we keep taking it, we start to feel like normal people again and our world quiets down, so we gather up whatever money we have to buy more.
They sell it to you. It's super expensive though. Then they slowly raise the price and eventually we hit a point where we've spent everything you have and from then on we can't live without the pill. A world without the pill is just too harsh. So that's when they lure you with recruitment, huh? Why yes. The picture was becoming clear. To fallen living in hells they call their world, they show a path to living like normal people. Once those fallen spend everything they have and become destitute, the organization steps in with an offer, join them, and get a pill every time you follow orders. I see. I could guess why the Crimson Circle adopted this method. In the end, fallen live terrible lives, so many believe it's better to die and many actually choose that. Most of them are utterly broken with no morality left and fear nothing in the world. What could frighten someone already living in hell, so they made the world-sealing pill. Made it seem like there was a way to escape hell to put a leash on them, to turn those who fear even death into obedient sheep. And the more the members fought amongst themselves, the higher the value of the pill would rise, making the remaining members even easier to control. It was a cycle built with clear thought. How many thousands of years had this system been running? The ones who came up with this system must be the higher-ups. Yes, we call them upper tier. If we complete the missions assigned by the upper tier, we receive a few world-sealing pills. If we don't, we die soon after. Upper tier, then you guys are lower tier. Yes, I see. I now had a rough understanding of how the Crimson Circle operates. A massive trap built to control the fallen, a multi-tiered organization composed of exploiters and the exploited. That is the Crimson Circle, but if this is true, achieving my goal becomes more difficult. Do you know about the three evils? Ah yes, I've heard of it. What is it? A vicious great world. As expected, looking at how this organization is structured, most important information and resources are monopolized by the upper ranks and never shared. Upper and lower classes, there is no middle, which means to obtain the information I want, I must stand at the very top. That means things just became much more troublesome than I thought. Is there a way for a lower tier member to become upper tier? Why yes, I'm working toward that myself. If you become upper tier, you can get unlimited world-sealing pills. I heard if you keep completing missions, you'll be summoned by one of them and after passing a few tests, you can be promoted. Recently, a member named Lump became upper tier that way. Alright, that's enough. I nodded, having decided on a plan. First, I need to get into the upper tier. Did Decay leave any other message? Ah yes. Damu replied with a nervous expression. He told me to prove that my eyes hadn't been mistaken. In other words, the parachute only got me this far. What missions are available? Here's a collection. Damu politely handed over a mission booklet with both hands, and as I looked through it, she spoke again. By the way, what is it? Maybe because I showed her the difference in power, Damu's attitude had completely changed. Why you handle your great world so freely? Is there a specific method you use? Method? Yes. When you move it like that, you should be experiencing at least some burden. Damu glanced over me with a gaze full of astonishment, but you look completely fine. I don't know either. What? The policy I would take regarding my world inside the Crimson Circle. I had decided on that as well. Come to think of it, you might know, try guessing what kind of world I have based on the traits I describe. Gee, guess it, I don't know much about great worlds. Is that so? I pulled out 2 world-sealing pills I had been carrying with me. That's unfortunate, helping me identify my world is worth about this much. As I watched Damu's greedy eyes fixate on the pills, I laughed inwardly. The current sense of the deep sea along with the current and water pressure has freedom close to limitless. If it's vast enough that even decay can't sense it. Actually, if it's a great world, I do know most of them. Then I'll just pick one that sounds about right and imitate it. Just one thing before that. Why yes. Looking at Damu, who was tightly focused, I asked something I had been curious about for a while. What exactly is the difference between a great world and other worlds? I mean, I get that it's wider or can exert influence without direct contact as a criterion, but is that all? A great world targets the material realm. What? I frowned at the incomprehensible remark and perhaps thinking I was angry, she hurriedly continued speaking.
We merely damage our own inner worlds. In my case, everywhere I touch turns into a swamp, and if anything sinks into it, it dies. Isn't that destroying parts of the material realm as well? The swamp forming is a causality that occurs because the broken me touched the world. To put it metaphorically, I'm a human who started burning. Everything I touch will burn, but that's a change caused by the broken me touching the world, not the world itself changing. Then what am I? Fallen of a great world distort not just themselves, but even the world. Just by existing, they erode the material realm. Our own inner worlds are hells, but the great world turns the world we live in into hell. I recalled the fallen I had met so far who weren't from a great world. Parse, Wihwa, Damu, Ren, Lump. Parse shed blood and used it as a weapon. Wihwa became a monster and Lump took on the appearance of a knight. Ren burned everything she touched. Damu turned everywhere she walked into a swamp. Indeed, rather than feeling like the world had changed, it felt more like they were life forms from a different world. I'm just someone living within the concept called the deep sea. So that's the difference between a fallen of a great world and an ordinary fallen. I see. So about that. Damu looked at me curiously. What kind of world do you live in? I can't even begin to guess. I can't let it be known that it's the deep sea. Seeing how these guys keep drowning pitiful wizards in seawater, there's a high chance that they, or something similar to me, are their target. Feigning ignorance, I explained some slightly off-key characteristics. First, list the great worlds you know. Desolate plains, sand valley, extreme ice, underworld. Most of the great worlds Damu mentioned were terrains. But something strange came up midway, so I stopped and asked, Underworld, isn't that just hell? That's a great world too. Yes, it's a world that uses the dead. Someone from the upper tier has it. I don't know much either. All I've heard is that this person is the one who usually occupies and uses cities. Is it different from Lump? Ah yes, you know Sir Lump too. I've had a bit of contact. Among those, is there any great world that can use telekinesis? What exactly do you mean by telekinesis? The ability to exert force at a distance. I am not sure. Flustered Damu asked something else. Could I possibly know what kind of burden you have? If I know that, it'll be easier to find out. I don't want to say. Alright, it's dangerous if it's found out. Fortunately, it didn't seem too strange to try to hide one's burden. After that, I heard about a few more great worlds but didn't find any that I could convincingly pretend to have. The knowledge Damu had also wasn't exactly high-level information. Right from talking with her, I realized this girl really wasn't anything special. The warehouse, that's what I do. When I asked what role she had in the Crimson Circle, that was her answer. What's a warehouse? Things that I drop into the swamp can't be dug out even if you dig the ground, but I can retrieve them from anywhere, so I store most of the valuables. If that were the case, couldn't you just retrieve yourself when you fall in? I can't do that with my own body. Damu looked a little down as she talked about her burden. I once tried to control the burden by putting myself in a wooden box and falling into the swamp, but the bottom of the box turned into swamp and I sank. How do you deal with your burdens? I take the world-sealing pill. What if you don't have it? I endure it. I walk or run. What the hell? What kind of stupid method is that? Most members of the Crimson Circle seem to choose to rely on the so-called world-sealing pill rather than find a way to resist their worlds. Well, it's an easy and immediate solution, so it's a good method. I've benefited a lot from it too. However, I can't rely on it to that extent. My burden isn't something that can be easily suppressed with something like a world-sealing pill. Deciding to slowly look into another great world to use as a disguise later, I first opened the book that supposedly contained missions. The booklet was filled with dense writing. What was strange was that the letters kept appearing and disappearing. Destruction of the Blue Magic Tower's defense barrier. Special note, must engage in battle with a 5-star wizard. Quantity 200 units. Equality 6/7. The quantity must be referring to the world-sealing pills. Below that, there were 6 names listed with a 6/7 mark. Not long after, another name appeared. The page, now marked 7/7, wriggled briefly, then returned to a blank state. What is this? This is the recruitment chapter. It's where people are recruited to carry out the missions taken from the mission chapter. Recruitment chapter. Yes, Chapter 1 is the mission chapter where missions issued by the upper tier are recorded. Chapter 2 is the recruitment chapter to find people to carry them out, and Chapter 3 is the transaction chapter. Chapter 4 is the record chapter that logs the missions completed so far. So this equality means the world sealing pills will be divided evenly. For now, I needed to complete missions and rise through the ranks to reach the information I wanted about the three evils, so I flipped through the recruitment chapter to find a usable mission. Disposal of the stray dog in Parasak Fortress. Special note: stray dog is the alias of an underworld boss. Must annihilate all 390 members of the organization to complete the objective. Quantity: 50 units. Equality: 1/3. They're recruiting only 3 people to kill 390. Yes, we're fallen right, this is something that could be done alone too, but since some might escape. Damn, you tilted her head as if I were the strange one. Well, even if they're from the lower tier, they're only one step away from the celestial realm. Something like this should be easy for them. A quick glance through the mission list showed the current stance of the Crimson Circle. It looked like they were focused on retaliatory strikes against a few magic towers that were pursuing them too aggressively, while simultaneously crushing and absorbing criminal organizations from the underworld. What's their true intention in swelling their ranks like this? While pondering that, I felt a slight sense of relief. If kidnapping children had been their mission, things would have gotten a lot more complicated. All right. Then let's try this one first. As I tried to write my name under the mission to dispose of the stray dog in Parasak Fortress, I hesitated at writing the name Jern directly. Not having any good alias in mind, I just used the name I had written last time, Undercurrent. Not even 10 seconds after I wrote the name, it disappeared, but the page remained. Does that mean it worked? No. Once the mission starts, Chapter 5 automatically opens so members can communicate with each other. Then what is this? The member who took the mission deleted it. As I made a confused expression, Damu carefully explained. Why, you see, this is your first mission and you haven't revealed what kind of world you have. There are no records and, anyway, they won't accept you. So I got rejected. Swallowing a bitter feeling, I asked again. Then what should I do first? You start by completing small missions, get your name out among the members, and once it's known that you're a reliable and strong fallen, they'll accept you. What do you mean by reliable? Sometimes there are people who don't care about the mission and just kill members to steal their world-sealing pills. Doesn't the upper tier do anything about that? No. This is just. Even among subcontractor groups, this is as subcontractor as it gets. In truth, it was more accurate to think of the lower tier not as part of the Crimson Circle but rather as mercenaries they employed. So that's why he said that. Only now did I understand the true meaning behind what Decay had said, telling me to prove that his eyes hadn't been wrong. He meant for me to rise up from there. This entire process was a kind of test, and at the same time a way to help the other upper-tier members of the Crimson Circle understand me. Tesk. I clicked my tongue. It meant that the best method, becoming a member of the Crimson Circle, sucking up information and then fleeing, was impossible. My actions in the lower tier would become my resume. A resume that would determine how those above treated me and what important roles they would entrust to me. If that's the case, is it possible to carry out this mission alone? And no. It depends on the mission, but at least 2 people are needed. Large-scale missions require 4. I see. If it's something I have to do anyway, then I should fill it with the best possible results. As I browsed through missions listed in the thousands, I asked Damu a question. How many missions do you take on here? Everyone knows I'm the warehouse, so I'm considered non-combat. No one would accept me. Is that so? Even better. I handed her a world-sealing pill. Seeing her hurriedly accept it with both hands, I gave a good-natured smile. Damn you. Why, yes. You and I, let's do a job together. Damu looked uneasy, but that wasn't my concern. Success achieved while dragging along a burden would be rated far higher. Underground prison. Karos, looking down at Jern, who was dazed and locked up below, took out a crystal orb and reported, "He's gone. I don't know how he did it, but he left behind a dummy." Is that so? Thank you for your work. By now, he should have made contact with the Crimson Circle. At this point, he's beyond our hands.
All we can do is pray for Jern's safety. That should have been the end of the conversation, but Karos held onto the crystal orb and added a few more words, Your Highness. Until Sharmia told her, Karos had never tried to dig into her ability. She knew well that it would be overstepping her bounds. However, is this really possible? This time it wasn't easy to hold back. Of course, Jern's explanation was incredibly persuasive. If things went their way, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to uncover most of the secrets shrouding the Crimson Circle. But the opposite was also true. It wasn't a long encounter, but I've gotten a read on this person named Jern. He has probably figured out most of your Highness's secrets. That's probably true. I tried to hide it as best I could, but if, and I mean if, he truly becomes influenced by the Crimson Circle. Karos swallowed her words. She trusted the princess. Having seen her from the closest vantage point, she knew well that her trust wasn't blind faith. No matter who the opponent was, if the princess made up her mind, she could overcome them. That was more a fact than a belief to her, but he could perhaps become your Highness's greatest enemy. Not now, but if that child grew into a full adult in a few years, if he gained even more connections, knowledge, and power, he might be able to stand eye to eye with the princess. It was that anxiety that stirred within her. Forgive me, I've troubled you with needless concerns. I'm sure your Highness already knows everything and is simply testing him. Even as she apologized, Karos inwardly hoped that the princess would brush off her worries as foolish claims, saying that she had seen it with her own eyes and such a thing didn't exist. But Sharmia's sigh-laced voice conveyed the complete opposite. That's honestly terrifying, truly. I still can't believe, not even a little, that Jern is 11 years old. If he grows and turns against me, it gives me chills. Are you saying that possibility actually exists?
Yes.
I mean, the Crimson Circle, they know Fallen very well, right? Jern might end up going over to them and turning against us. Hearing the princess's voice laced with genuine unease, Karos was at a loss for words. She knew that such a possibility existed, and yet she sent him to the Crimson Circle. Why? But Jern will grow in that place. He could become my greatest enemy or a powerful ally.
Then.
Karos wanted to say that it was too dangerous. That rather than involving Jern, it would be better for them to move without any variables, just among themselves, until she heard the princess's self-mocking voice. But you know, there's something interesting.
What is it?
I'm honestly reaching my limit. It was the last thing Karos wanted to hear. Sharmia, noticing her flinch, gave a light laugh and soon shook her head. That's not what I meant. Truthfully, I can try again and again, as many times as needed. The problem is that no matter how many times I try, I fall so short. So whether it's dice, coins, cards, any gamble, I have no choice but to play.
You fall short.
Sharmia in the crystal orb rested her chin on her hand as she answered. This is a bit of a different topic.
Please speak.
Even if Jern becomes an enemy, I wonder if it would really make much of a difference.
Pardon.
Sharmia gave a bitter smile as she looked at the confused Karos. Because whether someone is an enemy or an ally, that soon won't matter much at all. Royal Road, there is such a term. If you take it literally, it means the king's way, but in the sports world, it's used with a different meaning. When a rookie debuts, it refers to winning the very first tournament they participate in that year. It has to be international. It has to be the first tournament of the rookie's first year. There are many differing details, but it's a term reserved for rookies who deliver unbelievable performances. The problem right now, however, is that there's no clear goal of winning. In that case, the objective would be to gather as many rewards as possible. How many of those world-sealing pills are there? If it's the ones in the swamp, about 500.
That's all.
He opened the book and looked through the missions. The higher-ranked ones easily went beyond several hundred. If that was all, it was certain they'd be snatched away. Damu answered cautiously. I'm not the only one acting as a storage, it's divided. That's an annoying method. Is it divided to reduce the risk of betrayal?
That's not it.
She said that and shook her head with a slightly fearful expression. Even if we kill each other, not the upper-tier members. Whether it's a warehouse or not, we can't betray them.
Why?
Come to think of it, if Damu was in charge of the storage, she could have taken out the world-sealing pills from the swamp before drowning, but she didn't. The reason was simple. In that case, I'd rather die.
A fear worse than death. Looking into her darkened eyes, I turned my gaze back to the book. I can dig into the details later, there are more important things right now. While looking through the missions, I found one that had a 2-person limit and offered 1,500 world-sealing pills, but no one had applied for it. Even the distance was close. I showed it to Damu and asked, "What's this?" "Lemon subjugation, it's in the neighboring city, won't take even 10 minutes. I don't do that ones. Damu shook her head. There's an organization called Lemon that has a tight grip on the underworld of that city. But they don't swear loyalty to Crimson Circle, and they've killed all the members sent to negotiate peace. Whom can't I just do this one?" Looking into the details, it turned out they were vile criminals who sold natural-born wizards as slaves and murdered commoners at will, to the point that even the Empire had put a bounty on them. If it's someone like that, I wouldn't feel anything even if I killed them, but Damu recoiled in horror and shook her head. "No, the boss of Lemon is a former knight. Knights don't mean anything to Fallen. To be precise, he was a Heaven's Judgment Knight. Though he's much weaker compared to his prime." "What? Wait, how does a Heaven's Judgment Knight end up as a crime boss?" I asked again, full of disbelief. Weren't the Heaven's Judgment Knights created to capture fallen knights? What happens if one of them falls? I don't know the details either, but I heard he earned the princess's hatred. If it's something like that, I get it. I wrote my name on the mission and threatened Damu, who was trying to stop me. "You take out your book and write too. It says we can start with just 2 people. Damu flailed and shook her head. "No, I said he's a Heaven's Judgment Knight. This is way beyond what we can handle. Originally, the upper-tier members should take care of this, but for some reason, they've been so busy lately that the mission got downgraded, getting only 1,500 world-sealing pills for capturing a Heaven's Judgment Knight doesn't add up. If we had the ability to handle something like this, we'd take on something much easier." "No." I shook my head. In the end, the standards for reaching the upper tier are extremely vague. You're supposed to get noticed while completing missions and then be tested. If you just carry out missions normally, it doesn't mean much. If that's the case, there's no point in just living off world-sealing pills like the others by doing easy missions. I need to take a path that stands out, something no one else has taken. There's a reason, so just follow me. More than anything, I have a way. I had once taken down someone even worse than a Heaven's Judgment Knight. Is this guy insane? Damu couldn't believe the overwhelming feeling of confusion as she watched Jern pull out a mask from his coat and put it on. If he knew what a Heaven's Judgment Knight was, he should also know their combat power. The fact that he reached the conclusion of fighting one was something she just couldn't understand. On top of that, he had threatened to take her world-sealing pills if she didn't write her name down, so she had ended up tearfully registering for the mission right in front of him. There was no turning back now. They absolutely had to deal with Lemon. If not, it would be considered desertion and she wouldn't be able to receive any world-sealing pills for a month. That meant death. And of course, this young monster was overestimating his own power. In the end, Fallen can't fully control the world. They display near-invincible strength against lower-level enemies, but if it's not just any knight but a Heaven's Judgment Knight, even members of the upper tier can't easily deal with them. Why, you should reconsider while there's still time. Naturally, the only outcome would be death. The only way left was for Jern to change his mind, so she tried desperately to stop him, but she was startled when Jern's form, now masked, suddenly changed into that of an adult man. At the same time, all her doubts were cleared. Damu's head nodded in understanding. "So this is your true form." Of course, if he were really an 11-year-old child, he wouldn't be able to control the world that perfectly. This adult form was his true self, and even the decline he showed before had been a deception. Jern looked at her with a somewhat dumbfounded expression, then slowly nodded. "Yeah, this is the real me. Then let's get going." Saying that, he suddenly started descending the mountain slope. Seeing how he didn't even acknowledge her, Damu's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Should I ambush him? Somehow stealing the mission book and forcing him to abandon the mission was the only way she could survive, but her hand soon dropped limply. No. If he could control the great world so perfectly, a half-hearted ambush would only bring death. If she was guilty of anything, it was being fooled by his appearance. She should have just given a vague explanation and run away. Clutching her tightening chest, she hurried after him, and before she knew it, they had arrived at the city where Lemon was hiding. Jern tilted his head slightly, watching the oddly swaggering guards. What's with them? Are they allowed to act like that? Hey. The toll's kind of extreme. It's double what it is in the capital. I don't think this city is that well-maintained. Why, you can see that. The guards were at a distance where they appeared very small. Under normal circumstances, it would be hard not just to hear but even to see them clearly. Jern shrugged and replied, "My hearing's good, got any money? If it's regular money." Damu cautiously pulled a few gold bars out of the swamp and offered them. Jern, with a skeptical expression, touched one of the gold bars, then gasped. "Wait, this is real gold." "Why, yes, they're real gold bars. You're okay with just handing these over? They're not that valuable, are they?" Damu replied as she looked at Jern instead. No matter what she bought with this money, what kind of people she hired, or what she used it for, ultimately, it wouldn't mean much. In hell, gold doesn't hold much value. I see. Jern nodded as he slipped the gold bar into his pocket. Still, I can't hand something like this over to the guards, it might raise suspicion. Then, just wait a moment. Jern looked down toward the base of the wall. For about 5 minutes, Just as Damu, growing uneasy from his unmoving stance, was about to speak again, his mouth opened. Found it. Huh. Don't know if it's because they never repaired the wall or if they just left it on purpose, but there's a back hole. We'll go in through there. Damu began to consider the possibility that Jern was suffering from burden-induced madness. She didn't realize that wasn't the case until she followed him around the wall and saw that there really was a large hole big enough for an adult man to easily pass through. There really is one. Must be for smuggling. Go a little further in and there are signs of people. He spoke with the certainty of someone who had already seen it. Damu let out a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't ambush him. If she had, she would have died. Whatever method it was, Jern could perceive the details of an area spanning nearly hundreds of meters. He would have easily noticed any ambush. Is this what the great world is like for all of them? As Damu was wondering, she flinched in shock when she saw him stride into the back alleys of the city. What are you doing? We need to finish the job quickly. From the looks of it, the city's public order is a mess. Jern frowned as he looked at the desolate city. Looks like even the city's lord has been almost completely taken over. This is pretty serious. Over there in the next block, thugs are collecting protection fees and the guards are turning a blind eye like they haven't seen a thing. Judging by the fact that there's not even a hint of discomfort in their expressions, that Lemon Guy must be the real master of the city. Why, yes, that's right. Judging by the smuggling hole, it's not completely taken over yet. Looks like the Lord's side is still using various means. He looked up at the gray sky with a grim expression. If I deal with Lemon, Crimson Circle will end up taking over the city. I guess so. Nothing much would change then. Leaving behind those cryptic words, Jern headed back into the alleys behind the estates. Damu desperately blocked his path. Even if you really do plan to fight Lemon, you have to ambush him. A frontal assault won't work. I will. Jern's footsteps were silent, and he didn't encounter anyone. SHH. Shit, I couldn't meet today's offering quota again. What the hell am I supposed to do if it physically doesn't exist, damn it? Whenever someone seemed close, Jern would sense it first and stop. This kind of situation repeated over and over, and Damu had no choice but to rethink everything. No way. This wasn't about seeing or hearing things far away. It was like he had placed the world in his palm and was perceiving everything that happened on it. That was the only way she could understand it. Damu felt as though someone high above the sky was looking down on her, an unbelievable ability. With just that, no one who lived in fear of their burden would dare challenge him. Members would gladly offer dozens of world-sealing pills just to use Jern's world for even an hour. What on earth? Damu couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of world could do that. What frightened her even more was she still had no idea what his burden was. There it is. Jern came to a stop not in front of a lavish mansion or a fortress teeming with guards but near a shabby slum. Damu looked around with a disbelieving expression. Here? But Lemon must be living in luxury. You said he's killed multiple fallen, right? Seems he at least knows that Crimson Circle has targeted him. True enough, if it weren't for Jern, no other member would have even thought Lemon might be living in a place like this. Jern stared at one of the houses and came to a halt. He's definitely a Heaven's Judgment Knight, I can't see him clearly. This is enough. Damiu whispered into Jern's ear, trying hard to suppress her pounding heart. With this information, if we negotiate well, we can lure a fallen who has a world capable of killing the hiding Lemon in one strike. Leave that to me. Then it's meaningless. Jern shook his head lightly and raised his hand. And that's not going to work. Why not? He's already noticed us. Hangul ka uinus. Looks like they've been waiting. The plan must have been to strike the moment I walked in like a fool, then flee. A Heaven's Judgment Knight trying to run, huh? Guess he really has gotten a lot weaker. Hearing Jern's mutterings, Damiu clenched her teeth tightly. She realized if that was true. I'm dead. At this distance from a Heaven's Judgment Knight, whether or not there's a flimsy slum door in between is meaningless. It's practically like a blade is already at her throat. Whether Jern realized it or not, he calmly gave an order, fall back. And no, I can't. Why? There was still a corner left where she could struggle, Damiu hurriedly explained. If we try to retreat without attacking, they'll realize we're not an assassination squad but a scouting team. And if they realize we're scouts, they'll immediately come out, to extract whatever information we have. Jern nodded. That makes sense. So, what we have to do now is throw out a flashy illusion that looks threatening, then escape as far as we can while they're trying to figure it out, if we don't do that. Alright, let's see how it goes. She didn't even have time to stop him. Jern began backing away as if he were retreating. You damn. Before Damiu could finish her curse, the door exploded. A middle-aged man with clenched teeth charged forward faster than a hummingbird, wielding a greatsword larger than his own body. Hup. There was no cry of die, no shout to announce battle, no theatrics. Lemon aimed straight for Jern's head with the deadliest strike he could deliver without underestimating his enemy for a second. From Damiu's perspective, there could only be one outcome, Jern's head bursting like a watermelon followed by her own. Lemon saw a similar outcome. In other words, the only one who saw something different was Jern. The world is. Damiu heard something whispered past her ear, but the wind was so strong that she couldn't hear it clearly. And Lemon doubted his own eyes. The blow that should have surely hit had sliced through empty air. The mysterious assassin had taken an impossible angle as if he had seen the future and reacted accordingly. It was the one and only viable path. Another damn freak's come crawling in. But it wasn't the first time he'd seen strange people. Rather than feeling threatened, he felt annoyed. He swung his sword a few more times. He knew what fallen were. He knew they used terrifying powers. However, in the end, everything crumbles before pure violence. If it's hard, break it. If it's fast, be faster. If it attacks, dodge. If I weren't injured, someone like this. Lemon gritted his teeth and swung his sword. Though he couldn't exert even half his strength due to the wound on his abdomen from his earlier escape, his combat prowess as a Heaven's Judgment Knight still made it possible. Except for now, what is this? It was a perfect evasion, almost ridiculous in its precision. He had definitely struck. His decades of experience as a knight, his years of killing, guaranteed that the trajectory was correct. In every one of his attacks, that fallen should have been split in half, but his blade caught nothing. It hit, yet did not cut. It was like cutting through a bubble. You bastard. To make it worse, the opponent was gradually getting faster. Several times faster during the fight. Amid all this, Lemon came to a realization. Those Crimson Circle bastards were serious. In the end, they had finally reached out their claws to swallow his kingdom. He had suspected it from the moment they sent assassins. It was always bound to happen. Of course, cutting down this guy was just a matter of time. No matter how fast he moved, Lemon had succeeded in driving him into a wall. He would kill him with the next blow, then. He would have to flee, it can't be helped. No matter how strong he was, he didn't have the confidence to keep stopping monsters like this in his injured state. It was still fine. He just needed to take all the money he had hoarded and move to another city, build a new kingdom while his wounds healed. Once I recover, I'll pay them back. He had the power to do that. Having steeled himself, he looked at Jern with his back against the wall and smiled. Fidgety little rat, let's see if you can dodge this one too. Jern wore a displeased expression. It was a negative emotion, but not the kind shown by someone facing their end. He had a companion. He glanced back briefly, but damn you was just standing there, mouth agape, staring blankly at the scene. Starting with this one wouldn't be too late, Lemon thought and swung his sword down. That bastard lump, what the hell kind of night did he use against me? Lemon couldn't understand Jern's grumbling, but that didn't really matter. Compared to the fact that Jern was grumbling at all, what the? Lemon inhaled sharply, truly flustered. Why isn't he dead? He had sliced him. This time there was no viable escape route, and no matter how fast he was, it had been a sure kill strike that would inevitably lead to death. Yet all Jern did was look up at him with a face full of disbelief. Even regular Heaven's Judgment nights can't last a minute. Only then did he realize the reason Jern hadn't died was because his sword had stopped moving. His entire body was frozen, gripped tightly by an invisible force, as if he had been turned into a mounted specimen. Gah. He couldn't even scream, he couldn't breathe. Slowly, his armor and muscles, his skin and bones, his internal organs were being crushed, but there was something worse than the fear of death. What the hell is this? Alongside the world he knew, he caught a glimpse of another dimension. A place dark, cold, filled with incomprehensible monsters lying in wait. An unbearable hell shimmered in his eyes. Tesk. Their gazes met. Defeat was certain, but that wasn't the important part. Lemon simply wanted to escape from this place, please. Watching Jern reach out and snatch away his sword with a look of pity, Lemon begged, quickly. Let that sword pierce his throat even a second sooner, so that his head wouldn't end up inside the mouth of that monster, staring at him as if it were licking him with its eyes. There are a few things I've come to know while being here. In the end, Crimson Circle is also just a place where people live. Not sure about the upper tier though, so you're called Undercurrent. It was during my 7th mission. Since damn you only had 500 world sealing pills, I went to find the warehouse guy who was said to carry thousands. Then suddenly, he started talking to me. Until now, the other warehouses would just hand over the pills without a word as long as I showed proof of completing the mission. The first proof was Lemon's head, so this was the first time something like this happened. When I glanced back, Damu was swallowing hard and retreating. The meeting place was a plain. Even when I ran current sense, there were no people lying in wait for an ambush. Since I was confident, I decided to engage in conversation. For starters, I tried to come up with a name based on the way you people do it. Is there a problem? No, it's not like I have the position to say anything about it. The one who looked like a wrinkled old man in his 70s stared intently at me, then suddenly said something strange. How many do you take per day? I mean the world-sealing pills. Judging by how you keep taking on these life-risking missions, it seems like you need quite a lot. What is this guy talking about? I don't take any. Seems like you don't want to talk. The old man slowly nodded, then continued. Piercing Blood has acknowledged you. Apply only for missions with 3,000 or fewer units. It was only after he left that I asked Damu, who had been trembling quietly behind me. What was that guy saying? Piercing Blood is a member of the lower tier's top assassination group. So what business does he have with me? Piercing Blood recruited you into their faction. This is a huge deal, it's been barely 2 weeks. Damu made a huge fuss as if it were her own business. Piercing Blood can handle missions in the 10,000 unit range with ease. The fact that they limited it to 3,000 this time means they're planning to give you a mission like that soon and want to see what kind of person you are. It's like an entrance test. A faction within Crimson Circle. I'm not interested. Neglect, in other words, means freedom. It seemed that in the lower tier they formed factions among themselves and did all sorts of things. But honestly, I didn't care. The ones I needed to impress were the ones in the upper tier. If I got involved in some elite group like that, all my personal achievements would just become part of the groups and be buried. That's the wrong move. What I was curious about was something else. More importantly, what was that thing about how many I take per day? That's because of the pill resistance. That's so, Dercia said something similar once. Since it's in the form of a medicine, every time you take it, resistance builds up. Yeah, if one could endure it infinitely, just distributing those world-sealing pills would solve most of the issues with the Fallen. They say the veterans have to take dozens per day just to barely suppress the burden. Of course, some are strong enough to gain even greater rewards with that, but most eventually get devoured by resistance and crushed by the burden.
I see.
No matter how many times I turned it over in my head, it was clear this system had been running for a very long time. Crimson Circle must have been operating like this long before stepping onto the front stage. To create fallen like me, to place burdens in the world and make more fallen. Dercia said it was a foolish method to reach the celestial realm, a desperate flailing thinking it would bring them salvation. But there's something missing in that logic. Even if it seems connected, there's one part that doesn't fit. While I was pondering that, Damu cautiously asked, "So, are you really going to refuse?" "What refuse what?" "Piercing Blood's offer. If you accept it, you really won't have to worry about the world-sealing pills ever again." "I don't need it, no wait." I handed all the world-sealing pills I'd just received from that warehouse to Damu.
"You keep these, take them if you need to."
"Why yes. In return, let's make one promise, even if it's a life-threatening." I'll do it. "No, listen till the end. Even if it's a life-threatening mission, always put your name down. Also, sometimes we'll need 4 people for a mission, so get your friends to be able to write their names down too. Lastly, even if I give you a strange command once in a while, follow it immediately."
Understood.
Damn, you barely even listened. Well, without the world-sealing pills, it's the same as dying. For someone like her, who nearly died after losing just one pill, this was an offer she couldn't refuse. Leaving behind the one smiling limply, I realized that the promised time was drawing near before the next mission. There's no real base of operations in Crimson Circle, right? No, if we had something like that, we'd get caught. More importantly, most of the members can't be together.
Why not?
Because world-sealing pills are extremely scarce. No matter how many pills a member has, they have to constantly take on missions to survive. And what does that have to do with it? Well, to be honest, there's something easier than missions.
Damu shrugged her shoulders.
She didn't continue speaking, but I could roughly guess. Killing weaker members would be a far easier way to obtain the pills. I've heard it before, but really there doesn't seem to be any sense of camaraderie among the members. I'm a warehouse, so even though I only carry a small amount, I'm especially at risk. I wouldn't hand them over even if I died, but they wouldn't see it that way. They'd probably kill me first and then look for a way to retrieve them from the swamp. So there's no sense of belonging among members of the same organization. Well, if there were, you wouldn't have set up that welcome ceremony for me the moment you saw me. I'll guide you to nearby lodging. As soon as the conversation took a turn for the worse, Damu immediately changed the subject. When I opened the book to report that I'd completed the mission, a new mission appeared as if it had been waiting for me. Kidnapping of a black magic tower apprentice. Special notes none. Quantity 3,000 units. Equality 9/10.
Heh.
Other names were written a few times, but they were erased in an instant, as if they were waiting for someone. From the request to the quantity, it was so blatant it didn't even make me laugh. I quietly closed the book and followed behind Damu, let them wait for the rest of their lives. Night, a hut on a plain. While Damu was asleep, I slipped out past the rear mountain that was being used as a hideout. Then I scratched off and peeled away the transparent cloth attached to the back of my hand and let it fly into the swirling wind. Had it been about 30 minutes standing there, several hawks flew down from the sky and one of them began circling over my head. Caw. A crow nearly as big as my own body gradually descended and then plopped down with a thud.
Caw.
Not intimidated by the black eyes of the monstrous crow, I immediately opened the book and showed the mission section. These are the missions Crimson Circle is currently conducting. The crow blinked and pretended to scan the book, then let out a rasping sound while shaking its beak at the sky. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, it's been a while since I used animal manipulation, so it's not easy to control. What tier of magic is that? This kind of manipulation magic, I'd never seen it before. It was incredibly fascinating, 6th tier, but more importantly, these don't seem like particularly serious missions.
I agree.
I agreed with Dercia, who had taken the form of a crow. Of course, they were terrifying things. Kidnapping apprentices, assassinating members of rival organizations, destroying the tower's defensive barriers, and so on. Even doing just one would provoke pursuit from the Empire, a horrific act of terrorism. However, these things are really just trivial, aren't they? It seems the more important missions in Crimson Circle are carried out exclusively among the upper echelons. Speaking of that, I explained to her the ecosystem within Crimson Circle that I had heard about from Damu. The structure divided into upper and lower tiers, and the food chain that had formed among them. Listening quietly, Dercia nodded her head or beak in admiration. World-sealing pill, is that what it's called? It certainly seemed effective as a means of controlling those called the Fallen. However, there's something odd. What is it? So their goal is to create Fallen and recruit them, right? But once they actually bring them in, it doesn't seem like they care all that much. Letting low-ranking members be devoured and die for one. It was like a deranged fisherman obsessed only with catching fish, but once he caught them, he just tossed them carelessly on the roadside to rot. Of course, they say that Fallen with high utility value, including those with great worlds, are taken to the upper tier and put to use. But even if their plan works and they spread the burden of the three evils across the world to create a multitude of Fallen, most of them will end up being treated like this. That makes sense. If you think about it simply, maybe they're just picking humans through a selection process. Once they confirm someone is a Fallen, if their world isn't strong, they discard them. But even so, I still don't understand the goal. I get that they want to gather strong Fallen, but then what is that for? I understand that their objective is to reach the celestial realm. But what do they plan to do once they reach it? How exactly do they intend to overcome the burden, and in what way? Dercia clicked her beak, helping cool off my overheated thoughts. First, calm down. Right now you don't even have the minimal information required for that kind of speculation. Thinking too hard will only lead to confusion. To properly investigate, you'll need to go to the upper tier you mentioned. That's where you'll be able to get real information. Though it seems there's still a lot to learn even in the lower tier. Such as how the Fallen actually fall. Also, I'd like to hear more information about the three evils. True, Damu didn't seem to know much, but maybe someone else does. I'll try to find out. Of course, the most important thing right now is whether or not there's a chance to reach the upper tier. What do you think? It's definitely possible. I answer with conviction. The missions are relatively low in difficulty. Missions involving thousands of units would be tough, but the warehouse I've got, damn you, is practically non-combatant. If I keep completing two-person missions, I think it's more than possible to get their attention. I was thinking something along the same lines. With the restriction of water barrier lifted and my inner world now free to unfold, I could handle most missions with ease. It was practically just a matter of time before I received a love call from the upper tier. Well then, Jern, let's meet again at this time next week. I'll relay everything from today's conversation to the princess. Understood. And by any chance Elijah or Linmal? You'll have to sneak over and visit them later somehow. Got it. Dercia wouldn't say something like that lightly. With renewed resolve, I watched her fly away. About 2 months maybe. I checked through the book and confirmed all the most difficult missions that could be done with just 2 people. 1 week. That was how long it took to get a recruitment offer from groups like Piercing Blood, said to be the best assassination squad in the lower tier. Then, for someone like me who had caught Decay's attention, how long would it take for the upper tier to offer recruitment? No, 1 month. That should be enough. I closed the book and returned to the hut where Damu was sleeping, wondering how the upper tier members would reach out and how I should respond. Time passed, a little or perhaps a lot actually. Undercurrent Nim, Piercing Blood, Fragrant Thread, and Hidden Needle have all said they'd be happy if you'd even work with them just once. If you help even a little with this request, they've promised 20,000 world-sealing pills. It's an enormous amount, enormous. And a bunch of members who want to join your faction came with huge bundles of world-sealing pills. They brought 500 each per person. Oh, and lately for some reason, angry crows have been throwing embers onto the roof from above the mansion. I wonder if it's the work of other Fallen. Should I investigate? Damio. Gripping my dizzying head, I called to her from the yard of what was once a hut, now a mansion. Yes. Unlike when we first met, her complexion was several times better now. She was writing something in the book and replied with a bright smile. Ah, yes, you said you weren't accepting any factions, right? I rejected all of them for now, but was there anyone you liked? How long has it been since we met? Pardon. About 10 months, no, isn't it almost a year now? I. This is troubling. I took a deep breath and wiped my face dry, trying hard to swallow down the genuine, overwhelming feeling of embarrassment. Why on earth? Still, has no one from the upper tier contacted us? Pardon, no, I mean it's not like we've done anything to get their attention. We've just been diligently completing requests. I had never been scouted, not even once. There hadn't even been an approach. What is this? Oh, have you been frustrated lately because there aren't many missions? Just in time, a bunch of new two-person missions got added. What should we do first? Steal weapons from the princess's night order, take over the underworld of a city owned by a count's family. Instead, all we'd done was terrorism. For nearly a year, Crimson Circle had expanded. To the point that, if it were a normal organization it would have burst apart and died. It had simply swollen madly. At this point, it was fair to say that more than half of the Empire's underworld belonged to Crimson Circle. And the reason that was possible, obviously. Fallen, what's that now? Abyss Realm? Are you saying it's a kind of wizard? How I've learned enhanced mana body. Arubins. What is this? His heart just suddenly exploded. The presence of the Fallen. Even the leaders of the underworld were merely people who'd stolen knightly techniques and, by luck, became superhuman. Their enhanced mana bodies only blocked the magic of the material realm, so they could not overcome the Fallen who wielded the magic of their own respective worlds. Walls melt, skies collapse. The earth rises. The worlds of the Fallen, bizarre, eerie, and heretical, were unlike properly functioning magic. Crimson Circle simply used the Fallen to silently kill and kill again the leaders of the underworld. The power structure of the underworld shifted dozens of times over. However, one leader, who now held dominion over numerous regions he couldn't even have imagined possessing in the past, realized he couldn't exactly be happy about it. Just a week ago, a faction that had once been on par with his was annihilated along with all its subordinates. A guarantee that he wouldn't end up the same way? There wasn't one. Those whose minds worked properly knelt first. Those who didn't were made to kneel. Of course, the Empire hadn't been idle either. Speak, where and how did you make contact? I don't know, I really don't know. Tusk. But because this hierarchy had been built through such means, proper communication was impossible from the start. What the leaders of the underworld understood was this. No matter how powerful the organization, if they defied Crimson Circle, something that rose from beneath the ground would bring punishment. They were essentially slaves. If Crimson Circle occasionally showed up and demanded information, they handed it over. If given orders, they carried them out. If materials were requested, they turned them over no matter what it took. Experience is the fastest way to learn something. Some organizations, no matter what, refused to endure this kind of treatment and met the same end as their predecessors. In the end, the difference in available means determined victory or defeat. To confront a Crimson Circle corrupted organization, one would have to send an entire Knight's Order capable of battling the Fallen. However, the Fallen under Crimson Circle's command drifted like waterweed, storming across the nation. To survive, they did not rest a single day. Crimson Circle's speed in subjugating these underground organizations was far faster than the Knights could destroy them. And the cause of that was, well, you are not entirely without responsibility. No, but I did help, to be fair. The upper floor of the mansion. Dercia, now nearly the size of a human while borrowing the body of a crow, flapped her wings inside atop a pole. I worked hard at espionage with the mission book. Honestly, if we weigh the merits and demerits, I have more merits. The crow gave him a sidelong glare, but it was true. The names of the once failed Fallen, information about their worlds, their behavioral patterns. None of it could have been known without him. Attempting infiltration had been the right choice. As Crimson Circle expanded, the Empire also created multiple countermeasures based on his intel, and even now, bloody battles were unfolding behind the scenes. And the princess, together with Dercia, was preparing the fang to drive into Crimson Circle's neck. A truly deep and sharp fang. How far along is the development?
A prototype has been produced, but confirmation is needed. Kekek, Dercia suddenly began to retch. No way, as I waited in shock, my anxiety became reality. Roll, a pinkish pill mixed with mucus rolled across the floor and touched my shoe. Please try using it. I responded with the most disgusted expression I could muster. Why didn't you just tie it around your neck? It could fall off during flight. If worn as a necklace to prevent that, the risk is too great if spotted by a Crimson Circle member. Dercia didn't even snort. Sighing, I picked up the pill, wiped the mucus off by rubbing it appropriately on my robe and swallowed it. Before long, my body heated up slightly. In that state, I used water pressure to grab the miscellaneous items around me. Crunch hem. I tried several more times after that, however I shook my head as I could not feel any difference. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the burden has changed. It still feels premature. I see. Mass production of the world-sealing pill. The princess's scheme was to reverse the situation by exploiting the fact that most of the fallen were bound to Crimson Circle through this pill. Even from my perspective, if the Empire could produce world-sealing pills, the tide of battle would clearly shift. Judging by how Dercia spent so much time only to produce a failed version, it must be an immensely difficult task. She cawed with regret in her voice and said, "My handling of existing world-sealing pills has reached its peak. I've succeeded over 100 times in increasing the pill's effects or concentrating them to enhance dosage, but it seems I still can't replicate the same effect using different ingredients. I'll have to try using more extreme materials." You're not telling me you grind up people to get these effects, right? If it were such a simple ingredient, there's no way I wouldn't have figured it out. More importantly, Jern, how has your physical condition been lately? A different emotion was mixed into the crow's nasal tone. After a moment's hesitation, I asked frankly, "Do you happen to share senses as well?" "Yes." I approached her and grabbed the back of her neck where the feathers were. The crow flinched for a moment, then lightly trembled her beak. It's been like this for a while now, I can still endure it. There was no issue with breathing, thanks to the gold crown embedded in my body. As long as I had water barrier, even water pressure only caused a dull, tingling sensation. Freezing to death in the deep sea, what a ridiculous thing. But on the flip side, having endured the worst of it, the lesser burdens I hadn't paid much attention to, thinking they were insignificant, began asserting themselves. The deep sea isn't a temperature fit for human survival. No matter what kind of robe I wear now, it feels like standing naked in winter. For now, I'm using the barrier to reduce the sensation of my hands freezing, but I probably won't last long. It's not an extremely dangerous burden. If you return and undergo a minor procedure, it might be resolved more easily than expected. I haven't obtained what I really came for yet, I can't go back now. I shrugged in denial. Honestly, I'd gained quite a lot from joining. Through the process of meeting various fallen, I'd come up with several highly probable hypotheses about my abyss realm. Even if I were to escape now, it wouldn't be a loss. But I still hadn't reached the most important piece of information I was seeking when I joined Crimson Circle. The three evils. Of course, I didn't just complete missions quietly. I met with several members over the past year and asked around, but most of them weren't much different from "Damn you." They were either completely off track or dismissed it as a baseless rumor. It was driving me insane. No, seriously, how come these people don't know something even that bastard Parse knew? Thinking about it this way only made my anger surge. Seriously, why the hell aren't these bastards contacting me? There's no one else in the lower tier who's shown as much outstanding achievement as I have. What about the possibility that your identity was exposed? If that were the case, they wouldn't have given me this mission book. The mission book. That's what Damn You called this thing. From the list of missions written in it and the identities of the members, the information I uncovered was literally a mountain. It doesn't add up. Sure, I committed a lot of terroristic acts, but I left behind every means that could later be recovered. Practically 80% of the hundreds of missions were like bombs planted inside Crimson Circle. By completing missions, I earned trust from the enemy and at the same time left behind landmines. It was a win-win situation, so I worked hard. But now that I looked back, it felt like I'd only been laying landmines. Only the princess benefited. There must be something else that the upper tier is focused on, but I don't know what that is.
Even what Decay had said was now hard to understand. What exactly did he want from me? Did he just want me to take on this level of a role in the lower tier? Watching me sink into deep thought, Dercia, still in the form of a crow, cautiously offered some advice. Jern, have you tried contacting the members in a different way? Yes, I've reached out to the warehouse, who said to have the widest connections and a few other standout members. What I mean is, have you tried doing missions with them? I haven't. That seems far too dangerous. I replied flatly. Frankly, doing missions with anyone besides Damu was an extremely risky move. Damu was too dumb to grasp anything about my abyss realm, and more importantly, she usually holed up somewhere nearby during missions, so there was little chance of her seeing anything of note. But if I did a mission with someone else, there would inevitably be close interaction, if even one of them knew anything about the deep sea. And if what they saw was reported to the upper tier, then things would spiral out of control too quickly to manage. The best case scenario would be getting confirmed as a member of the three evils and ascending to the upper tier. The worst case scenario would be getting captured and used as a vessel to unfold the deep sea into the world. More than anything, I've come to the conclusion that lower tier members, being so limited in information, aren't much help. I agree, but hear me out. For example, Lump was once in the lower tier before ascending to the upper tier, wasn't he? Yes, that's right. Then that means Lump did something that caught the attention of the upper tier. The lower tier members may not know the details, but they might remember him displaying strange behavior before he left for the upper tier. I considered that possibility for a moment. But during the questioning process, I might reveal that I have the goal of reaching the upper tier. That doesn't matter. At this point, there's no real reason to hold back. Try this approach once, and if it really doesn't work, return and resolve the issue with that burden. At any rate, if it's at that level already, the other burdens probably won't be something you can brush off with jokes either. That's true. The water barrier was steadily shrinking, which meant the burden of the deep sea was intensifying. Though I described it like a diving suit, it wasn't complete isolation, so even with my own skin I could feel the strengthening of the burden. Lately, I'd barely used the inner world Menif station. If I used it recklessly in this state, I'd be found out. By these things, I frowned at the sight of a red eel with 9 tails swimming nearby, then opened the deep sea creature notebook and took notes. This was a new one. All right, then I'll try what you suggested for now. Anything else I should know? If you see the Knight's Order during your next mission, run away if you can. Why? The captain of the Silver Wing Knight's Order has declared that he won't be able to sleep until he devours Undercurrent. He's mobilized nearly all forces. It's going to be a bloodbath. I'll take that to heart. Lately, I had been getting impatient and took on a lot of missions and caused quite a bit of chaos in the process. In the long run, all of it benefited the Empire, but to those on the receiving end, there was no more annoying pest than me. The name Undercurrent had become very well known within the Empire, in a bad way. Himilampe. I opened the mission book and flipped through the list of completed missions. Though it was a small book, no matter how many pages I turned, more kept appearing while previous ones turned to dust and scattered. Anyone who knew Lump's past would be someone who had done missions with him. It took over 50 minutes of page flipping before the name Lump even came up. What in the world had he done to catch the attention of the upper tier? No way. And finally, I found Lump's last mission in the lower tier. At first, I was shocked by its contents. Then I was stunned by the personnel list. Frowning, I flipped a few more pages, but as expected, no surprises. Lump had been with that person for nearly every mission listed. Sigh. I let out a breath and left the top floor of the mansion, then woke up the sleeping Damu. Get up. There's something we have to do. Yes, huh. The now chubby girl rubbed her eyes but promptly got ready to take notes. Ever since she realized I didn't need a companion but rather a secretary to reduce hassle, Damu had volunteered to become the perfect secretary. Issuing orders to the thoroughly disciplined Damu, I threw on my robe. Go to Piercing Blood now and deliver a message. Yep, what should I tell her? Tell her I want to do a mission together next time. Okay, understood. Wait, huh? Undercurrent Nim, you're going to do a mission together. That's right. Though surprised, Damu quickly ran out of the mansion. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have done it a bit sooner. I sighed and looked down at the mission list from Lump's final assignment: extermination of Rogenia. Special note: leave no one alive. Quantity 900,000. Solo 190/190. Surely not. I pushed down the uneasy thought that I might end up doing something like that too. Until now, my relationship with the other members of Crimson Circle had been running in parallel lines. There are two reasons for this. The first is incompetence. Of course, it's true that I extracted information from the ones managing the warehouse, but even these guys who meet with the most members were seriously cut off from the core information. When I tried to dig up information about the most important, the three evils, I got answers like this. I heard the three evils are terrifying beings even among great worlds. Wait, isn't it not yet confirmed that the three evils are great worlds? They must be great worlds. I mean, just look at the ones searching for them. They had heard of them but didn't know the details, something like that. If even these people who are well connected in the lower tier only know this much, then it's obvious how little the other members know. The second reason is a physiological disgust. For example, in missions involving cleaning up the underworld, I could always leave behind time bombs. In this case, I received a lot of help from Dercia. Eek Guk. Are you sure this is really okay? Are you following the map exactly? Yes, I fed them the medicine you sent and followed the manual. Then there is no problem. If they happen to die, just replace them with another. They're replaceable anyway. That may be true, but after cleaning up an organization, I performed various procedures according to the map of the Crow Dercia, stabbing the heads of the bosses who would take over once the organization disappeared. Most of it was related to surveillance. If these guys ever made contact with Crimson Circle and had any kind of exchange, that fact would immediately be delivered to the Imperial family. In addition, I sorted out all the detailed information on the back alleys of the city and the structure of power and sent it all to Dercia. Every underworld organization I touched, although nominally subcontracted by Crimson Circle, in reality became spies unknowingly transmitting their information and movements to the Empire. So I was able to do it without a shred of guilt. Even if the Knight's Order may look unfavorably upon me taking over the underworld, everything I did was for the Empire, however. Undercurrent Nim, by the way, aren't you going to kidnap breeding stallions? I think that kind of mission suits your ability the best. I'm not doing that. Not every mission was like that. Every time I opened the mission book, all the horrors happening beneath the surface by Crimson Circle were laid bare. Decay said they wouldn't directly invade the Empire. Having joined Crimson Circle myself, I found that to be closer to the truth, but indirectly, countless atrocities could still be committed. Of course, I have no intention of stopping it. I'm already doing my best and I don't have the capacity to deal with problems beyond my reach. Trying to take on even that would be something only ascetics like Sharmia would think of doing. Even so, it was true that my brow furrowed every time I saw the list of completed missions. These reasons made me avoid contact with them. Undercurrent Nim, a reply came. What did it say? They seem really fired up. They want to meet this evening. Still, now I had to make contact. As I was putting the mask on my face, a question suddenly arose. Wasn't it said to be the largest assassination group? Just what kind of guys are they? If they had carried out missions with Lumpham, they might be dangerous. Thinking I should mentally prepare myself, I stood up from my seat. Bang! A slender man with scars all over his body slammed the table. What the hell is that bastard doing? I. The round table with over 10 people sitting around it shook. The setting sun crept in through the window, but no one dared blink an eye. Piercing blood ground his teeth and made a sound boiling from his throat as he looked around at them. Still no information, his world. We don't know. Some keepers who spied on their methods said they couldn't find any connection other than the fact that it might be a great world. Did you do any background checks? Other than that he caught the attention of an upper-tier member. There's nothing. What the hell is that bastard? Some guy crawled in from nowhere is muddying the waters. Grit-piercing blood's teeth gnashed together. Crimson Circle, even among that, the lower tier has its own laws, and those laws are nothing other than the logic of power. The world-sealing pills were limited, and the longer a powerful being had endured, the more they consumed. In other words, no matter how strong one's true power was, since one had to consume that much of the world-sealing pills every time they moved, it wasn't cost-effective to act alone. In the end, even those who couldn't trust each other banded together under the instinct to survive. They shared just enough of the world-sealing pills to keep each other alive. If anyone became greedy beyond that, the damage would inevitably fall on everyone, so those who caused unnecessary conflict were expelled. A desperate struggle by those who united to survive. But surprisingly, they were sailing smoothly under the grand goal of survival. That is, until the giant mudfish arrived. Just how massive must his world be to devour all those world-sealing pills and still go nuts like this? Perhaps he's consuming over 100 a day. Who doesn't know that? Because of that bastard, 20 people have already been crushed by their burden. 1,000 world-sealing pills are to be divided among 10 people. However, this man took on all the dangerous missions no one else wanted, hoarding 1,000 for himself alone. Naturally, the world-sealing pills allocated to the remaining missions decreased and their difficulty increased. Though it wasn't a direct blow, since the pie had gotten smaller, someone had to starve. Piercing Blood's faction suffered a proportional hit. Tusk, and in the middle of this he comes to see us. Yes, he must have some hidden agenda. Shut the hell up, you dumb bastard. You've been spouting nothing but obvious crap since earlier. As Piercing Blood suppressed his anger and silenced the other member, someone knocked on the door of the tower. Undercurrent has arrived. Tell him to come up. Piercing Blood erased the rage from his face. No matter how much disruption he had caused, considering the achievements Undercurrent had accomplished almost single-handedly with only a small keeper, he couldn't just let his emotions take over. Fine, if I can make use of him now some. His faction wasn't the only one that had suffered from Undercurrent's antics. If Undercurrent had chosen to come here when the other factions had also suffered heavy losses, then just that fact alone could greatly expand their territory. The only way to forget a loss is to gain something greater. Thinking that, he straightened up just as the door opened. Screech, the sliding door opened, and the man who had caused them so much grief appeared. A man in a robe wearing a mask. An ordinary adult male with no distinct features except the mask, not particularly dangerous looking. Everyone's gaze immediately filled with doubt. This guy. That's him. There are quite a few people here. With those words, Undercurrent ignored the piercing stares directed at him and sat at the edge of the round table. Piercing Blood didn't let his guard down. No, if anything, he grew more tense. From his experience, those who dressed in a flamboyant or menacing way were usually disguising their own fear. To appear ordinary in a situation where danger should be emphasized, this was the sign of true confidence. Nice to meet you, Undercurrent. This is our first time meeting, isn't it? Yeah. Piercing Blood cautiously extended the greeting with a gentle smile. Piercing Blood, my world is torrential rain. To torrential rain. Seems hard to believe. But it's true. Piercing Blood slightly puffed out his chest in pride. It was a damn annoying world, but in situations like this, it served him well. The word torrential rain usually made people associate it with a great world. Though in truth it wasn't. Coughing lightly, Undercurrent slowly nodded and replied, Undercurrent, I don't know my world. What? Piercing Blood furrowed his brow. You don't know your own world. Right, I don't know. Hard to believe, but it's the truth. Know that. His expression twisted into disgust. A bird knows it flies in the sky, a fish knows it swims in water, because it's flying and because it's swimming. Not knowing one's own world simply shouldn't be possible. You expect me to believe that? Well, you don't have to. From Undercurrent's words, Piercing Blood sensed a kind of lightness that suggested he didn't care how things turned out, and he slightly clenched his fist. But on second thought, it was no different than revealing a weakness. Saying nothing at all meant that the moment it was exposed, his world could be immediately broken. Piercing Blood chuckled and nodded. Fine, I'll believe you. If we can't trust our comrades, then what can we trust? Comrades. Aren't we? I thought you came here because you wanted to work with us. That's true, since we can help each other. It was a meaningful statement. Piercing Blood furrowed his brows for a moment, then pushed a piece of paper toward him. You always take on missions that can be handled solo, but if you work with us, you could take on missions on a much bigger scale. This mission had been carefully selected ever since Undercurrent announced his intention to make contact. It wasn't a big deal, but it was a sweet mission with a big reward, just secretly purchasing natural-born wizards from the underworld market. A mission anyone would want and one that would yield plenty of world-sealing pills. Piercing Blood explained as he watched Undercurrent read the mission. Of course, this time it's a very easy mission. I already know your abilities, but we need to see exactly what you're capable of through this. I get it. If we split it, your share won't be that much. But this time it's a very simple, right? Think of it as a simple test. From next time on, we'll be talking about missions involving tens of thousands of units. Wait. I have a question. Undercurrent covered the paper and looked Piercing Blood straight in the eyes. Can you clear out the others? It's not something I want others to hear. At those words, the surrounding members jumped up and glared at Undercurrent. It was nearly at the level of saying, I want to assassinate you, but the others are in the way, so get rid of them. But Piercing Blood laughed heartily and waved his hand. Oh, I see, you just want to have a one-on-one talk. That's no problem, all of you leave. Be but group leader Nymph. I have to say it twice. Under Piercing Blood's sharp and chilling gaze, the others lowered their heads and left, not knowing what to do. Undercurrent whistled as he watched the scene. I said it, but I didn't think you'd actually go along with it. If one fears being alone with someone, how could one earn trust? And drip. A drop of water fell from the tower ceiling, wetting the floor. I'm more comfortable being alone too, this way I don't have to kill loyal members in an emergency. Piercing Blood smiled lightly and raised the cup in front of him. It was meant as a veiled threat, but Undercurrent continued talking as if nothing had happened. I see, then I'll get straight to the point. Do you know someone named Lump? According to the mission records, it says you worked with him. Lumpy. At the mention of a name he hadn't heard in a while, Piercing Blood frowned. He was completely insane. Why do you ask? No, where did you hear about him? Is it okay to say such things? He's in the upper tier now. HMPH, upper tier bastards just make world-sealing pills, they're not our superiors. They're even crazier than we are. They're not in their right minds. Even if I slander them to their faces, as long as they deem me useful, they won't do a damn thing. I'm just interested in Lump's activities. I don't know why you'd be curious about that, but... Piercing Blood continued, somewhat uncomfortably. He wasn't right in the head from the moment he joined. He worked without receiving any world-sealing pills. What? Said he didn't need them, I don't know why. Worked out for me though, so I tried to use him as much as I could until he was about to be crushed by his burden. But then suddenly, he caught the attention of the upper tier. Is that true? He didn't take the world-sealing pills. Yeah, it's not like he overcame the burden. He was clearly in pain but still refused to take them. Undercurrent began to seriously ponder something. So why are you asking? Do you have a grudge against Lump? Then again, he might have already made several people into Fallen. Not really. My goal is to reach the upper tier, so I just wanted to know more about someone who actually climbed from the lower tier. What? Upper tier? Yeah. Piercing Blood looked at Undercurrent with a baffled expression. And then burst into a roaring laugh. Watching him, Undercurrent tilted his head and asked again. Why are you laughing? What, you're saying you want to become upper tier? Were you seriously acting with that as your goal? Yeah. You bastard, do you not even know why you're here? You've already been here for a year and you still haven't realized it. We're all just dogs raised by those insane upper tier bastards. They threw us once human into this place and now they feed us dog food we can't live without if we don't eat it. That's true. Undercurrent nodded calmly. That's why I want to be the master, not the dog. What's so strange about thinking that way? Piercing Blood frowned as he looked at Undercurrent. He knew the guy wasn't normal, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. It's not impossible, right? Even Lump climbed up like that. Let me tell you something you don't know. Half with pity for the lunatic, half with scorn for having feared someone like this, he informed him. Do you know why this book that gives out missions is called the Mission Book? No idea. It's a fact most of the members who idolize and worship the upper tier don't even know. But originally, the upper tier were nothing more than a bunch of deranged fanatics. What? Have you ever heard of the first mage, the one said to have created magic first? the one who supposedly reached the celestial realm. You know about him? I've heard of him. Undercurrent glanced at his robe, piercing blood, not noticing, sighed, and continued. Well, I figured you'd at least have heard of him. He shows up in fairy tales from time to time. This Crimson Circle, its name is taken from the villains in one of those stories. Think about it. What kind of place names itself after fairy tale villains? No idea. They're people who believe that fairy tale is a true story. Actually, it's worse than that. The upper tier believe the first mage actually fell. They think his celestial realm is a highly concealed abyss realm and that he foretold the distant future to save the world. They actually believe that. Is there no chance that's true? No. It's bullshit. The upper tier are just mental cases, powerful lunatics stuck in an infantile mental state who seriously believe in a made-up story. But listen. In the original fairy tale they base everything on, there were 7 Crimson Circle members, you know that? Bang bang. Piercing blood banged the table in frustration. That's why they split us into upper and lower tiers, just to stick to the lore from their damn story. Do you get what that means? How many upper tier members are there right now? So you do know. There are 7. Even through the mask, piercing blood could tell Undercurrent's expression had darkened and he drove the nail in. Lump was lucky, he moved up back when there were only 6. You can't. It was just a matter of timing. Undercurrent was too late. The first mage, the one said to have created magic for the first time, that kind of person. I've heard about it occasionally, and although the robe I'm wearing is supposedly a holy relic once worn by that person, honestly, the so-called first mage is an absurd existence. It's problematic to treat it as history when it claims he created magic. Did Newton create gravity? He discovered it. But the first mage, even from the stories passed down, even from the name, claims that he himself created magic. In other words, even if it's not quite a fairy tale, it's something that should be treated at least as a myth. Crimson Circle seriously believes in something like that. Perhaps it makes sense. That shows just how insane these guys really are. But to think they completely believe in a fairy tale doesn't add up, especially when there are not just 1 or 2 but 7 of them. If the people of Crimson Circle really believed in that fairy tale, there had to be a reason. A reason that made them believe in the fairy tale. So you can't go up, it's better this way actually. Is that so? Piercing blood, perhaps harboring a deep grudge against the upper tier, let out a burst of pent-up anger and then subtly tried to coax me. Why are you trying to go up to a place like that? Don't tell me you think something will change if you get there. There's nothing like that. Rather, being with us is the only way you won't have to fear the world. Just think of those guys as machines that produce world-sealing pills. Seems you're not fond of the upper tier. Of course not. I can't understand why most of the members worship the upper tier. They're like demons. Even if a comrade dies right next to them, they'll just go on their way without a care. Tusk. I stared quietly at Piercing Blood, who clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, and suddenly a useful thought came to mind. You seem to know them quite well. That's not quite right. Piercing Blood frowned and shook his head. That's just my judgment of what kind of people they are. As for their own intentions, I have no idea what they're planning. How could you know what lunatics are thinking? I see, that's good information. So you're saying there must be a vacancy in the upper tier. Right, give up on going up, and what do you think of my proposal? This seemed to be the main point, and Piercing Blood's eyes gleamed. If your world joins my faction, we could monopolize almost all the missions. No matter how many world-sealing pills you need to take, I promise you a supply more than enough to meet your needs. Oh, that's quite tempting. How can I take that as a yes? He grinned slyly, as if rejection wasn't even an option he had considered. And indeed, if I refused here in this bastard's own stronghold, it would simply become a job to eliminate a rival. I could already tell from the reactions in the storage rooms that I wasn't particularly welcomed even within the lower tier. From the moment I sought out Piercing Blood, if I refused, it would only lead to a fight, but just now a new possibility opened up. Still, this is a bit unexpected. Actually, I had a proposal of my own. What? At my nonchalant reply, Piercing Blood looked puzzled, then nodded slightly as if something had clicked. Right, we should of course talk about distribution. What method do you prefer? No, not that, I'm talking about doing a different kind of mission. Didn't I say before, first we need to build trust? It's not a mission written in any book. I stood up, then took out the key to the workshop. Seeing that, Piercing Blood nodded in surprise. Magic Tower, so you were a member. No wonder the strength of that world would be hard to understand if it wasn't from a fallen wizard of the Magic Tower. It's too early to be surprised. I stepped out of the pavilion and opened the workshop. Thunk, from inside I dragged out a sack much larger than my body and placed it on the desk. Open it. Piercing Blood with a doubtful look opened the sack. What the? He was horrified. Because of the sheer number of world-sealing pills inside. Of course, I had barely taken any world-sealing pills, and since Damu also possessed a weak world, she hadn't taken many either. That's why, as Piercing Blood looked at the nearly 10,000 gathered world-sealing pills, his eyes narrowed as he looked at me. What are you trying to do with this? Are you trying to build rapport? If that's the case, I'd welcome it. As expected from the position of leading people of this level, he wouldn't easily bite even the sweetest bait. It's a down payment. What? From what I see, you don't seem to like the upper tier that much. Then if one simply provides world-sealing pills, can't anyone request a job? Piercing Blood opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. Offering world-sealing pills as payment for a request, that's not something people of the lower tier can do. World-sealing pills are life itself. Putting those up means staking your lifespan. Only a madman would do such a thing. That thought was written all over his face. Fine, it can be done so with these world-sealing pills as a down payment. What kind of job are you trying to commission? The assassination of a Crimson Circle upper-tier member. I knew it. Piercing Blood sat down on his chair with the sack in hand, looking dumbfounded. What did you take my words earlier for? Those guys are lunatics. They have no desires, no malice. Being part of them isn't proof of strength, it's proof that there's something wrong with your mind. I understand, but I'm not exactly sane either. Seems like it. If it's a down payment, then you must have that many world-sealing pills to spare. Don't tell me you haven't taken them either. I lightly lied as I looked into Piercing Blood's glaring eyes. I've taken quite a lot. Piercing Blood scratched his chin as if contemplating. I wondered what kind of guy you were. Turns out you're a weirdo like Lump. I don't have the faintest idea why you're trying to climb up to the upper tier, but when I think about it, it's not exactly a bad thing from our standpoint either. Really? Why's that? At least you can hold a conversation. Have you ever had a conversation with the upper tier guys? I tried to recall my conversations with Decay and Lump. So you have. Those guys are impossible to talk to. Their egos are too rigid. If they suddenly stop making world-sealing pills for 3 months, we're all dead. It's like entrusting your lifeline to a rabid dog. So what you're saying is, if someone like me who can at least talk goes up to the upper tier, it wouldn't be bad for you either. Yeah. At least then there'll be someone who can tell us what those bastards are thinking. Actually, we even came up with a similar plan before. Back when there weren't 7 of them, we tried to send one person up to the upper tier. It ended in failure though. And now, I guess we should revisit the discussion. With a hardened expression, Piercing Blood tore apart the original request form he had given me. We don't know you. We don't know your world. Are you still going to stick to that? Well, I still don't know. Then that means we'd have to invest our manpower in someone whose world, strength, and character we don't even know. I suppose so. We're not lunatics like the upper tier. We can't do that. If you want to become the core of our plan, you'll at least need to provide proof that you can be. Is the down payment not enough? This is a matter of trust. Well, alright. How do I prove it? Strength. In the end, what Piercing Blood wanted to say was the same. Prove your ability, not from a mission list. Show us with our own eyes in person something we can believe. There's no helping it now. Looks like I'll have to team up with these lunatics after all. Thinking that, I sighed and frowned as I looked at the torn-up mission. Why'd you tear this one up? As grounds for targeting the upper tier, a mission like this isn't very useful. Piercing Blood snorted and pulled out a new mission form. If it's for a lunatic who wants to challenge the upper tier, it's got to be at least this level. What could it be? Destroying a small nation, assassinating the tower master of the magic tower. If it were the latter, maybe I could beg her to just pretend to be dead. With that thought, I checked the mission. And then, The moment I saw it, I shook my head and furrowed my brow deeply. This is seriously an impossibly difficult mission. Isn't there something else? I understand, but it has to be at least this level for there to be any guarantee that you'll be accepted after taking down a member of the upper tier. I won't blame you if you give up. Is that so? Assassinate the princess's knight Karos. Well, it can't be helped, I'll do it. You've got guts, pass. Inside, I let out a silent sigh of relief. As soon as I returned to the base we were using as a hideout, I woke up Damu, who was sleeping peacefully. Hey, you don't happen to know any fairy tales related to the first mage, do you? T8 the first mage. That's She wiped the drool from her mouth, and less than an hour later she came back with dozens of fairy tale books stolen from a nearby village. I didn't think I'd be reading fairy tales at my age. I read them, combing through every word to find hidden meanings. The detailed accounts were all over the place. Some described the Crimson Circle as a group of fiery enemies, others as rebels. The number varied: 7, 12, 30, even 3,000. The first mage was portrayed as male, female, a god, very diverse. Despite that, the content was oddly consistent in its variety. The first mage discovered magic and spread it across the world, but the evil Crimson Circle killed them. The resurrected mage punished the Crimson Circle. The Crimson Circle was punished in eternal suffering. The mage lived happily ever after and died. The end. As I read through the fairy tales, I frowned. This is really, literally a fairy tale? Pastel-colored illustrations easy for children to understand, rhythmic words, good triumphing over evil. Next to no real content. If the Crimson Circle actually believed this and named their organization after it, then the empire being brought down by such people would be pitiable. It was that childish. Is there no original version of this? I asked Damu, who was sitting properly next to me, and she shook her head. No, what do you mean original text? This is just a traditional fairy tale. Haven't you heard it when you were young? What? They're really famous. Most commoners learn about wizards through stories like these. Some say the nobility made them to spread how great wizards are or something like that. This mentions a group called the Crimson Circle. What do you think about them having the same name as ours? Well, maybe they just used the name as is. I don't really know what the higher-ups think. Leaving the puzzled Damu alone, I went on reading the rest of the fairy tales. I came to a conclusion quickly. I have no idea. Maybe trying to understand the thoughts of lunatics is the problem to begin with. Even if they do believe in this stuff, there's no real reason to follow it. Even if they're trying to kill the first mage as described in the stories, the endings are always the same: ascending to the celestial realm or living happily and then dying. So what's the point? Anyway, I figured I should at least inform Dercia and said to the smiling Damu, the next mission's been decided. Ah yes, so you've finally decided to carry out a mission with someone else. What is it? Since it's your first, I assume it's an easy one. It's the assassination of the princess's knight. That's what it is, so get ready. We're leaving in 3 days. Wait, you're joking, right? Excuse me. Undercurrent Nims. There was a lot to do. Letting Dercia know about the intel I just learned, getting help from the princess, and preparing to head to the capital, none of that was going to be wrapped up in just a day or two. To set a proper plan in motion as quickly as possible, I left the trembling Damu behind and began heading up the stairs. A throbbing pain surged from my chest. What was that? A pain sharp enough to make me wince. It disappeared quickly, but it clearly didn't feel natural, so I tilted my head. Burden, water pressure? No, it felt different from water pressure, more like a pain from deep inside. Could it be a new burden? I tried to recall any situation within the deep sea where such chest pain might occur, but nothing came to mind. Regardless, even my sighs now felt cold. Well, thinking about it, maybe this is actually a good thing. While I'm at it, maybe I should fix this too. It seemed like I'd be seeing Master instead of the Crow for the first time in a while. Crimson Circle's missions were usually carried out in remote border areas far from the Empire's capital. The reason, well, was probably because of Charmia. If she noticed and blocked things before they happened, then at the very least, there was a need to act far enough away so that her response would be delayed. Because of that, there wasn't a fixed base, but it always required a few days of travel to reach the capital area. Can't we just meet separately? That won't do. The journey ended up being taken together with the members of Piercing Blood. I let out a sigh and looked at the Piercing Blood members smiling slyly and the 10 or so horses following behind. I. Unlike what I saw at the pavilion, they were much more taciturn and seemed to have steeled their resolve. Seeing that all their gazes were directed at me, it looked like this so-called test included this journey as well. You undercurrent Nim, they're staring at me really scarily. Don't mind it. They're trying to get a reaction. I replied curtly to Damu, who was riding precariously next to me, and then spurred my horse forcefully. I did mean to create some distance, but Piercing Blood easily caught up without even holding the reins, unfolding a map and letting out a low hum. It looks like we'll have to go over this mountain. Seems like rough terrain. Will you be all right? I tilted my head. According to the map I knew, going around the mountain would be a much faster route. Sure. I'm confident in riding. But I simply nodded. If he had some kind of hidden agenda, then I preferred he revealed it quickly. I didn't want to keep being monitored under these uncomfortable circumstances until we arrived at the capital. Piercing Blood burst into a hearty laugh, seemingly satisfied with my answer. Haha, really? That's reassuring. A guy who's good at riding is someone I can trust. Is that so? Why is that? A horse is a beast whose instinct is to run. No matter how much you train it with hot iron and painful whips, the more it runs, the more it forgets the training, and it starts to see the saddle and the human as hindrances. Piercing Blood looked down at the horse he was riding with an expression that was hard to tell if it was filled with affection or killing intent. Being able to handle such beasts well means you're instilling a fear stronger than their instincts. Sometimes, an animal's judgment is more accurate than a human's. That's a unique perspective. To be honest, I thought he was insane, but I just humored him. After all, someone who takes medicine to stay alive and kills people isn't exactly sane. One of the secrets to long life is also not arguing with fools. Clop clop, as we galloped through the overgrown mountain path, the sun had set before we realized it. Piercing Blood looked at the darkened road and grinned. How about we race? So this was the reason he insisted on the mountain path. He must have heard something about my world sensing ability. I didn't know how exactly. Maybe Damu sold me out, or perhaps he bought some intel from the knights who had fought me. Of course, it didn't matter at all. For someone like me who operate current sense, this much was no different than walking through a wide-open plain. However, I lightly shook my head. That'd be difficult. Yeah, that's not what I heard. You can't even handle this much. Look behind you. Piercing Blood's companions were following along well, but damn you, sorry. I don't know why I'm like this either. Nay, she had been unstable even on the plains, so there was no way she could handle galloping through a mountain path at night. The horse, instinct or not, quickly realized the human on its back was just a parasite and started throwing a fit to survive. This crazy bitch. Kukyug. As a result, she caused a commotion among the well-running members of Piercing Blood, slowing their pace, and soon the rear guard was far behind. Piercing Blood grumbled in annoyance. Why are you dragging her along? If you need a keeper, I can introduce you to someone better. Keeper. A world with the ability to store things safely. It seemed members of Crimson Circle in charge of storage were called keepers. As I nodded, Piercing Blood looked puzzled and asked, Undercurrent, you didn't know what a keeper was until now. Yeah. Someone has to tell me, right? You crazy, then what the hell have you been doing all this time? Completing missions and obtaining the world sealing pill. He naturally hid the fact that he had planted numerous time bombs within Crimson Circle, sold off information about his comrades, and the internal affairs of Crimson Circle to the Empire. When he brushed off such a hectic history with just 2 sentences, Piercing Blood pinched his brow and let out a sigh. You must have aimed to enter the upper tier from the very beginning. Yeah. Is that a problem? Fools tend to harbor such goals, but no matter how you got in, a man like you shouldn't be foolish enough to be tempted by those lunatics. I don't get it. Trailing off at the end of his words, Piercing Blood raised his hand. Rest set up a makeshift camp. Even if not because of Damu, galloping through a mountain at night wasn't a wise decision. Everyone sat down, unpacked their belongings, and began constructing simple shelters, cutting trees to make light doors and digging dugouts. What are you doing? I stored the food in the workshop, I'm going to take it out. I glanced sideways at the members traveling with me. It doesn't seem like you brought much either. For a group of about 10 traveling together, their luggage was unbelievably minimal. Just a few wires supporting those small tents. No weapons, no food, no water, nothing. Do these guys not die even if they starve? At those words, piercing blood grinned. Save that.
Withered grass. Yes.
A man bowed his head 90 degrees, then suddenly took off his shoes and began walking step by step. Where he stepped, green plants started sprouting up.
I've made feed for the horses first.
Huh. The resting horses.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.